Good morning, traders of Earth. Welcome to TopstepTV. You made it to the most watched, most trusted futures trading stream out there with the most popular futures day traders on the lineup every single week. I'm JD. You're looking at Gabe. We're filling in for Eddie and Hogue for the day. What's up, Gabe? How was 4th of July? You didn't blow off
Good
any fingers, did
morning.
you?
No, I did not. Oh, doing well though, man. Excited for it's Friday, right? It's kind of
It
weird
is.
having a day off on Thursday, coming back and trying to get into the swing of things, and but looking forward to a good day in the market. Hopefully, I know we had some numbers that just came out that I know you're going to talk a little bit more about. That excited to get into the charts and see if we can find some trades today.
For sure. We definitely had some movement. Non-farm payrolls came out this morning. Some decent job data. Where did my notes go? Oh, right. Yeah, non-farm payrolls came out 7:30 Central Time this morning. Actual non-farm payrolls month over month came out at 206,000. Consensus was for 189,000, so a little better than expected, but a little worse than last month. Prior revised, I think that's what was moving the market. Last month, prior came out 272,000, revised down to 218,000 jobs. That's a big drop on that number for a prior month revision. Almost 60,000 revised down. And unemployment rate held at 4.1%, actually 4.0% expected. So a little worse there. Manufacturing payrolls were down 8,000. Average hourly earnings were down just a little bit month over month, 0.4% last month, 0.3% this month. And average hourly earnings year over year down just a little bit, 3.9% compared to 4.1% last month. In other news, Gabe, you keep up on international politics?
No, no. All I know is the elections are going on overseas, and that's basically the gist of it.
Yep. The British woke up to a big shakeup this morning. Well, we woke up to a big shakeup this morning. The Conservative Party, who had been the leading party for the last 14 years, were destroyed in elections yesterday. The Labour Party, after 14 years on the sideline, has finally taken over the hot seat in UK Parliament. Their leader, Keir Starmer, now expected to become Prime Minister any minute now, I think. He should be heading over to Buckingham Palace in the next couple hours to meet with the King, who's going to say congratulations. Rishi Sunak, who has been presiding over the Conservative Party for the last couple of years, is on his way out of Downing Street as we speak. Those were the last updates that I got. All right. In other news, I want to give a shout out to one of our local boys. I don't know how many of you keep up on the 4th of July Nathan's hot dog eating contest, but a new king has been crowned, I should say. Joey Chestnut sat this one out. So we've got a Chicago boy, 26-year-old Patrick Bertoletti, pounded 58 hot dogs in 10 minutes to take over the crown.
Good heavens.
Big shout out to the local boy. Always give love where love is deserved, right? You like watching the
JD,
yep,
what's your record? How
the hot
many
dogs?
glizzies you can get down in a single meal?
I would
Yeah.
say on a good day, if I'm lubricating with Miller Lights, I could probably handle 4
Okay.
on a good day. Yeah. I am no eating champion, that's for sure.
Gotcha.
You keep up on the sports ball at all, Gabe?
Yeah, I do love me
Yeah.
some sports.
Uh, I'm not a huge, like soccer nut, but I love watching the big events. I love seeing professionals excel at their sports on the international stage. So I've been keeping
Yeah.
up. We are into the quarterfinals in the the Euro Cup right now. So we're down to Spain, Germany, England, Switzerland, Portugal, France, Netherlands, and Turkey. Game to this morning, Spain versus Germany, 11 a.m. Central Time, and Portugal versus France, 2 o'clock Central Time. I might dip out on my lunch break and catch one of those. We also have the Copa America. We're down to, we've got our semifinal or quarterfinal matches going on in there too. Argentina went through, won in a shootout against Ecuador. Venezuela, Canada later on tonight, 8:00. Uruguay, Brazil tomorrow, and Colombia versus Panama also tomorrow. So that's it for the wide world of sports. All right, Gabe, what's left on the economic calendar for today? Anything happening next week?
For today, it's pretty light. I know that looking forward to a little bit more next week. But in terms of, I believe we have on the close today, we have a Fed balance sheet at about 4:30 EST, I believe. In terms of next week, though, what we've got is, get my sheet pulled up here. Oh, and we have the Baker Hughes rig count as well. 1 p.m. EST, 12 p.m. Central. And then once again, that Fed balance sheet coming out at 3:30 Central, 4:30 EST for all those on the East Coast there. But in terms of next week, what I'm really looking forward to, so Monday's going to be pretty light. Don't really have a whole lot going on Monday. Coming into Tuesday and Wednesday, though, Fed Powell is due to speak or testify about the semi-annual monetary policy report before the Senate Banking Committee. So we might have some volatility come into the market a little bit on Tuesday, Wednesday. FOMC member Barr speaks, Bowman speaks. But really the bigger numbers come out Thursday in the back half of the week. We have CPI coming out on Thursday. And then Friday, of course, we got PPI and consumer sentiment and some inflation expectations. So really the back end of the week is going to be a little bit busier, but just prepare for maybe a little bit of a choppier start and then some liquidity and volatility coming into the market mid to the back half of the week.
Very good. Yeah. Powell, he's a market mover, so stay on your toes for that one. What's happening in the realm of Bitcoin? Anything good going on there, Gabe?
Yeah, man. I've actually pretty much overnight we had one of our largest dumps in quite a while, actually. We dropped, I'd say, about 16% overnight from the prior little high at 64,000. Well, we made an absolute low of about 53.6. So that was quite a sell-off we had last night. So I'm going to pull up the charts here shortly once we're ready, and I'll kind of preview that as well and show you guys what I'm looking at for possible areas to continue to average yourself into a position if you're somebody who's holding the big bag or wanting to start building the bag. Be some levels that we can look at. But for right now, yeah, just know a lot of selling last night, and that really hit the most majority of the market too, not just Bitcoin. There was other cryptos. If you take a look at the other charts, there pretty much everything followed suit. So
yeah. I don't have too heavy exposure into crypto. I was a couple years ago. I started buying in $50, $100 increments. On the way down. I didn't get, again, not heavy at all. But I got back to even. I was up a little bit a couple months ago, and now back underwater again after that break last night. So I'd like to see a boost, or maybe buy some more on the way down. In the world of crude oil. Oil prices, 4 weeks in a row of higher prices, still crediting that to summer driving demand, Brent crude dipped about 22 cents, reading this off of Reuters. West Texas WTI crude down about 9 cents earlier today. We're on the rise right now. We're kind of still trading in range from Wednesday. Yesterday's abbreviated session didn't do much in terms of volatility, but still trading a little sideways higher, likely closing out the week much higher for the fourth week in a row. Which leads us next to our tip of the week. If we could please throw that up, James. Our tip of the week is adaptability. Be flexible and willing to adapt your strategy based on market conditions. Gabe, what's your take on bringing consistency and adaptability to the market at the same time?
Yeah, I'm learning how to be more free-flowing, right? I mean, you want to have a plan, of course. You want to be able to execute your process. But if market conditions change, like I'm trying to adapt and become more capable of trading range days. I'm a little bit more of a directional day kind of guy when it comes to my process. My process works better. Data's proven that it works better in a trending environment. But course, not every day is it going to present a trend or a really clean day of price action. So I got to be a little bit more prepared to either just take no trades and be hands off, right? Just focus on maybe trade review, go back and reflect on past performance and maybe do some back testing. But honestly, it's just being able to be more free flowing. The market's telling you, if you got a short bias and you just keep getting attached to that short bias and we just keep making new highs, maybe you need to adapt to those current conditions and maybe go with that general market and start looking at some longs. But it's just being more free flowing, right? Being more flexible. The market's always right. We've had that tip before, but if obviously you'll just continue to get slapped around if you're not able to adjust and adapt.
Yeah,
I think that's
absolutely
important. It's something that I'm still learning. So it's a process.
I subscribe to a handful of different trading newsletters every day, and I'm sure a lot of you are familiar. I'm not going to mention any names, but there's this one guy that I read every single day religiously. He's just great. But his thing is, if you can't trade ranges, then you can't trade. Period. Markets only trend, 10 to 20% of the time. That means 80 to 90% of the time they're going sideways or in consolidation. So having a great range trading strategy should be part of your arsenal, everyone. If you're not into trading ranges, get used to it because it's part of life as a day trader. All right, with that, Gabe, what's happening in the world of the markets? Let's take a look at some charts.
Yeah, let's do it. So I've got TopStep X pulled up here, looking at the S&P 500. Of course, yesterday our holiday was quite relaxed in the market. We didn't really do a whole lot. We just kind of based. But we're currently trading around 55.90 and 3/4. We have, of course, as of before the holiday, made new all-time highs. So there's no doubt about it. We're trending up. We continuously, bounce and off of any sort of corrections or consolidation that we see. We essentially are picking back up. The previous level that we picked back up off of demand that I'm looking at is 55.01 and 3/4 to 54.62.5. So if we make our way down there somehow, that will be an area on the daily chart that I'm looking to potentially start seeing the market head back north. If we break through that next level, if we obviously see some selling come into the market pretty drastically in the coming weeks, the next level I've got is going to be 53.69.5 to 53.29. In terms of intraday levels, if I go down to, let's say, like a little 30-minute, what I'm looking for today, so that data print that came out swept those previous all-time highs, made a new high of about 56.05. If we can make our way down to kind of this area of consolidation to a continued breakout, which is going to be 55.75 and 3/4 to 55.66, that's where I'd be looking at some possible longs today. Moving on to the NQ. Back to our daily chart here. So similar scenario, right? So we're clearly in an uptrend on a daily. There's no doubt about it. Any sort of corrections are getting picked back up and taken off to new highs. Made a new all-time high similar to the ES on Wednesday, and then based and just kind of hung out yesterday and didn't really trade very much in terms of distance. That data print made a new high of around 20,000, just shy of 500. And now we are currently trading around 20,419. But the level on the daily chart that broke us out to a new high was around the 20,063.25 to 19,811.75. So that'll be an area of consolidation prior to a breakout, little area of demand that I'm looking at. And then once again, if we sell off for any drastic reasons, we'd be headed back down sub 19,200. I've got a level at 19,107.75 to 18,940. Daily or intraday charts for the NQ. Similar scenario you got going on down here, but it's a little bit deeper. 20,275.25 to 20,235.5. That is going to be my next area where I'll look for a possible long setup. It would take quite a push down, though. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not sure if that's pretty realistic to see today or not, especially on Friday, going into the weekend, post-holiday. Don't know what kind of day we're going to have today, but that would be my next area of interest for buyers to step back in a pretty major way. Continuing the conversation on crude oil, getting back in the daily here, we are currently sitting in supply. So JD talked about the fact that we've been just continuously grinding higher. Oil is currently trading at around $84 and some change, $84.12 currently. But we are sitting inside of a nice level of supply that caused a pretty major breakdown to a new low and breaking the structure of that uptrend from back in the first quarter. So I wouldn't mind. I mean, we're kind of just hanging out up here, looking like we want to push a little bit higher, but could very well stall here and head lower for a little bit of a correction. So I'm kind of just watching price, but we are sitting in an area where buyers and sellers met, and sellers kind of had the advantage previously when we were back up here in the beginning of May, end of April. If we do end up making our way down, we do have a little bit of a kind of a pause and a breakout here around 81.87. But it did not take us up to a new high and break any sort of structure. So I'm really a little bit more focused on this level in the 77s and 78s, 78.37 to 77 and 22 cents. That took us over this prior high from the end of May. So that's kind of the bigger picture. In terms of intraday levels, I mean, we're just kind of in a range. Once again, I don't really believe there's any major areas that I could look to be a buyer or be a seller right now. If we can make it maybe above these 84.38 highs from the beginning of July, we might have some opportunities to look for some, a sweep of high, maybe bring us right back down into range. But as of right now, it's kind of a lower probability environment to engage with, right? Unless you're able to keep a pretty wide stop, you might end up having some difficulty just nailing an entry per se on this right now. We're coming off of a area of demand around 83.72 to 83.52. So that's what we're kind of reacting off of right now. Broke above these prior highs from the 3rd of July, which was Wednesday. So right now, I mean, with momentum, it looks like we want to head to a new high and break above 84.25 or 84.24. But we'll see. We'll see what today has to bring for us. But just a little bit, making some higher lows, slightly making some higher highs recently. So if we just go with that continued momentum, we look like we're going to push to a higher high. Be adaptable, right? Things shift.
Exactly. Adaptability.
If things shift, we got to shift with it. Gold. So gold finally broke out. We just pierced above the prior high at around 2382.8. So we are pushing higher. We look like we want to go back and test some all-time highs, or at least the supply around 2421.4, 2454.2. So we'll see if we want to continue that. We made a pretty much relative equal low. Broke out of this little, trend line, downtrend that we were seeing for a short period of time. And I'd love to see a push higher. Look like we want to grind higher, maybe retest those all-time highs. If we somehow break down for some major reason, the next area below all these lows that I really would love to see price revisit is going to be this 2250s to 2230s. This little, rally-based rally that broke us out to new highs. That's a, good location. It would cause a little bit of a deeper correction or pullback in that bigger upturn trend, but it would take out anybody that's holding some longs, and I wouldn't mind picking up some possible longs at that level. In terms of intraday, though, that data print completely swept the area of consolidation, or this range that we had built out over the past couple days of just obviously slower markets, right, with the half day. And of course, the national holiday. So we took out those lows, retested this little demand level, which was around 2357, we'll say, to 2351. So at this point, we look like we want to just go higher. We look very bullish. In terms of a possible 30-minute target or an area where we could see sellers step back in, you kind of look back in price. We are approaching a pretty big area of supply. We had a massive sell-off from the 2391 to 2398 region. So if we can get back up there, that's where I might look to possibly see some shift in direction. But until we get there, we have about 9 points still until we get up there. So I'd be looking for a continuation of that up to those levels today if I'm a gold trader personally. But once again, dive into the charts, do your own research, follow your process, follow your plan. But I do want to point out Bitcoin. So knowing that we talked about it briefly, pull up the daily chart here. As we see, we had a massive sell-off. We came back in on the first of the top of the month, tapped into this area of supply around 64,190. And then we absolutely just dumped from there, made a lower low, broke a prior major swing low around 56,860. And we got really, really close to tapping into this really quality area of demand here, this little rally-based rally. Nice defined area of basing or consolidation at 53,205 to 50,575. So I personally would like to see a little bit of a continued move down, go a little bit lower, and then this would be a nice area to pick up some Bitcoin. If whether it's for the long term, this is a nice area to average yourself in, or you'd have to start waiting for a little bit more data to come out in the short term and see some lower time frame structure change to the upside. Maybe see a reversal and a continuation back up to new all-time highs potentially down the road. But that's all I have for you guys for charts at the moment. I'm going to kick it back to you, JD. We'll close this out and we'll get ready for a fantastic day in fast markets.
Excellent. Thank you, Gabe. I see a couple people in the chat asking for top quiz winners from Wednesday. Top quiz was the final segment of the day on Wednesday, so we did not announce those winners. We do have them, though, so be patient. We'll get them to you. And if you're waiting on a call back from support, they are still a bit overwhelmed, but they are working very hard to run through all of those tickets. So just be patient and be kind to your Topstep support representative. They're working as hard as they can. We're hiring more people every day. I think there's over 70 support reps right now, and we've got more coming in. So just stay patient. If you already have a support ticket open, do not open a new one because it'll just push you back to the back of the queue. So keep that in mind also. But stick around. We've got a great show coming up today. Right after this, Fast Markets, we're going to have Andre. Gabe is coming back until 10 o'clock. They're going to be joined by Coach Jay and Coach Dakota. After that, Dolby and Gabe are going to switch out. Dolby's going to come in for Gabe at 10 o'clock. Next, Power Players, 11 a.m. Central Time. Andre, Peter Tuckman, and Dolby until 11:15. And then it's, Andre and Peter Tuckman until 11:15. And then Dolby and myself will be stepping in for the remaining half hour of Power Players. Stick around for that. We'll probably get a couple trades in. Then we've got Top Quiz with James and Vanessa, Andre and Mick for the shoulder tap, Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, Robert, and Dolby. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Coach Ray, and myself, throwing the pork around, pulling pork, going into the close. That's it, folks. Again, remember that tip of the week, adaptability, roll with the punches, don't get married to a position, be flexible. A strong opinions loosely held, as MP would say. And we're going to take a short break. We will be back with the opening bell. Stick around. We got more tradertainment and a whole lot of live trading coming your way also.
job, James. James with the call to the post. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We got a different little crew here set up. Lower left, we got Coach Dakota. Upper right, Coach Jay. Lower right, Gabe, making his appearance on Fast Markets today. We got about less than 60 seconds till the opening bell. Keep in mind, this was a non-farm Friday. We'll talk about that here just in a second. Opening bell has just rung. Coach Dakota, what are we looking for today in the trade?
I mean, just buy it. Always. Always.
Yeah. That's
New all-time highs, right? We just hit new all-time highs again this morning. 20,500. Like that's in play. I don't know. Let's see. What do you think? What's your thoughts, Coach Jay?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. 20,500, and we might see it in a couple minutes here. The high that we made was 24.96, right? So we want to see how the market responds when we get up there. But I don't see a reason to sell this. There's no more news for the rest of the day, right? Find a place to buy it. I agree with you, Dakota.
Everyone's in agreement here. By any bleeping dip you can. I think that's Gabe. Are we Gabe? All right, let's follow your journey here. You're still in your combines, all right? We're still on your journey to funding, correct?
Correct. Yep. Still in 100K.
Nice.
Been a little bit back and forth, right? So originally started off hot. I was up 752, and then I've just the past, I think, 5 trading days have just been a little back and forth. I'm in drawdown currently, balance sitting at 99,649. Max loss limit sitting at 97,752. But yeah, just looking to get back above, the starting balance and then chipping away. But yeah, still at it.
All right, house account is not open for the day. Everyone's got their personal accounts up to trade it up here. All right, out of the gate, NASDAQ finding some buyers. Up about 25 points off the opening bell. They're currently trading 20,465, 466 now, 467. The buyers are in the house. S&P's not moving up to the upside as fast as the NASDAQ and the Dow. Doing Dow things, selling off, making new lows in the Dow. Crude trading about 83. What's up, Jay?
No, I'm also looking for a trade in gold today.
Trading gold.
I'm looking for a potential short in gold. Not here, a little higher up maybe. But a potential short in gold as well.
Why are you bearish on gold?
It's a great question. Just what the chart looks like.
Okay, fair enough.
It looks like we're coming up to some areas of resistance. We have I don't have my gold chart up. Give me 1 second. Let me pull the gold
good.
up
Just a chart formation, that's fine. Technicals.
Yeah,
that's all.
Technical pattern. Looks like we're coming up to a resistance. We filled 50% of a sell side imbalance that we had. So if buyers are not coming back in here, I'm looking for it to sell back down towards 23.70.
Jay, you know exactly why you were bearish. You just didn't think about why am I bearish.
I didn't have my coffee yet. It's here, but I didn't drink any of it yet. So.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, sellers coming in here on the S&Ps now. NASDAQ pulling back a little bit, about 6 points off when I last updated you guys. Trading 20,459. Dakota, any levels you're looking to get into a trade at this point?
I'm actually going to be a little bit contrary. I think I'm going to look for some shorts here in the NASDAQ.
Okay. Right.
I think it's just going to be a choppy range-bound day. It's Friday. It's a short week, holiday week, actually.
Yep.
4th of July. Today's the 5th. I'm not expecting a big move in any direction. So buy low, sell high.
Man, isn't that the name of the game, Dakota?
Yeah.
Taking a look here, let's do a quick recap of what we saw for non-farm payrolls, unemployment report. So a huge spike off of the number, then kind of algos trading all the time in there. Like I said, what is it? Non-farm payroll, 190,000 expected, actual 206,000, coming out a little bit better. Employment rate 4% expected, coming out 4.1% actual. So above expectations, one's for the better, one's for the worse. Maybe those negate each other. I'm not sure how much these job reports affect the Fed's decision making anymore at this point. I think it's just kind of a technical trade, like Dakota was saying, range bound. We'll see. We will see. If you see the pin to the top of the chat, I got my Topstep daily levels. Always making real estate on my screen for those. Coach Ray, Coach John, you guys know Coach Jay joining us right now, also providing the levels in S&Ps. and NASDAQ. We got crude oil levels, gold, all the levels for the big four provided to you by those levels pinned in the top of the chat. Oh, and prior non-farm payroll revised from 272,000 down to 218,000. Thank you for that update, JD. That's why we're seeing a little bit of this price action, revisions, good old revisions. They missed by that much, and they revised it. Okay, Jay, so you got your eyes set on gold here.
I'm short the NASDAQ now.
Here we go.
455
what price?
3/4.
55 3/4. How many times, Dakota?
One. Just one.
Just one. Okay.
And I just realized I'm not sharing my screen. So give me just one moment. I can share.
Neither am I.
It's Friday.
loading up
It's,
your-
come on,
Did anyone drink their coffee today?
I mean, no, man. I was telling you guys in the green room, the fireworks kept me up till about 2 a.m. yesterday. It was, or this morning,
Yeah.
I should say. Just letting them fly everywhere, all over the city, tossing and turning. Didn't get the best. Great sleep.
I hear you.
That's okay. No excuses. But we definitely need our coffee. Screen is now shared.
there we go. Same.
By the way, I caught a quick little scalp. I fat fingered it. I went in 5 on NQ instead of MNQ. Thankfully, got out extremely quickly, but I have my executions up here. I got in 5 at 448 and quickly got out right back in that little level of 1 minute supply at 457. So ended up 861 on the morning so far. I might end up considering. I might consider locking out at this point. I mean, that one and done might have just made the morning. I don't really want to give that back, knowing I'm back above 100K now. Yeah, that was
$800 accident in your favor.
Yeah,
pretty good.
I know. Well, so the entry, right? So the theory was right. It swept the low,
Right.
tapped into demand. Looking at a 15-second chart, brought it right back up to a little area of 1 minute, 15-second supply, really quick, right? 8-point, 9-point scalp. But the position size was nowhere near where it should have been. Instead of five minis, that should have been 5 micros. But it worked out, and that was. I gotta continue to recheck on my checklist in the morning, make sure my my position sizes are correct, and I'm on the right charts for my dome.
It does happen. Good on you just to get in, get out once you realize what you had done. Not write it out. Fat fingers. Giveth and they taketh, as we've seen. All right, we got buyers coming here. NASDAQ. S&P's not doing a whole heck of a lot just yet. Crude trading $83.82. High of the day, $84.24 in crude. Gold pushing higher.
Add to my position up here. I added. This is a cheap short near the high of day. I'm short a total of 5 now from 466 and 3/4. So just near the highs. We had that big spike this morning from the news. I'm going to just risk to the high of that. Risk it about $1,600, $1,700.
Dakota adds in, taking a look here. Gold pushing higher right now. Oh, man. Wait till we tell you guys about these payouts from yesterday. You see some of these numbers.
Yeah.
You should see these numbers people are
I
pulling.
seen that one trader made like 100K.
See that?
There's something there.
We'll tell you about those payouts here in a little bit. Yeah, there's some big numbers getting put out there. Your Topstep. Yeah,
That's
size.
Great to see.
Absolutely. Real payouts. Our payout policy is very straightforward here.
Huge payouts.
Yeah. I'll tell you about those in a little bit.
NASDAQ pushing up towards this 500. Not a lot of size at 500.
There's
about
not
50 contracts sitting
I
at
took
500 right now.
I just closed out for a stop loss.
Okay. All right, let's see if we can get 20,500 right now. High of the day, 20,000.
$2,700 for me to start the morning. Ugh.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard being short. It's hard being Dakota, when you just came in here and say CC it, buy it. You just came in here
You know
and said
what? Okay, yes. This is a combine. I'm not.
Okay, fair enough.
This is not a good week to trade a live account. If you're, and maybe I should make sure that's straight. It's a really horrible week with 4th of July. We had the whole holiday short week. Not trading my live account right now.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely been tricky. Haven't seen some red out there for sure. I see some green out there, like you said about those payouts, but we'll see. Magnet 5,600. 5,600. Yes, indeed. We are trading 55.95.
Classic
With
fade
not a
Dakota
lot of
Friday.
size.
My Fridays are the worst.
Fridays. Yes, this is a tricky one too. What's up, Jay?
With not that much size at 2,500 in the Nasdaq,
One
What does that
second.
tell you?
not pushing it is interesting, right? Why not? If buyers are that convinced, when are they going to push that level? And it could just be a timing thing, right?
Yeah.
We need enough buying to come in. But if we don't hit that level, that is a great cheap short. We didn't hit it on the number. We didn't hit it just now. And we're seeing the buying slow down as we push up towards that level. And again, if buyers don't get what they want eventually, they become sellers. So if I'm going to buy this, again, I want to be patient and wait to see that we trade that 500. Because then that'll tell me that there's potentially more room up. So I'm going to stay patient for right now. I do like where gold is for this short. So I am in a one lot short gold, just risking the highs, a little less than $200 on the risk there.
All right, Jay, what price are you short from?
I am short. I'm about to be stopped out of this trade. 23.87.3. 23.87.
How tight are your stops? How tight are your stops typically in gold?
Usually about 30 ticks.
Okay.
Usually about 30 ticks. So that's what I'm risking right now. And I'm about to get stopped out. Yep, stopped out on that one. All right, there we go. Dakota, I'm with you. Losing Fridays. Let's get it going. All right.
Fridays are tricky right now. Bulls are in control everywhere. Nasdaq, S&Ps.
Yes, they are.
Gold, even crude catching a bid. I'm not even gonna pay attention to the Dow right now.
Just buy anything.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, so far I just got top ticked. So we'll see what happens here. This is just buy it. Why don't we just buy it, guys?
Yeah. Oh, Gabe, you did lock it out.
I did. Yep.
So what do you got
I
open
locked
now?
it out. I'm just tape reading, just watching the charts. I still have it open, right? I'm still going to hang out with you guys and look for levels. But at the moment, I did choose to lock it out. Balance is back up at 100,510. There's no reason for me to give any of this back on a Friday. That was a
great point, Gabe.
That's preserve capital is, just like Dakota, my worst days typically tend to be Mondays and Fridays. I know his is mainly Friday, but mine are beginning and end of the week. I'm much better in the middle of the week. So I prefer to just preserve what I somehow managed to make today off that position sizing mistake, but we're gonna roll with it and go into the weekend on a win.
Nice. Good work, Gabe. Awesome.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, quick look at tilt here. 72% long, 71% long. ES right now. That's about as heavy as we've seen for the day. NASDAQ 58% long, but right now 71% long in the ES, according to the tilt. So you can find the tilt, bottom portion of your screen on Topstep X. Buyers coming in here in the Dow. Tried to make a run for 20,500 in the NASDAQ. Got top tick there, Dakota. That stinks.
Freaking top ticked, man.
It's the worst.
I got.
Happens to everybody. It stinks.
More than we would like. Andre. More than we all know that. Even the best traders in the world, I know, that just get wrecked sometimes. Top ticked.
Gold up about 25 cents here in the last 3 minutes or so. Last trade, oh wow, still popping, but up about 35 cents now. Last trade, $84.19. High of the day, $84.24. 4 cents off the highs there.
I know we don't try to give out signals, Dakota, but I'm seeing a bunch of people in the chat saying, knowing that Dakota has bad Fridays, everyone just took the opposite side of the trade from you. And
I don't blame
traders. That's information, right? That's information, right? We know how good Dakota is, but
do it.
It's information.
100% do it. I would if I was.
I like that you took it in the combine because you know it too.
Yeah, you seen me take that in the combine. Heck with doing
right. Yeah,
give back money. Yeah.
Smart move. I did take that loss in my XFA. I'm down 300 today.
All right, it's a little
That's
bit
a
red on the
manageable
board here.
loss.
Yeah, it is.
Manageable loss.
Yep.
SSS usually has good levels here. I'm looking at a long into 20,420. 20,420. SSS. Well, normally is bullish, likes the pullbacks, and has been seeing some success. I don't know the trade stats exactly. Their levels have been pretty decent though lately. Just
I can see that. We got the open was right around 24.19. Settlement was 24.11. We have to remember that settlement comes from Tuesday because yesterday was Wednesday. Yesterday was a non-settlement day. Right. So looks like a decent area down there.
20,420.
I just got in short again at 69.25.
Okay.
Nice.
So
nice.
Getting back in there.
Already in some green there.
Yep.
Yeah, not as big. That's okay though. A win's a win.
That's smart. Yeah.
VWAP to 20,444. 20,444. Approaching it right now. S&Ps coming right to VWAP 55.93 and selling through it. Last trade 55.92 half. S&Ps.
Man, there we go.
And pushing.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for.
Nice trade, Dakota. Yeah, man. The Nasdaq not hitting that major psych level is a really good sign to take a short. There wasn't size up there, so it wasn't like it was going to take a whole lot, but we had nothing up there. So really nice trade.
Yeah, I needed just a few more ticks. Okay.
Yeah, you got him right there. The market was listening. Good call on that, Jay. No size at 20,500. Still couldn't get there.
I'm short 5 because I'm copy trading 5 combines. I'm going for it. I seen that. Yeah, I went ahead and I purchased 5 of them because I need to practice what I preach. I'm competitive. I'm very competitive.
Keep pushing here. What's up, Jay?
Gold now coming. No, gold coming off the highs. I didn't necessarily get top ticked, but
damn near close.
Starting to look like what I wanted to. But I'm not gonna re-enter it. Not yet.
Okay. Let's trade 20,438 here. NASDAQ. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Hey, real quick, up as Dakota manages this trade. Keep an eye on this upper left-hand corner of the screen. You can see the hashtag fast markets. Gabe, I'm going to ask you, what's hashtag fast markets about?
Oh, you guys are going to love this. Not like you haven't heard it once before. But fast markets. So if you guys are not aware, if you are on X or on Twitter and you want to share some stuff with us, and I know we have Dolby in the chat. He'll probably be scraping Twitter and sending some stuff to James behind the scenes. But if you have any sort of trading memes, any tick picks, any possible, Topstep swag that you have that you want to send us a picture of, battle station picks, funding certificates, anything that you want to get in front of our eyes that you want to share with us, we would love to see it and get potentially featured on TopstepTV. But just use hashtag fast markets and make sure you at Topstep to tag Topstep so we can see it.
Thank you, Gabe.
Interesting. I would do that every day, right? Is that?
Yeah, every day. That and Power Hour. There's 2 opportunities per day. So whether it's hashtag fast markets, you have another opportunity in Power Hour as well. Yep, every day.
Buyers did stop.
Oh, that's social media.
It's dangerous. It's the wild, wild west out there, Dakota. Social media.
Yeah,
Dakota. At some point, you might have to just fold and get a Twitter, at least.
I don't know, Gabe.
We all know MPS Twitter. MPS Twitter is live and well.
I've thought about it, but I don't know. I don't know that I would be consistent enough with it. I think I'd probably tweet once a month, and that's not interesting for anybody.
That's kind of how
I don't think I would even tweet. The only thing I would ever use it for is just to watch or see other people's posts and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. SSS, yeah, SSS. Never got the 420s. Never got the 420s. It's okay. You let the market come to you. 428 was low. Could execute the bid. That's fine. You let the market come to you. You don't have to chase. Great idea.
You're out of that short gold, right, Coach Jay?
Oh yeah, I'm out of it. It's right back where my entry was right now. But yeah, I'm out of that trade.
Nice. Okay. I'm short 2 right now.
In gold.
Are you able to cover for some profit there, Dakota?
In the NASDAQ. I want to build a short position. I think we go back down towards close to 400. I might add maybe 2 more in this area. I'm just looking at. I want it to be a range-bound consolidation day. We'll see if we could get that.
Dakota, how wide is your where's your stop location this? Because if we do break above this, these 70s, potentially going to attack those data highs at 496. So I mean, would you get out and then just try to rebuild in if we get a shift once we take out those highs, if we do? Or are you, I mean, this is a good location to start building for sure. I like the area of supply that you're looking at.
My stop's going to be high of day around 98, 97. So we'll see how this is. Like, this is a combine. I'm just playing for consolidation day. And when I'm playing consolidation days, I just like to have a wider stop and wider take profit, or a wider stop and shorter take profit. So I don't have as great of a risk reward, just depending on when I get in and where my entries and exits are.
Gotcha.
Look around here. I do see 72%, 71% long tilt. Guys in the ES. Now down to 59%, as we did see some sellers come in there. Careful. Here's a full day. It feels kind of like an abbreviated day. Just one day after the holidays. It's weird. It's weird. It is Friday. We'll see how the sucker plays out today.
It is Friday. Any fun plans this weekend, guys?
Golf.
How is your golf game, Andre?
Yeah, it's all right. Short game's trash. Short game's trash.
I can relate to that.
Yeah. I can find a fairway. I can sometimes find a green. Can't find the cup.
Yeah.
Cannot find the cup.
Short game's most important.
My putting tends to be my best. My driving, my irons, like, trying to get onto the green from the anywhere in the fairway. That's usually where I struggle. My driving's pretty consistent, but my weaker area is the middle section for sure. Trying to get onto the green. Lose a few in the woods. Always got to come with like 20 golf balls at minimum, just to make sure I survive the round. Yeah.
$5 a pop. Every time you lose a ball, it's $5. Yeah. Drives me nuts. Hey, you want to give a shout out to Nick for a tick checking in the chat. Checking in for my day off to say hello and good luck. Well needed rest for me. Nick, for a tick, get out of here. Go enjoy your weekend. Take some time off. Markets will be here on Monday, but please get some rest. Enjoy. Some good sleep. Eat some good food.
Some good food. What do you consider good food, Andre?
Ooh, I like a good steak, Dakota. Love a nice filet mignon, medium.
Nice.
Love it. How about you, Dakota?
I'm about the same. I love steak and hamburgers.
Yep.
So what's your thoughts on the market, Jay? We're talking about food and golf.
It's all good, man. I'm thinking about weekend plans too. A friend of mine, they do this not on the 4th, but they do a 4th of July party on the lake. So taking boats out, they do a fireworks show. Nice. It'd be pretty cool. So try not to ruin this weekend by taking bad trades today. And
here we are back up to those highs. I might get stopped out.
We're seeing some nice buying
again.
coming in. But let's see. Again, not a lot at 500.
Right back down.
But then the question is, how many times does this trade play out, right? Where we check this 500 level, we don't hit it. Eventually, you would think it would break, but anything could happen in this market. We need buyers to step in, and they're just not doing it at these highs.
Yep. I see exactly what you see. We're back up here. We tested the 90s and just immediate sell-off. I want to get into 5 here, but I don't want to just jump in because I'm risking the high of day. Maybe we run for liquidity and turn back in. so many times on Fridays do we see run of liquidities and right back to lows.
Yep.
Why is that, Dakota? Why do you think that is, at least?
The market hates us, guys. We all know how the market is.
The market hates us. I've said those words before.
It loves to run stops. It loves to find the liquidity, run stops, and then reverse.
Market hates us. I've definitely said those words before. All right. Make a run for the 500s, 20,500s right now. Into the 90s.
I think we're going to do it right here.
Here we go.
We might do that right here.
I saw some of the chances of 300 lot is sitting at 500. I do not see that. Here we go.
Nope.
Let's
70
see.
sitting at 500 right now.
I guess I see 70 also. New all-time highs. Coming at you. We did it.
goes.
New all-time highs.
Pew, 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 pew.
Pew, pew, pew. When are we running? New all-time.
Yep. Some real nice buying came in at that high.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yep.
Okay, I better stop. I'm out. That's the last one for me.
It's all
Whoever fades me made some money this morning.
Yes. All right. New high of the day put in 20,509. 509, 775, 509 3/4. The orders, as they say. S&P's trying to make a run for 5,600s. Currently trading 55.98. Yeah, we did it.
There
right
you go. Day Trade Journal made some money off of my fades. These are
Can we
just
get up?
combines, guys.
Yeah, well, personal account or live account. How are we looking over there, Dakota?
Oh, I've been struggling on live accounts too. And I haven't been trading NASDAQ. I've been trading gold.
Okay.
And some overnight trades.
We'll talk about that here in a little bit with slow markets. Overnight trade, what have you. It's been a tricky week, though.
Okay, so now what I'm looking for is when we retest this 500, since it was a resistance, does resistance become a support? And can we buy for a continuation of this move here? Right, I was not comfortable buying it without that 500 getting taken out. Did I miss a trade? Potentially, but the buying that came in at that 500 tells me there's potential for buying higher. I don't want to buy the highs, so on a pullback, I'll look to get in there.
Yeah, SSS, like those 420s, those 420s. Never got
Yeah, it
those
was real
420.
nice.
Yeah, it was. Right idea.
Here we go.
Look at these
Breaking
buyers.
new all-time highs.
Pew, pew, pew. Here we go. Can we do 5,600s in the S&Ps? We obviously touched it earlier off that non-farm payroll number. Buyers are in control. The day after America's Independence Day, America's birthday. Why not rally and make highs? Take a look at NVIDIA. I keep seeing people talking about NVIDIA. Not doing a whole heck of a lot. $127.43 last trade. Nick for Tick gets back on here. I want to ask him his thoughts. He's not making new highs.
Seems like the buying is in Apple right now.
Is that where it's at? Okay, I was asking, who's doing the heavy lifting for all this, these new all-time highs? Because it's not NVIDIA.
It looks like it's Apple. And
Okay.
I'm not watching the charts. I'll pull this over if we have my screen up real quick. I just have Tick Strike playing in the background. And Apple's the only thing that's upticking right now out of the Mag 7. So if anyone has an Apple chart up, you can probably confirm that. But and Microsoft apparently. Okay, so it's not NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft.
Thank you. Good stuff, chat.
Someone said Kohl's.
Apple
I don't
and
think Kohl's is
Microsoft.
doing this.
I don't think Kohl's is
Maybe,
doing it either.
but-
Maybe it is Kohl's. We chuckle, but that's a lot of heavy lifting from Kohl's, man. I don't.
Right.
All right. Almost got to 5,600. We'll give it another shot here. More numbers for the rest of the day, I believe. We are. Oh, my favorite number. Baker Hughes rig count. High noon Central Time.
Crude
Baker
oil.
Hughes. The reason I like Baker Hughes, I knew that it was Friday and the session was coming to an end. It's my favorite number. I know. When we hit
Fair
Baker
enough.
Hughes, the weekend's right around the corner.
Ugh.
Oil buyers stuck in here. Last trade, $84.13. Put 10 cents off the highs there. Right, S&Ps. Yes, can we get 5,600 on this try? Take away. Come on. Is there size up there? I'm guessing. Are they running into some? Oh yeah, there's a lot. The liquidity's definitely to the upside in the S&Ps.
Yeah, and what do you do when we're at all-time highs, right?
Yeah, well, it's hard to get in here, Dakota.
I know. I'm down 6K today, so it's my normal Friday.
Nick Fortick says the rotation right now is from big tech to big tech.
Yes, it is. Nick Fortick. Meta from NVIDIA into Apple. Apple into Microsoft. Bye. Right, so we did get in those 5,600s. Currently trading 55.95 half. 55.95 half. Gabe, how's the week going for the combine?
Well, so today made up for it all in terms of like the back and forth that I've been having the last few trading days. Yeah, I'm pretty happy at the moment. No, I will say a couple things that I am doing well now would be not blowing the account or hitting the DLL in one single day. That's one thing I am proud of so far is not taking it all the way to my loss limit. One day where I stopped shy, I was like minus 660 or minus 700. So that was probably the closest I got, which I'm pretty happy about because in the past I would in some cases just bring myself all the way to the loss limit. Like if I'm already down 600-700 and I try to chase to make some of that back, I'd end up just bringing myself all the way to the loss limit. So that's one thing I'm proud of. One thing that I can do better that I reflected on the past few, I'd say 24 to 36 hours while I was up north with family this for the 4th was just being able to stay disciplined. That's one of the reasons why I locked myself out today is to practice discipline because in the past I would get greedy, is trying to make too much, right? So I had a $800 winner. Why do I need to make 1,000? Like it's $100 away. If I do that, I'm just taking more chance at potentially giving some of that back and then potentially being back in drawdown on the day. Like just practicing more discipline, following my plan, executing what I know, kind of blocking out the noise.
That's good. That's great. It's always good to trade smaller. It's usually always the answer for everyone I'm talking to who's struggling. I tend to always find myself eventually ending up to trade smaller, trade micros, trade something if you're struggling. No sense of trading 5 XFAs if you can't trade one. And then again, why trade a 150K account if you can't trade a 50K account, for example?
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's why I moved away from doing 5 trading combines copy trading because I was like, all right, well, I'm already struggling with multiple accounts. Why would I continue this path? It just makes more sense for me to focus on the one. So that's why I gravitated towards just doing a one single, 100K combine for now. At some point, you can always add more, right? So if you get into the XFA after passing one, who's to say that you can't go approach trying to get a few more at that point, But get yourself to the point where you can, pat yourself on the back, take that win. All right, I'm in an XFA now. And then from there, you have a maximum of 5 now instead of back in the day when it was 3. So you have a little more freedom now to continue adding accounts when you're ready. But don't feel like you got to jump the gun and just go straight for the maximum just because you can. I think that's a good place to be. So I'm with you, Dakota.
Spot on.
Awesome.
Speaking of,
it's hard to do though, Gabe. Nice... It really is. Everyone sees these huge numbers that traders are putting up. It's so hard for traders to do.
It's intoxicating.
100%.
It is.
That's where the comparison, right? It's like the thief of joy, but also it really dips into the psychological aspect of trading and learning about yourself. Getting too focused on the outcome, right? It's like, don't get me wrong. We all want to make money off this, and especially, some of us want to trade full time, right? It might not be for everybody, but some people want to fully replace their income, but they're too fixated on the income that can be generated and less focused on the process and the plan. And that was me for quite some time, chipping away at that.
Spot on.
Process over profits. That's a saying, right?
It is now. You just made it one, Dakota. I like that.
I feel like I've heard that somewhere, and it sounds good.
Sure. The trading industry has every cliche imaginable to the upside, to the downside. It doesn't matter. But yes, process over profits, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing
Oh,
the
man.
Russell go the exact opposite way.
Yeah.
Russell kind of selling off and traded to the low of that news candle. If anyone is trading the Russell out there.
Yeah, I think saw someone saying Russell and Dow kind of tracking one another.
Yep.
In the chat. ES target 620. SSS says. SSS, I like your levels.
Yeah, I have an NQ target of 617. I think it's
There
on
you
the
go.
daily levels as well. If we continue to trend up, that would put us at a full daily ATR, 2617, which is about 80 points off right now. And with the way this day is going, seems like a reasonable target, right?
Why not?
Anything
Yeah.
can change, but it seems like a reasonable target. It's this white line I have up here on this chart, and it's not that far away.
Hey, Jay, it might be a little early. I know we're about 35 minutes into the trading session, New York session. What is the size? What is the range of these pullbacks in NQ? Typically, you're really good at seeing what these pullbacks are. The average pullback is to get in. Can you see yet?
We're getting our first one right. We're getting our first one right now, really, right? So I start measuring these pullbacks once we start to get a trend move, right? So I'm not gonna count this move here. That was early on in the session. That was a 67-point pullback, but we weren't trending at that point. So now that we started to break out, I'll start measuring these, and so far we're at about 30 points. So we will see if this bounces and continues up, then we can take that into consideration, right?
Yep. We did just get a 3-bar reversal on the NASDAQ. So that could be the reversal to head back towards the lower 400s.
Always big. If you follow Dakota, he's big on the 3-bar reversal. We'll show that on his charts here in a little bit, but I see what you're saying. Look, that's the 5-minute chart, right, Dakota?
Yeah. Yep. 5-minute chart. Right at around 508. We crossed the bottom of that, and yeah, typically that's a good sign that we would reverse. I mean, if we are going to reverse, you have to see a 3-bar reversal. But that could be a sign if we're looking for some.
I just got long in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
I'm going to keep this tight with a 10-point stop. I'm long at 506.50.
Hit
Okay.
the board. Jay long from 506.50. How many times, Jay?
Twice.
Gotcha.
And if I get stopped out of this, I probably will switch over to trading combines.
Are you trading your an XFA?
Yeah, I'm trading an XFA right now.
S&P's beneath VWAP here. VWAP 55.94. And I have it. Last trade 55.94. So right there. 60% long tilt in the ES. 60% long in the NQ as well.
Yep, I am out. Nope, that was not a good trade.
Yeah, right idea.
All right, I'm going to chill there. And the idea behind that long was...
Exactly, yeah. Buy the dip.
I didn't see the selling below 500 when we pushed it. So yeah, it was buy the dip, basically. Could have gotten a better entry and maybe should have waited for this full candle to print. But I still like the long side.
Ooh. S&P's getting hammered right now.
Yes, they are.
About 10 points in the last 4 minutes. 3-bar reversal, Dakota.
Yep.
Yeah, it works when it does, right?
It works, sure does. It works when it does. We are on fire with the cliches today. It's great. But it's that called 3-bar reversal. And exactly what played out. We're selling here.
Oh, man. Yeah, we could definitely go back. It's Friday, right? And that's exactly looks like what NASDAQ did was push up, run, and now we could very well see us turn back down to the low 400s. Maybe we see 416, 400. We still have probably 60 points plus worth of downside. But dang, it's one of those. I take the bad trades, and then eventually, once I don't take it, it works.
Gotcha, James. Thank you. All right, last trade, 20,480. 20,480. Basically gave you up a kiss and bounced off of that. And the NASDAQ, look at the 5-minute. Colby time. See if the selling continues. Selling definitely continuing in the S&Ps. Maybe taking a cue from the Dow, because Dow's just been down, down, down. We know those don't have much overlap these days. Those shorts in gold too, Jay.
Yeah.
One of those days. One of those days, man. One of those days right now.
Days.
All right, so thank you, Jay. Man. It's all right. Still early.
Yes, it is.
We'll see if these sellers keep pushing it lower here in the S. They still are. Still coming in.
The S&P's really sold off.
Yeah, they have.
Like, that was a 15-point move in 2 minutes, like 3 minutes.
Yeah. With volume, Jay, because I know you're always looking at volume. Was there conviction in this?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes, there was. Yeah.
Yeah, ES looks like we want to go for those data lows at 55.85.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is there liquidity down there? Because I don't have the ladder up.
Nope.
That's a good question. Let me pull it up. Jay has it? Nothing?
There's not much. There's not much sitting there. No. Nothing more than 200 right now. At 55.80, there's 300 sitting there, but there's nothing more than 200 right now.
Right. I see that.
Love here. Everyone's watching each other's back. A lot of eyes.
In the NASDAQ, we have something at 23.80. It's more than 100.
23.
Down at 23.80.
It's down there, yeah.
Which is right near the low of that.
Jay, what tool do you use to see that? Because you seem to find it faster than most.
I'm using in Quantower, there's something called a level 2 indicator.
Gotcha.
And I basically just have it filter anything 100 plus. It's just going to put a purple line on the chart. So I don't have to scroll the full, because I would have to scroll 100 points to
That's
go
what
see
I'm
that.
doing.
Right? But
I'm scrolling.
Yeah, that way it just pops up.
That's nice. Hey, oil's seeing some selling.
Quite the sell-off.
Yes, it was.
So what I'm going to look for now is maybe a pullback, as in like a bounce, maybe back up towards 480s, 490s, and then a continuation back down to the lows.
Louis Time letting us know here in Slack. Really nice hashtag fast market submissions today. So we'll get those to you here just under 2 hours, but some good stuff already. Good to know. All right. Dakota, read 3 lines in the chat.
3 lines in the chat?
3 lions. Market just did a Haktui. Haktui.
Oh, you got to say it right. Come on, Andre. You can't butcher it like that.
What was that?
Haktui.
I'll give you a pass on that.
No, it's not. It's Haktua, but this one says Haktue. I don't know what that's not.
Yeah, those the French over there.
The French.
The French.
Yeah, what? That's wild. 15 minutes of fame has lasted longer than 15 minutes, indeed. Rip's up $2,000 in his live account right now. Awesome.
Nice.
There we go, Rips. Good stuff, man. On a Friday, gotta love it.
Yeah, he made some good money Tuesday on his live account as well.
Love to see it.
Dakota, how was your time down there? Did you guys enjoy getting out there together? And I mean, is that your first time going down to hang out with Rips?
Yeah. First time hanging out with Rips. It was freaking hot, man. It is so hot.
Yeah.
like 110 degrees. But other than that, it was really fun. We played some chess, a whole bunch of other stuff, poker, of course, but it was very relaxing or chill. It wasn't as it's not like this whole crazy story that you guys hear or see about someone going to Vegas and they do this, they do that. It was just
wasn't like a hangover story,
No, nope. Didn't drink alcohol. Rips doesn't drink. He didn't drink any alcohol. It was just very relaxing. Like that. That's it.
How'd you guys do a poker?
No alcohol, no drugs, no smoking. Just relax.
There you go.
Hit the pool. Played some chess. Did some trading, and played some poker.
Andre, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you asking Dakota how they were playing?
Oh yeah, all good. How to go to poker? You guys make some scratch?
It was good. I actually made more money than poker than I did trading this week. So there's something you said there.
There you go. Whatever it takes, man.
Whatever it takes.
Hey, buyer stepping in here. 20,500. This is the new line in the sand. 20,500 in the NASDAQ.
We're starting to push up to an area where it would be a great location to make a lower high. I wouldn't mind us seeing hold the 520s on the NASDAQ. If we can stay below 520, that would probably be a good location to see a possible lower high. Once again, this is hypothetical because we don't have that structure yet. But
yeah, this is the short that I was looking at the 490s.
Yeah,
we
that
went
makes
right
sense.
back up. That is where I can see a continuation down to these lows.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how about?
Well, seems like things are slow. You guys want to hear some news?
Yeah, James. Perfect timing.
Heck yeah.
All right. Also, I've been out this whole week. Dakota, did they play a video for you and Rips that I made for you guys this week?
I don't know. Maybe.
Great.
No,
didn't do
James,
anything
I don't
on
think
this,
we
so
did.
We'll show it
Jeez.
next week because I didn't suffer for no reason. That's a little. That's a little insight into what I did. Anyway, yesterday, Independence Day in the United States. What better way to celebrate it than drinking a beer, surfing while holding the American flag by our good friend Mark Zuckerberg? I think we can get MP to do something like this. Maybe skiing.
These billionaires, man. These billionaires are just doing what they do. Incredible.
Having fun.
When you have so much money, like what do you do for fun, right? You surf, you drink a beer. Was this a one take? I don't know. Things that keep me up at night. Moving on. Boston has started adding googly eyes to the front of their trains. Robert and Tim, can you confirm? There's no other reason than they just want to. It's you can be frustrated with late trains, or you can put googly eyes on them and smile when they come into the station, I think is the thought process behind this. But we'll have to get our Boston boys out there on the ground. Have them report back.
Boots on the ground.
A victory out of Japan. Japan's government is no longer using floppy disks to store information.
Wow, they're quite behind.
Japan,
they are
2024.
We're here.
What the heck?
Apparently, I remember reading this story initially. It was a big problem. A lot of their government documents, forms, everything had been stored on floppy disks, and they're slowly trying to transition out of that. The duality of Japan, they have the world's fastest internet, according to the roundup. So, ditch the floppy disk, get the high-speed fiber. If you're looking for the fastest internet, no lag, you want the best trading. Apparently, I guess Japan. No latency.
James, did you see the speed on that? I think it was something just astronomical. Like it.
Yeah,
I don't even remember the number.
Okay, here directly from the article. Japan has set a new record for the fastest internet speed at a blazing 402 terabits per second.
Damn.
Holy crap. Imagine what that costs per month.
Yeah, average US broadband speed is around 226 megabits. So Japan's internet speed is 1.5 million times faster than us.
Imagine the fills you can get. Imagine you could trade with that speed. That would be incredible. Fills you'd get are
so Japan has the fastest internet. And what do we have? That's right. A Florida
this?
man arrested for allegedly trying to withdraw 1 cent from a bank.
Oh.
What?
There
What's
has
wrong
to be
with
more
that?
to that.
What's wrong with that?
God bless America. I don't know. The article is very.
Sure, there was more
It's
than
not
that. Looking
very,
at the
it's not
guy.
very well written. It's very light.
Yeah, there's more to the story for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm looking at the picture.
Yeah.
There's obviously more to the story.
A man walked into a bank, filled out a withdrawal slip for 1 cent, handed it to the bank teller. The bank teller reportedly told the man he couldn't withdraw a penny, to which he responded, "So you want me to say the other word?" And that's it. That's the only information we have. Otherwise, the police showed up. They put him in custody. Was it a failed robbery? Was he the worst G-Tip player in the world? I don't know.
Happy feet? What do you mean it looks like me? Stop that. Come on.
That's
My
so
goodness.
rude. That's just a
Mean.
Florida man. Anyway,
It's a Florida
that's your
man.
news.
Thank you, James. Golly. Looks like me. I hope not. All right. Back to these markets here. Everyone flat. Jay, you flat. Dakota, everyone got a
Yep.
position on?
I'm flat. Yep, I'm flat.
I'm flat. The NASDAQ bounced off of VWAP and is right back to where my entry was. So I was early. But I think we can continue up.
Yep.
But we will see.
Oh.
I have VWAP right now at 463. So we bounce right off of that and just right back up. George, all roads.
George All Rose is right. We're starting to look into making some swag with some of those catchphrases we have here. Hindsight Capital, all roads, into VWAP. I think we're gonna be making some
I would love
t-shirts.
a hindsight capital Patagonia. Definitely need one. HSC Patagonia, I need one.
Jay, now you're thinking. Now
Man,
you're thinking.
That hindsight capital meme from Carl was fantastic.
Hold on.
Absolutely fantastic.
See if we can keep pushing higher here in NASDAQ. It was a pullback. Pullback was deeper than the 30 points we were looking at, right, Jay? This was much deeper.
Yeah. So this was a way bigger pullback. This was 80 points.
Yeah.
So what do you make of that? Yes, what do you make of that? First you said it was 30 points, then 80 points. So what do we do with that looking at the 5-minute chart?
Yeah, it started off as a 30-point pullback and then it just continued. What I make of that is this is probably going to be, even if we continue up, it's not going to be an easy day to trade, right? I would say see profit, take profit. And this 80-point pullback, it looks like more than just a pullback, right? There was actual selling in that.
Yeah.
So like Dakota was saying, that just might be the higher low. Gabe was saying it also. That might be the higher low to say where maybe the momentum is to the downside, right? Where buyers are trying to push this up. They can't, and sellers come in and get an 80-point move to the downside. So, yeah, just trying to pay attention to both sides. It's not going to be an easy day to trade. I'll say that much, right?
Nope.
HSC, put your vest on because you're going to call out every trade perfectly. But I will be the first one to say that this is not going to be an easy day to trade.
Oh, Dakota might be into something here.
I'm looking for a short right here.
I heard something.
I'm trying to get in. There we go. I'm in a short NASDAQ. Yep, 502. 502 and a quarter. I'm looking at this as a higher high. Let's trade it. I'm calling it out. I was calling it out earlier. Let's see if I could get into
Yep.
Let's see if we could go back down now. This was that pullback. Let's talk through it.
You're sure for
You
503,
guys,
Dakota?
like I said, if you still believe that fade Dakota Friday, now's your chance.
It's your chance.
New all-time highs. No, I was kidding.
Hurry up. You guys might have missed the boat.
Dakota, what did you see to take that short?
So, very similar to what we were looking at last time in the
Why are you laughing?
market's going up. I don't know. This is just so funny. So anyway, over here on the 5-minute chart on the left, we made that huge high. We sold off. We rallied up, and you can see that over here on the right-hand side, I have a 100 tick chart. I was looking for a pullback and then a continuation back down, and we broke this, and we rallied up, tested this support resistance right around 205s. And as soon as I seen this pattern, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit better. This is what I'm looking at. Right here at the 500s, 504s, we had a nice little rally back up to this resistance. And as soon as we started to sell off, I went ahead and got into it. My stop loss, like I said, this is just another combine. I'm going to risk about 19 to 2K if we do break above this pivot. Then another loss. Everybody, if you guys had your chance to fade me, there it was.
What price are you short from, Dakota?
502. Yep.
I think that's where I was long before.
Time to get long again.
This is
Yeah. I mean,
No,
you guys, you had
no,
a chance to get long.
Gabe,
You
I'm
had
not
a
going to
chance
get long.
Fade me.
Because
Fade me,
we
bro.
have Poncho in the chat that says I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm not going to take another trade until Poncho tells me exactly what to do, and I'll put the trade on in a practice account. Poncho, tell me where to enter. I'll put it on in a practice
Jay.
account, and we'll track your position from there.
I love when
Rico.
Jay I love when Jay argues with chat.
I'm from New York, man. It comes out every once in a while.
So good.
Try to be nice, but Poncho, let me know. Let me know what to do. Thanks.
Right, Dakota, you still short from 503? I don't think you got stopped.
I am.
I mean, we're stalling here.
We are stalling.
We're definitely stalling here. I mean, buyers tried to pick it back up the last couple of minutes, and they're struggling. They are struggling. We do have some overhead supply in the 20s. There you go.
I added to my short position. I'm short
All right.
15, 507 and a quarter.
Nice.
Good ad.
So there we go.
Getting the
Risking
move,
about
too.
13 points,
trade.
13, 15 points. Let's see what we could do. We'll see if we could catch and move to the downside.
Jeez. All right. What would your target be, Dakota?
So for this particular trade, I am actually looking for 420s, 425, 428, somewhere down here. I might cut some if we do push towards like 460s, but this is purely a consolidation trade, a chop type of day, and I think if we do get back down towards the 420s, then that's what I'm looking for. This is one where this morning's been low probability trades because it's against the trend, but the risk reward is a lot different than, because I could take these scalps and the scalps might be more profitable in terms of just probability, where it's in and out, in and out, in and out. And I probably should be doing that on a day like today on my Fridays. See money, take money, but we'll see. The play on Fridays has been to do the opposite. It should be opposite day for me.
We have some stats coming up here shortly. Jeez, ready to go on those. Ooh. What's we got here? Yeah, I got some stats, got some updates on those payouts. You guys got to hear about some of these numbers people are pulling out of the markets. The distributions here, TopStep, one on the markets, big numbers. We'll hear about them here shortly.
Yeah, I've heard that someone's taking out a lot of payouts.
Dude, these numbers are ridiculous.
Who was it? It was I'm pretty sure. I mean, we'll hear it, but it was Shane last week, right? That had a 100K day, right? 5 XFAs, 20 grand over five XFAs. It's great trading.
Sure is. All right, Gabe, what are you seeing here in NQ?
Not a whole lot. I mean, I have marked out one that we got a nice reaction to demand down at 473 to 457. Nice little bullish order block to buy. So we came back down. Buyers picked us right back up. The only other supply highs. So only being created in the day at this time. This would be the that
Your audio's
see
getting
pretty
choppy.
strong conviction. 526 to 541. Audio's getting choppy.
Better now. Yes.
The
if
Friday
it fixes.
gremlins have invaded your computer.
It sounds like it fixed itself though, but yes.
Oh geez.
Oh, good.
You're good now.
Oh
Yeah,
geez.
You're looking like you're stabilized, but keep an
All
eye
right.
We
on
lost
it.
him for a second. We lost him for a second, James.
Okay.
Gabe needs that
Pulling up
Japanese
Peter
internet. Tuckman. Might be a blessing for sometimes he gets cut off from some of the stuff he says. Lets it rip like a natural bleep button. All right, let's see how this NASDAQ goes. Current last trade 20,515, 513 now, 510s. Getting choppy here, fellas.
Yo, gentlemen, it's been fun. I'm gonna let Dolby sub in for me real quick, knowing I'm locked out. Want to get another favorite in the in fast markets to finish this out. So you guys have a blessed day. Trade well. Dakota, good luck in that short.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
Gabe.
You guys have a great
Have a
weekend.
good one, Gabe.
Thanks,
You
Gabe.
too, man.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Yeah, this 30-minute, the last 30-minute candle on the Nasdaq is very ugly.
The NASDAQ?
Yeah, it's basically a doji, right? The candle opened at 25.14 and closed at 25.17, and that's a 30-minute candle. So huge wicks on both sides, a lot of indecision. If you're a range-bound trader and you're fading the extremes of the range, then this is your type of day, right? JD was saying it on the opening call. You need to have range-bound trading strategies in your arsenal for days like this, where the market's not trending in either direction. But can you take parts of that range? And what better time to bring in the Dower Ranger, Mr. Dolby?
Where is he?
He's not here
Dolby
yet.
times.
I see he's in the green
Speaking
room.
of range bounds, nice
he's
transition. Wow,
amazing
look at
at
his
range-bound
background.
trading.
Wait till you see this background. Dolby's
Wait, no, I'm not. It's not the background I want to do. Wait, do not.
No, go to
live
open
yet.
it up. Get him on
Do
tab.
not put
Open
me
it up
live
right now.
yet.
Put him on
I'm
right
trying-
now.
I'm trying
Bring
to
him in.
put the Background.
Bring him in right now.
No.
Now, look at that. Move your head, Dolby.
Come on.
Show him.
Come on, guys. Gotta be kidding me here.
What is that?
It's just me. It's just me.
Yeah,
again.
I know it is. That's just power
recursive,
right
yeah.
there. That is a boss right there.
Oh my goodness. What is this segment called? Power Fast?
That's
Fast Hour? What is this?
old. We are all in Dolby's world. Just look at that background. Welcome, Dolby, to Fast Markets. The chat is loving the background right now.
Not the start I wanted.
I mean, those are laser focused eyes right there. Dolby time. We were just talking about. Jay was just talking about range bound rules. What are range bound rules? How do you trade range bound markets?
So you're trying to ask me a serious question with this background picture? All right,
Trying to
fine.
transition out of this. Trying.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me get my chart set up real quick.
Yeah. Take your time, Dolby. We'll just stare at your background. That could be a
that's
shirt.
fine.
You guys are right. It should be a t-shirt. Oh, it's so good. Watch here. Dakota, talk us through. It's trading 515 right now.
I'm done. I got stopped out again on that little wick up to 520. So whoever fade me, you should be up pretty good today.
All right, we're dialed
What's your
in.
thoughts on this, Dobie? You're one to be selling the highs and buying the lows on this consolidation.
Yeah, which I'm looking at CL right now, but which market do you want to talk about?
NASDAQ.
Yeah, cool. We can start at like a really big daily time frame, super broken out. So I would pass on the daily. I'd pass on the 4 hour. I'd pass on the 1 hour. I mean, it's very, very bullish. Pass on 30-minute. There's almost not even a good range in the NASDAQ. It is so bullish. And honestly, I've had a hard time.
Channel?
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's just all like you have to go down to like the 1 minute to try to find like a decent setup, in my opinion. Because personally, I prefer 5-minute ranges, but NASDAQ really hasn't been producing those until like 10:30. But if you want to look at a good range that I typically like trading, how about YM? YM is in a really solid 5-minute range, and this is what I prefer my my setups to look like is something like this. You get like 4 to 5-minute candlesticks. They're all kind of just stacked next to each other. Then you can kind of sell highs and then buy lows. So it'd be like 39,550 down to 39,507 would be like the 5-minute range for that. But NQ, it's hard. It's a hard market to do range bound trading strategies, and maybe that's a market that I skip. I'm trying to get back into YM here. Actually, I just need to make sure that I can place an order. Order reject. So we'll go to ES.
You're a YM trader, Hundobi.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back into YM. The risk team just needs to activate the data for YM, but as soon as that is in, I'm gonna switch to YM E-minis. I am gonna trade ES E-minis for today. But actually, that's another market that's in a pretty good range. When it's, talk about ranges, ES is in a much better range than the Nasdaq is. Even on like a larger time frame, like we could do a 30-minute range. We do like 30-minute range high, 30-minute range low. Yeah, that's a solid range right there. Kind of in the middle of it. 15-minute looks good. 5-minute looks good. So yeah, this is the range I want to look at for the ES. So maybe we can take some shorts at 5,600. Maybe we can find some buyers at 588.
All right. Well, while we do that, I'm a little bit behind schedule. JD, let's bring in JD. He's got some stats for us. He's got some updates on the payouts. He's got some big news. JD, if you're ready to go, let's do this. What's up, JD? They're talking about you on the nice opening call this morning. So what's up, JD? Tell them.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Let's start off with some hot streaks. All the numbers we're talking about today go back to Wednesday. We're not including yesterday's abbreviated trading session because the New York Stock Exchange was closed, even though people were trading futures. Those trades won't carry over until today's trade date anyway. So everything we see now is from Wednesday. Here's your hot streaks. Our leader, Jacob, was back on the market. Picked up $222 trading the NASDAQ, extended his streak to 39 days. He's now just 3 days behind our leader, Carlos All, you see down there at the bottom. That record is 42 consecutive days of winning trades. Jacob's averaging about $380 a day. That's real money right there, folks. Great trading out of Jacob. Then we have Michael, Dustin, Blair, and James all extending their hot streaks for another day, and all of them on heaters of more than 20 days. Michael, almost 30. Michael and Dustin, both almost 30. So impressive trading from these XFA traders for sure. All right, here are yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. We've got Eddie, carved $4,700 out of the NASDAQ. Brian took home about $4,300 trading the S&P. Eider also had a nice day trading the ES, nearly $2,500. Dennis was trading gold, silver, and the S&P for a total take of $2,400. And Garrett with $2,300 trading the NASDAQ. Those are all live accounts, folks. Those are real traders trading real money in real live markets. All right, we're talking payouts. Here are some payouts from yesterday. Huge numbers. Raphael, number 2 on our leaderboard, number 3 on our leaderboard. He took an $80,000 payout after the profit split $7,200 in his pocket. Soren with close to 40.
Nice.
Carlos. So Carlos was, we were looking into this, took payouts across a handful of different XFAs, but Carlos got as high as number 8 on our leaderboard at the end of June. He was number 10 on the leaderboard on Monday. And he took a bunch of payouts yesterday. He's now being transferred into the live funded account also. So big shout out to Carlos there. Hopefully we'll get him back on the leaderboard soon. Dwayne P. and Lisa, all with nice payouts. So this week alone, 5 of the top 10 traders on our leaderboard have taken some pretty massive payouts. Raphael right there was 72. Clinton A., who is number, let me pull it up real quick. What number is Clinton on the leaderboard?
Big numbers. Big numbers.
Clinton is number 4 in our, Clinton number 4 in our leaderboard has taken $50,000 in payout so far this week. Brian P., who's number 5 on the leaderboard today, $36,000 in total payouts. Dakota, $26,000 in payouts.
Nice.
And Carlos, you see Carlos up there right now, almost $20,000 in payouts. Huge payouts from the top funded traders here at Topstep this week.
There's about 160 G's of payouts right there in those five people right there.
That's
Good stuff.
incredible.
Real
Don't
money,
forget to pay
real
yourselves,
profits.
folks.
Yeah, JD's very, very wise words. Always pay yourself. That money in your pocket. Yeah, real trades.
Sweet. I'll be back in.
Great is that?
Oh, it's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah.
Real money, currency in the pocket. You know.
Yeah, baby.
MP was talking about strategies for taking out this kind of cash too. This is life-changing money for some people, and I think it's awesome. Also,
Crazy, 72 grand. Thank you, JD.
yep.
Hey, we're a little light.
That leaderboard.
Yeah, I see we're a little light on the likes. We got 5,000 people watching now. Click like, click subscribe. Stuck at 105,000 subscribers for this week, pretty much. See if we can get that, bump it into 106,000 by end of the day. Take a look at tilt here. Nothing really popping off. Crude, 67% long.
I could look at some crude trades, actually.
All right. We'll be back. Old Faithful. Where it all started, Dolby. Crude.
Hey, that's kind of where it started for Topstep, too, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's what everyone was trading back in the day. I got to say, no one was putting up those numbers about 10 years ago at Topstep.
We're not.
I mean, 5K Club seems pretty easy to hit now.
5K Club. We're going to run out of pins and hats.
Yeah, seriously.
Out of stock.
That's just like $1,000 times 5 copy traders, and then instant.
Yeah, then you get a pin. Get this fancy hat right here. So yeah, if we can get crude down to like 83.60 or 83.69-ish, I might look for longs. We're doing higher lows on most of the time frames. And we're in a really solid range. So maybe we can do a little stop run of 83.60, 83.60, maybe get down to 83.50. Try a position down there.
And
Here goes the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I think I might just look off at a different market. I did put on a practice account trade, just testing ideas, and it's working out. And of course, should have just took it in XFA, but it is.
What was the idea, Jay?
It's just a long. Just buy it.
Just go long.
The idea is to stop thinking and just buy it. And a 3 contract long is up $1,200.
Testing
and
out new
with no
strategies.
drawdown. Yeah, just click the green button. That was the strategy.
Pretty good.
Real innovation over there, Jay.
Yeah, hey.
Right? Yeah.
Complex stuff.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Jay.
Easy and simplicity.
I need a 3-hour YouTube video to explain that strategy.
Right.
High of the days, all-time highs in NASDAQ, 2,544 quarter. We're about 7 points away from that. S&Ps keep meeting some resistance here. It's 5,600s. We did crack it. High of the day, 5,605. It's just the opening bell for the New York session. We are running into some resistance at 5,600. Can we have some energy to push through it? I don't see why not. There's a lot of liquidity to the upside here. Everything from 5,600 up to 5,604. 4,000, 5,000 sit on the offers between those 4 handles.
Yeah, there's a lot of size. A lot of size in the ES. There's probably a couple thousand contracts between like 602 and 604.
Yeah.
In the ES. Lots of liquidity up there. And yeah, I got a wedge formation on this ES here. We got a series of higher lows and lower highs. Dakota, NASDAQ shorts up here? Is this the time finally?
Adobe. It's actually my setup again. Okay.
Yeah.
It's actually my setup again. And this is it. Like that is my setup. And you called it out perfect, Dobie. Is 3-bar reversal, short up here.
It looks decent. Oh man, CL bounced. CL had a really good bounce for like 15 ticks and then counting.
Saw that.
Wanted to get a little bit lower. Wanted to get a little bit lower. Did
I don't think. Yeah, we never got to those 60s that you like, did we? 72s.
We did not.
I see. 72s. Okay. You know, SSS was in the chat talking about those 420s, 20,420 in the NASDAQ. Never got there. And we did buy about around 428. Never got us filled. That's okay. You didn't chase the market. That one got away. Obviously, this would be a big winner.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Huge bid.
Yes, it did.
40 points. I don't know what happened there. I guess I decided to wake up.
Take its Ovaltine, don't
Take its Ovaltine. Did its walk around the block. 5-pound weights. Doing some curls. Got the sweatsuit on. Interesting to see some price action up here with ES and see what it does with all the liquidity. I don't like strong candlesticks into tops of or bottoms of ranges. I do want to see it kind of like slow up a little bit. This is a holiday market. Probably lots of screwing around here between buyers and sellers.
5600s. What are we gonna do?
Yep. Like there might be a cheap short up here for ES. But who wants to short America the day after America Day?
Yeah, after America Day.
I've been shorting America, and you know how that's worked out for me.
Yeah, trying to learn.
Colby, were the fireworks keeping you up at night last night?
Oh, bro, in Chicago, it's nonstop. I mean, I'm pretty lucky. So I know someone who is like a union guy, and we were able to get to a spot, and we had a really nice view, and it was just 360 all the way around. It was pretty epic.
See all the way out the suburbs and stuff, all the fireworks shows.
Oh yeah, it's like everywhere. Like all of Chicago was just covered in like a thick haze of like gunpowder smoke. It was wild, but it was nonstop. I was hearing that stuff at like 2 a.m., 4 a.m.
Same. Get me up all night.
They do not sleep. And people were spending some money. Like there were a couple cakes, a couple mortars. I mean, this was like definitely saw some professional grade stuff.
Literally burning money on fire. Almost literally burning.
Oh yeah, you can just see it everywhere. It's like there's 100, there's 50, thousands upon thousands of dollars just getting set on fire.
Oh, here come the inevitable jokes. Fireworks or gunshots? Har har har. Har har.
Hard.
All right, here's the short. If somebody wants to fade me,
Dakota.
if someone wants to fade me, don't hesitate. Now's the time.
Dakota, are you in that short? I really like that short.
Yeah. Oh man.
He's not. I don't know. I could take it on his behalf, but I'm not. I don't know if I want to short. It seems so risky. Man, the crude oil trade was the good one though.
Yes, it was.
A really nice range. I mean, now we're already up 27. That would have been $270 on a one lot. That would have been solid.
Dolby, you calling the high of that range 84.20ish?
For which market? For crude? Yeah, I would say 84.20 to like 84.25. I have a 1 hour range high and a 4 hour range high. So this is what the 1 hour looks like. It's a little bit tighter, and a little bit more extended to the upside. And then I have the 4 hour, which is pretty clean as well. So very, very range bound in crude oil. And crude does do an excellent job of being range bound on pretty much all time frames. And typically it doesn't extend ranges as much as NASDAQ does, which kind of always has me second guessing my NASDAQ trades, especially the range bound ones. I'm always trying to like anticipate how deep is the stop run going to be. And then it's going to get back within range again. It's very tricky. But ES might be an interesting short up here, actually. I see how you get tempted into these. I see how you get tempted into these shorts, you know, because they're always cheap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shorts are always really cheap in an uptrending market, huh?
Cheap until they're not, until we make all-time highs again. But I can see it, right? I see what you're looking at, that we had selling come up, and you're looking at the ES, but I'm looking at NASDAQ. Yeah. This is where the selling came in last time, right? So it is a cheap short. But I don't see any reason to sell these markets. I don't see any reason to sell it.
No way.
Here we go.
Air horns again. New all-time highs.
Air horns. Pew, pew. Yep. All-time highs. NASDAQ. S&Ps.
I mean, if it was a short, you'd want to be in and out so fast.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
we're
Like,
going.
how many
We're
cheap
just not
shorts
stopping this train.
add up to an
We don't
expensive
sell a
short?
Friday rally
Exactly.
again.
Well, here's a 1 1/4 pullback in ES. What's up? That's a great opportunity. So 30-minute range high in ES.
All right.
Maybe if we can get back to like 55.96. So the halfway point did offer a decent entry. So that's like what these purple and kind of like teal lines are. It's just like the high, mid, and low of a range. So I wonder if we can get maybe back to the midpoint, it should be 55.95, that maybe there is an opportunity to get long. Oh, that's a decent pullback, like 3 points in ES. It's tough. There's not much to do. There's not much to do. Like if you're in a range-bound market and you're in the middle of the range, it's a no trade for me. So crude oil, there's not a trade because we missed the 83.60s. Yes, there might be a trade actually. It's just, can you justify going short indices? It's just, can you justify going short indices? It's the only trade I would take right now. I would much rather prefer going long at like 55.87, but that opportunity wasn't presented at that time.
So I know Hogue is on vacation looking at the NASDAQ right now, and I also saw someone just mention it in the chat. The IB high, initial balance high, is 25.44.25. So we looked above that IB high and came back into it. Hogue would be looking at a potential failed upside auction, but he would say we need at least another 10 minutes, I believe, to confirm that failed upside auction. So 25.44 in the NASDAQ is IB high. And right now we're kind of testing around that area right now.
Yes, we are.
I think all of us just wish we were Gabe right now.
What, locked out? Fat
I'll
finger.
be 100.
Fat finger.
That's the way to do it, right? Gabe just comes in, accidentally makes a few bugs, locks out, and then dips.
And then
That's
leaves.
smart.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing.
Lockout was the smartest thing he did. Yep. The market gods threw him a bone.
Yeah, I mean, there was
$800 in his laundry.
Found $800.
It's I like that.
He's like, oh, look at that.
Oh, we got 1,000 lot. We got 1,100 lot here sitting in the S&Ps
look
at
at that.
5,600. 1,100 lot sit on the offer, 5,600. Jay,
There we
tell us
go.
if those get filled, gobbled up. Watch time and sales here, everybody. 5,600 offered 1,100 times. Get with it.
6,100 has been traded there. Let's see if it
So
checks
last
out
time we saw
7.
something like that, it traded through and just ripped up immediately, right? We tried the lean. I think it was like 2,100. It was last week. We tried the lean and it ripped through on the ES about 8 points after it got filled.
All right, everybody. So welcome to the ladder here.
But Dre, it did fill. The market pushed up, and then eventually that position got back in the money, right? If we're looking at that as a short, eventually that position did work out in the ES, but it wasn't the right trade on the lean. Now, each opportunity is different,
True.
and in this case, it looks like it's working out right now. But the last time I remember it, we ripped right through it, 8 points, and then came back down afterwards.
Okay, keep an eye on how this trades out. Again, we got the 1,100 offered at 5,600 in the S&Ps in the ES.
CL catching a big bid too, trading at 84.20.
Yes, it is.
So up about 50 cents from that area that we're talking about. But now we're back at top of range. And I don't know if there is a catalyst really for CL to be continuing to the upside. So this might actually be a cheap short here in CL. So let's see.
That was the higher of the range we talked about.
Yep. Let's put an order in to sell CL at 84.24. We'll work the basically one tick below high a day and see if we run up, touch it, and then get back down to within range. It's just going to be one CL E-mini.
You nailed that call, though, Dolby. 83.60s. Never got there, but I saw the range. Dolby saw the range. It's okay. Like, I let the market come to you. It's all right.
Yep.
I He was right. Now we're
Way
seeing the upper end of the
easier
range.
to call ranges than putting in the trade.
It is.
Way
It
easier.
is. Especially then you got to do it in front of 5,000 people too in real time, Dolby.
Yeah.
Crazy. What we signed up to do is crazy.
I wasn't thinking
fun as
about
hell.
that trade until right now. So thank you. It's gonna make my trading a lot
my
easier.
bad. Did I
But,
short circuit you there, Dolby time? My bad. My bad. So
So
watching, keep an eye on the
since we
Go ahead,
called out
Jay.
that since we called out that order at 5,600, there hasn't been one fill at that price. So not one person has bought it there yet. I took the filter off of time and sales, and I'm look. There we go.
Whoa.
It just got filled. It just
All of them got filled?
Yes.
Yep. Yes, they did.
Wow. Wow.
Yes, they did. Let's see how the market reacts. Now, the last time we saw something similar, right? The market ran up about 8 points. It was a 2,100 lot, I believe it was last week. The market ran up, and then when the buying stopped at the highs, that position eventually got back in the money, right? So we got back below that price. So I would just put a line on your chart. It's easy enough. It's right at 5,600. If the market trades back there, now you want to see, does that selling pressure continue?
Right.
So that order did get filled. We don't know if they were selling to open or selling to close a position, but someone wanted to trade 1,100 contracts at that price, right? So now we watch the market's reaction when we get back there.
Yep. Right down here on my paper. We're going to draw a line on your chart. 1,100 sold at 5,600. Dolby times, you take that short. Did you get filled on your short?
No, we got pretty close. My order's sitting at 84.24, so I'm being pretty patient with price here. 84. So like in crude oil, like what's it, like zeros, 20s, 50s, and 80s typically are kind of levels to pay attention to in crude. So I'm trying to see if we can get 84.24, which is just about 4 ticks above 84.20, and then we'll probably risk about let's see, like 15 to 20 ticks, so about $150 to $200. So this is kind of how I used to trade crude oil back in the trading combine days, with like a 50K daily loss limit, maybe 2 to 3 trades a day. So my total daily loss would be about $450 between $500, and risk 150 to try to make $300 or $500, and this is bringing back some memories. To be honest, back some memories.
You used to be a good, a crude oil trader. Then is that right, Dobie?
I mean, everybody was. Yeah. I mean, if you threw a dart at the Topstep trading chart, whatever it is, back in the day, I would say 90 to 95% of all traders are trading crude oil at Topstep. Probably like 5 years ago, maybe even longer than that. Maybe like 7 years ago.
I think COVID. I for some reason people told me COVID is when it changed. When it went to NASDAQ. Yeah, around COVID is when the transition happened. Yeah, like Dolby was saying, around 90% of Topstep traders were crude oil traders. Volatility was there.
Oh, it was insane.
Still is.
That was, you'd run up to like 150, then back down again. It was insane.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but they had an account way back in the day. I think it was a 10K account. This was before the swing account, and I think the daily loss limit was only $500.
The 10K account, man.
Yeah, you needed like 1,000 or 1,500 to pass or something. I think the account was like $99. It was very small, really tight risk, but I ended up trading really well because I had enough discipline that I wouldn't hit my daily loss limit. Because back then, if you hit it, it was a rule violation. Like, just immediately lost your account. And it helped me orient my risk and reward, because I knew I couldn't lose more than like $300 to $400, and I knew I could make $500 to $600. And so since I had good discipline, I was kind of fixed automatically to like a 2-to-1 to 3-to-1 risk reward. I didn't have that opportunity to kind of like hang myself with the extra leverage or the extra risk I have on like a big daily loss limit. So it was great. I really enjoyed that account. So I guess the lesson is, just because you have more money doesn't mean you're going to have better trading. You have a $3,000 daily loss limit. It's not necessarily going to make you more profitable. It's just going to make you more responsible to manage risk.
You'll find your $3,000. Doesn't matter if it's $1,000 or $3,000. Yeah, you'll find it just because it's there.
Mm-hmm. More money, more problems.
More money, more problems. Every time.
Yeah,
same process, right? Same process to make a few $100s. Same process to make a few thousand or tens of thousands.
Mm-hmm.
But how's the process going for you? I know I know you had a drawdown today. This week has not been the most kindly. You did take a payout, though. He's chuckling as I say this. What's going on? What's up with the trading? It's just the market's
Oh man, yeah, it's
bearish.
the freaking market.
Bearish.
It's I don't know what it is. It's 100% me. I go through drawdowns. I've been through 3. This is now my 4th drawdown this year. And it's usually just me, not the markets. Market could change. Market changes a lot. And I've always been one to struggle with changing with the market. Like the market will change. I'll end up having a drawdown, and then it will take me a little bit of time to get back into a rhythm. And the next thing I know, I get to new equity highs, and then the market changes again. And it's just I don't want to say infinite repeating cycle, but it's
Chasing
just a
your
cycle.
tail?
It really is.
I'm short.
Just
I'm
like the
short
markets,
CL.
right? Market goes up, then it comes down, then it goes up, then it comes down. I mean, if you not NASDAQ just goes up, but a good healthy market goes up and it has pullbacks. And I would say my trading's the same for me, where I would hit new equity highs, then I get into a drawdown, then new equity highs, then a drawdown. And right now I'm in a drawdown. And the really bad thing is when I pull out money from my account and then instantly get into a drawdown, then it's like what do you call it? It magnifies it, right? Like say I have $250,000 in my account, I could withstand a $50,000 drawdown and then hit new equity highs. But then I pulled out 134,000, and I pulled out 18,000, and I pulled out 29,000. And then I go into a drawdown, then the account's just like drained. So switching to trading smaller, getting back at it, and then just going through that same process again.
Dre, getting short with that 5,600 was the right call.
I was just thinking about that, Jay. Just thinking I was going to throw it to you. Dolby time is short crude from 84.24 short one time.
Yep. Just
High
a
of
one.
the day.
Just a one.
High of the day, Dolby.
Just gotta wait. Let the market do its thing. Now, if it goes to higher of the day, then that's going to be a big problem. But we're top of the 4-hour and 1-hour range. I've passed up some other good range opportunities, but this one is solid. So I want to make sure I'm just taking my setups when I see them. Maybe I was a little bit too passive with the long, but I think this is still a quality short.
People in the chat asking for balance updates. Minus 6K for me today.
I am down 890.
Tricky day, but yeah. Jay was watching that. We tried bottomed out around 55.96.
Yep.
We keep an eye on those 5,600s, 1,100. Someone lifted that order. That's incredible.
And I had said before that it could be, potential sell to open, sell to close. We had someone comment as well. It could be a hedge for some other position. It could be, right? Unfortunately, we don't get to know exactly what the intentions of that market participant are. But they, for whatever reason, sold 1,100 contracts there. So more than trying to figure out exactly what they're doing, try to figure out what the response is to that level at this point. That's, to me, the way I would read that. We did have those failed upside auctions as well. We looked above the initial balance in the ES and NASDAQ and accepted back inside of it. What I think Hogue would be looking at this point is a trade back to the other side of the initial balance potentially. So if you are using Market Profile and you look at your charts that way, you may be seeing the same thing.
Nice. Yeah, so this trade is
everybody in
doing
the chat
decent
doing?
so far.
That's a
Yeah,
question.
how is chat doing?
There we go. Can we get a poll?
Yeah, let's get a poll. I might. My money's on 60%.
What do you think?
60% is probably up for the day.
Always.
Yeah.
I'm
going to say 67%.
No, it better be 80. If you guys understand, like it's Fade Dakota Fridays, you guys need to be up.
Put up a poll.
The majority of you guys.
Are you up or down right now in the day? 10:04 Central Time. About 90 minutes into the trading day. We got a full trading day ahead of us today. Of course, we got Peter Tuckman coming up. Power players. Power Hour with my man Dolby Time a little bit later. David Green on today. We got Tuckman and David Green on today. Man.
Well, that should be fun.
Yeah, for sure. Shoulder tap with Mick. Mick's back. Power Hour. Coach Ray, JD, Dolby Time, and myself. We still got about an hour left here. Here we go. Poll in the chat. How are you trading today? Green, red, no trades. No trades. Driving, but see here. You guys got 60%. I think Jay said 67% green.
Yep, 67%.
I can't answer this poll yet. I'm in an unrealized position.
Yeah. Dolby Time, you guys recuse yourself for the
Preempted,
time
Dolby. Just throw the green in there. Speak it into existence.
Yeah, I like that.
I
like that.
Oh god, the market.
That's
that.
pretty
I'm
split.
so
It's pretty
screwed.
split. That
It
sounds
is?
about right.
Split.
Yeah.
Huh.
Those no trades
Yeah.
is probably the ones that are the better traders.
Sitting pretty.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So that 10% can go either which way. So maybe we circle back here in the afternoon, see what happens to that 10%. Maybe to the 9%. Oh, 50.
No
Okay,
trades,
interesting.
No trades.
Yeah. Nice job, Gabe.
All right, I have another sell order in at 84.11. If we can get below, that'd put me at 2, and then I'd move my risk down to still be about 150. But if we can reject this range up here, that should at least get us back down to like 84-ish, maybe 83.95. We do have Euro close in about 25 minutes. So CL does the Euro close for CL is between 10 and 10:30 Central Time. Typically, you can see like a reversal in trend. There is the people who are maybe long in Europe want to cover for the weekend. So we'll see how this plays out. But that is something to know if you are a CL trader, is that 10 to 10:30 is Euro close, and you can kind of get some funky price action as European traders close up their positions for the weekend.
Dolby Time short from 24. Another order at 84.11 if we push down to the downside. Adding to a winner. Like it. Hey, Jay. All right, so we just kind of tiptoed up through those 5,600s while no one was looking. Now we're trading 56.01 half. So that's a whole lot to do about nothing there. What do we make of that? Obviously, I wrote it down. 1,100 sold at 5,600. Stuck it out there, got their fill, but now we just kind of crept through it. So I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it's just a non-event.
Yeah, just a non-event. 5,600 is that whole number, right? Major psych level ends in double zeros. So it's going to be a level either way, but not much there.
We need an all-time high like bell or air horn, because we'd be hitting that a lot.
Yeah, we would. At least feels like at least 3 or 4 times a week we'd be hitting that every day.
All right, CL a little bit of a run to the upside to 84.25. Let's see if this comes back in. So now we're really starting to test big market structure here. We're kind of trying to pierce through the 4-hour range high, maybe the 1-hour range high. Starting to see a little bit of red in this trade, down 60, 70 bucks. It might break out to the upside. If it does, I would lose 150. Let's see if it can come back down again. So as a range trader, either you look very, very smart or very, very dumb. There is no in between.
Well, Dolby, like you always say, we can't stay in the range forever, but
nope.
What else you say? The market's going to keep doing what it just did, or something to that effect, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather bet on it doing something it's been doing consistently than like a one-time off event. You know what I mean? Like it can only break out once, right? And it can range theoretically forever. So I'd rather play, the odds in that. It's way riskier to be like, oh, this is the top or this is the breakout, because that only can happen once, but ranges could happen 5, 6, 7 times.
Man,
if we get back down to like my entry, I'll lower my. I know they're always a little bit. Yeah. But if we can get back down to 84.24, I'd probably lower my risk to like 84.36. But Euro close is, happening like 22 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So, there could be a reason here for this to come back down again. It did just run a lot of stops. Shenanigans happen in crude oil too.
Oh, yeah. Look at Dow coming all the way back, just chugging along to the to the upside here. We're about 60 points off the lows. Has MP on the yacht? MP is not on the yacht. MP did not make it to the yacht. I know. I'm sure everyone feels
Where is
very
he at?
sorry for him. He's in Colorado. I think he's in Colorado.
Colorado.
Did not,
You need
I'm
a
sure everyone
where
feels-
is he now indicator? Where is where is
Oh,
he?
that'd be fun.
Where on the world is Michael Patak? All right,
Like the
let's
Santa
recap
tracker?
Yes, like the Santa tracker, exactly. Going to go over the globe and shit.
The MP
Let's say,
tracker.
hey, here we go. Got the poll results. Over 1,100 votes. Awesome. How are you trading today? 51% green. Okay, 36% red. 12% no trades. All right, so Hindsight Capital is still profitable, so we're good there. I like that. I also pinned at the top of the chat group coaching questions. Forms pinned at the top of the chat. Get those in. Dolby Time and David Green in a couple hours. Always must see TV. Let's do a live trader update. Thank you, Ben, for this. Rips up $2,000. Deanna up $250. Nick
Nice.
for a tick, still trading on his
Nice.
day off. Nick for a tick. I see you, Nick for a tick. You're not supposed to be trading today. What? Good news. Up $2,500 as we make new highs here in ES. And here we go. Buyers are in the house. We'll do this live trader.
Yeah.
New all-time high, NASDAQ.
New all-time highs. Wow.
I might take an L on the CL trade. It's starting to get pretty bullish here.
You got to 10 cents. How tell your stops in crude there, Dolby? 10
I do
cents
like
a lot
15
or not a lot?
I would say 10 is. I think 15 to 20 is pretty solid for like a 5-minute range trade. I know D does much wider stops for crude. I think she pushes it to like 30 to 40 ticks for a CL trade. So way, way different than what I usually do. Yeah, we're like 4 ticks away, but it's starting to tighten up a little bit. 1 minute starting to consolidate. You know, you got a lot of people in Europe who might want to start flattening. If I can add another one at 84.16, I will, because then that's going to be acceptance back into the range. So we need to get below 84.30 would be really nice, and then get down to like 84.24s would be even better.
All right, Jay. So when we see 1,100, I just buy into it. I guess that's the lesson learned. Just buy into it. Take a couple points of heat on it, but rest assured, that's just a fat order. Everyone can get a piece of that pie. Everyone can get a piece of that pie if you want to get long. Take a little bit of heat.
There's a couple of questions on a failed upside auction.
Oh, that. Go ahead.
So basically what Hogue is looking at, and again, I learned this from Hogue as well, but market profile language, the first hour of trade is considered the initial balance. And these white lines that you see on this chart right here are marking out the initial balance. That's the first hour of trade. So from 8:30 to 9:30 Central. After that time period, if the market trades up above it and accepts back inside of it, that is what is considered a failed auction, right? So it tried to auction higher and it failed. Potential failed upside auction, right? Where it looked up in that next half an hour and accepted back inside of it. So that's what we were talking about for a potential short when this looked up above and accepted back inside of it. But we can see that the market is going to do what it wants to, right? It's not a guarantee that if we have a failed upside auction that the market trades back to the other side, but it's an indication that you could potentially take that trade, right? The market's going to do what it needs to do to facilitate trade. And right now that's to the upside. So it's just an idea for a short. Anytime I look at a trade opportunity, I try not to say, hey, this is where the market is going to go for the day, because we could have something that comes out while I'm talking right now that changes everything, right? So it's a potential trade. And the NASDAQ here, this was, if you were able to take that trade, it was a 30-point trade, which is a good opportunity. And I think that's what we need to look for more often than not, right? I don't really care where the market's going to go. I care about a repeatable pattern that I can find and say, hey, I'm going to put some risk behind that and look to take a trade. On a day like today, I think it's, and I said it earlier, I think it's pretty hard to trade a market like this on either side, right? Because if you were long here, right, you could say, yeah, I think the market's going up to, I told you guys my target was 617 to the upside. I could have gotten long at the low of this initial balance. I wouldn't be in the trade after this, right? So try to find something that's a repeatable pattern that you can take a trade from, and manage your risk from there.
Mm-hmm.
Dakota?
New all-time
What was
highs.
that? Oh, that's what makes me chuckle. Yes, new all-time highs. You are in charge.
I'm just watching it blow the top off. Like, we're going. We're not stopping. 21,000.
New all-time high alert. Every time we get to new all-time highs, Dakota, I want you to remind everyone that new all-time highs have just been made. Can we get to 20,000?
I'll be here all day.
I'll be here all day. The Dakota soundboard letting us know that new all-time highs.
You know what? I have this Stream Deck. I need to get set up. I got it. I've had it for like 3 months when I started the slow markets. I've never set up my Stream Deck for sounds, but I will soon.
Yep. Well, better time than right here, right now.
I need a reverse button that I could activate on Fridays.
Reverse
Dolby,
button.
you got Dolby's attention.
Yeah, you got my attention. I got
not reverse. A fade me button where I click on buy, but the programming is actually sell, and I just don't know about it. I'll just forget about it.
All right, Dolby time. I see Nick for a tick. Inverse myself button. Yes, we've had Michael's actually talked about making a hotkey to fade himself. Michael, that's a very dangerous place to be. Yeah. What if you're right? I always ask, what if you're right fading yourself? If you're right on the first try fading yourself, what do you do the second time?
Well, here's the thing. I've actually spoke with traders who have done just that, where they're either seeing the market wrong, they're doing something, and they actually fade themselves, and sometimes it works out. And if it works out, and then of course, if you're right and you end up losing money, you're like, dang it, I was right. But there is something, and it really is a psychological thing.
I did that last week, Dakota. Actually, I found myself trying to convince myself to take a short in the NASDAQ. And it was like a good 20 minutes where I had the mouse over the sell button. I was just like, you know what? You've been looking for this short for so long and it hasn't worked out. Just click the buy button, right? Because you're trying to convince yourself of a short. And it wasn't the biggest trade, but it kind of broke that bias, right? Where it's just like,
exactly.
Hey, there's look both ways before you cross the street, right? Where you're looking at one side of this, see both sides. And it worked out. Made a couple $100 off of it. And ideally, you don't want to be in that position where you're reversing what you think, because you would like to think that you're, thinking in your best interest, but we don't sometimes, right? Sometimes we are paying attention to more of what we want than what the market is saying. And it's important to kind of stay in tune with both.
Yeah, there is something into it, right? Because we're all looking at the same charts. Everyone's looking at the same price action and everything. We are retail traders at the end of the day. And, wouldn't you want to fade a retail trader if you're struggling, especially, maybe you're out of the rhythm, whatever it is, like say for me on Fridays, I would be a great, my money's going somewhere. Someone's buying, someone's selling. People who, the person on the other side, the firm, whatever, who is taking the opposite trades is doing really well, right? So yeah, sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it'll get you, like you said, Coach Jay, to eliminate the bias, maybe look at what you're doing wrong, look at something, and it's just that. Oh, and by the way, new all-time highs.
Get out of here.
Yes, sir.
What, a 20-point pullback and immediately right back up to new all-time highs. Seconds.
I always found that if I was finding trading difficult, it was probably because I was on the wrong side of the market. And then if you're on the right side of the market, you'll probably find trading being like very easy. And it's like, oh, this is the easiest money I've ever made. But that's because, you find the trend, you got a good entry, and then, it's cake. Hold your trade, manage your position, and it's good to go. But man, when you're like in a drawdown, it's probably because you're just counter trend trading somewhere. And you're just forcing trades.
What happened to
I
just
got
buy
top
it this
ticked.
morning, Dakota?
Don't, Jay, just buy it.
I know.
We had the right
First words
idea.
on Dakota.
Hey, guys, another classic. I do this all the time. Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah. I think I said it this morning too, right? Just find a place to buy it. I unfortunately just bought it in the wrong.
Uh-huh.
But Yeah, if anyone is
It's the
still
classic.
long, remember an average daily range in the Nasdaq would put us at 2617. Between where we are right now and that level, obviously you have that 2600. You want to see how the market responds there. Do buyers continue to push through? And what we just made as the new all-time high, 569. You want to see buying continue to push up, but one average true range day would put us at that 617 level.
Can you explain that a little bit, Jay? What you mean by that? You're talking about
Yes.
what's the sample size on that average true range over what, the last week, last 3 weeks? What is that? What is
So I have the daily ATR. I have it set to a 14-day average, so it's looking over the past 14 days. And I measured that this morning. So you can see the white lines on this chart. One is down at 241. The other one is up at 617. So basically what I did when I took these measurements, this was 7:30 Central Time. Whatever the low was, you just add a full daily range from that low. And it was about 200. The ATR at the time was 255 points. So if the market was just to trend up and that stayed the low for the day, one full average true range day would put us at that 617. And then I did the same measurement from what was the high at that time. Obviously, we made new highs. So if let's say the market just sold off from here, I would do the measurement from where this high is right now, right? So this high is at 569. 255 points for an average true range day would now put us at 314, right? Because we extended that range to the upside. So we spent some of that range. So this 241 now would have to move up because the high of the day moved up. So hopefully that makes sense.
It does. Thank you for that. Speaking of moving up, crude's still making new highs. Last trade, $84.46. High of the day, $84.48. Gold making new highs here. Boy, everything's making, bulls are in control. Gold, new high of the day, $23.94.80. Last trade, $23.94 even. See if we can get to that $2,400 level in gold. We've seen that before, but it's been a minute since we've been into the 2400s.
Uh-oh. My short trade's setting up again.
Pull back. It's a pullback, Dakota. This is a pullback, Dakota.
This is a pullback, yeah.
This is the
3-bar reversal coming in at 547. A break of 547 will trigger, which it just did. I would be short 547. I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to put a line there. And let's see how this one plays out.
I don't know. It looks like a pretty good long to me. All higher lows, and then maybe a little resistance becomes support at 20,540.
This is Fade Dakota Friday. So everyone who's been making money, that would be my signal. I would be short 547 evens.
Take the opposite side of the trade.
Yep. Exactly.
All right. Well, we'll see if this is indeed a pullback or a sell-off on the other side of this update. Coming from a man, JD. We got stats number 2 coming at you. Everyone's favorite leaderboard. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? All right, first let's take a look at those XFA P&Ls from Wednesday. Here they are. Andy spread some trades between gold and NASDAQ. Andy made $9,400 trading gold and $9,300 trading the NASDAQ on Wednesday. Not bad. Wayne, Liam, Mario, and Alan all with impressive days trading the NASDAQ. Wayne made $11 grand, $8,800 for Liam, $8,700 for Mario, and Alan picked up about $8,500. Always impressive numbers coming from our XFA traders. All right, here's the bottom half of that leaderboard. Okay, so Sadara made $7 grand, still dropped a spot though from fifth down to sixth place. Pavel made almost $6 grand across 3 XFAs. Also took a $2,500 payout on Monday. Nice job, Pavel. Kingvey lost about $6 grand across 5 XFAs. Dropped from 7th down to 8th. Nick for a tick made about $3 grand, but still dropped from 8th down to 9th. And Hanjing rounds out our top 10. Hanjing pocketed just over 20 grand trading in 5 XFAs and jumped from 17th place all the way up to 10th place on Wednesday. All right,
Beautiful.
Here is your leaders. Take me to your leaders. Here they are. Starting at the bottom here, Brian P. made about $8,000 trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs. Still dropped a spot from 6th down to 5th, but he also took that nice $36,000 payout yesterday. Clinton made close to $18,000 on Wednesday. Also took $50,000 in payouts this week. 3 separate days of payouts. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Took a payout every day. Way to go, Clinton. Raphael took that huge $80,000 payout yesterday. Still sitting tight in 3rd place. Shane took a $15,000 drawdown on Wednesday, trading in 5 XFAs, but is still hanging tough in 2nd place. Shane had that huge $131,000 trading day last week. And Dakota had about $2,500 drawdown yesterday or Wednesday, but still firmly cemented in 1st place for now. Dakota also took that $29,000 payout this week. So lots of payouts at the top of the leaderboard this week. Nice job, everyone.
It's good to
Yeah, I
see the
shouldn't
top
feel too
5
bad about
all
a
above
drawdown.
100K.
Right?
I feel pretty crappy about my trading the past week or so, but yet there I am. That's the reality. It's comes and goes. I love the fact that we're starting to see traders on the first half of that leaderboard. Was it 6 through 10? That is starting to get over 100K. That is amazing.
That's awesome.
Halfway through the year.
I put him back up again. Yeah. So
Yeah, look at
Sidara's
that.
up there.
Yeah, there you go.
Pavel's pretty close. Yeah.
I think by the end
It's
of
just a
maybe
matter of time.
next month or a few more months, we might see all top 10 over 100,000.
6
The
figures.
whole leaderboard, yeah.
Come December, those numbers are going to be fat, very fat.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, market's kind of stalling out a little bit here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Crude
Into
topped out at
that
$84.52.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I'm going to see if I can work one more short at 84.50. Because at 84.57 is the bottom of like a previous long-term range on the daily. So starting at like April, we had a really nice kind of consolidation. And 84.57 is the bottom of that range. So pushing back above that would be very, very bullish. I'm not convinced that with low news and a holiday that can happen. But I'm not filled yet. So we're going to work a short at 84.50. But we are not filled.
50.
Yeah. Someone in chat, I think, was calling some crude oil areas between like 40s and 50s. And that was very well done, especially if you go to like longer term time frames. We had a lot of kind of wicks and stuff historically. We had one on April 26th, and we kind of got that action on April 10th as well. And now we got 100 lot sitting at 84.50.
Go figure.
Yep.
European close in less than 3 minutes.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Eduardo in the chat asks,
yeah.
do you think that Mark Zuckerberg photo yesterday had anything to impact on Meta being up 4.5% today? Yeah, why not? Why not? It's a very powerful picture. Sure, why not? What were you going to say, Dolby Time? Sorry.
Just for like crude oil traders, between 10 and 10:30, just watch out for that little reversal in trend as European traders close their daytime positions, and they don't want to be overnight.
Hey, Dakota, got a question about slow markets. Remember
Yes.
that gold trade that kept popping in? The sell off around 7:55 Central Time. Is that trade still in play, or has that?
It is, man. We've been talking
Really?
about it every single night in slow markets. It's been great.
Still.
It wasn't okay. I want to make sure I get it clear so you know, Andre. It wasn't like just come in and just blindly short it. Essentially, it's kind of like playing it like a market open, a breakout trade, where at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, there's this a nice spike in volatility in gold. It was just, for some reason, there was a little bit of a trend for a week that it was selling off at that time, but it's a spike in volatility, and it's a play in either the long side or the downside that's been working pretty well. And it's been fun to trade and try and build a strategy around it. Not a strategy, but a fun less than a 1 hour trade. It's something, it's a nice little
Beautiful.
tool to put in your toolbox as a trader. And I'm still developing it. It's probably going to, like anything else, about 3 months until I feel really comfortable and confident just throwing in a lot of like jumping in like with a lot of live orders in my personal accounts. But there is definitely something there. I know Coach Jay, we traded it together and we had a hell of a time. A few of those, right, Coach Jay, where I think one of the best slow markets ever was when me and Coach Jay sat there and we traded it.
That was a great trade.
I traded it for the first time. I did trade it in my live account. I don't know why I did it now that I was thinking of it, even though I made money. And it was amazing to walk through that in front of everybody. Not about my live and making money, but the concept of getting in, closing out some, trailing it, and then being done for the day. And like 1 hour, like you don't need to sit there and stare at your charts for 24/7 or throughout all day. And it really demonstrated why I love trading and why the futures offer that opportunity to trade during the slow market session, Asian session. Even if you have a job, you can make money and be consistent. So, yeah, it was a good demonstration. I love it, and we're going to continue to do it for slow markets, Monday through Thursday, and it's fun.
8 p.m. Central, slow markets. Tune in to watch the best.
Yeah,
the best.
and on that note, guess what? New all-time highs.
Yes, Dakota.
Hey.
Yes, thank you, Dakota. Hey, George is in the chat.
Fade Dakota Friday worked again.
Oh,
It's like a
CL's pulling back pretty good here.
Yeah, it is.
Pull back in CL.
Does CL trend like equities do? Dolby time. Does CL have similar market movement? Because crude trend or is it? Yeah,
it's in its own world more than YM is in its own world.
YM is in its own.
Yeah, I don't think there's a big correlation between that and like the indices. I mean, if crude gets really high in price, then typically they're inversely correlated because then it starts impacting the consumer, and then people start getting worried that no one's going to have any money. Everyone's filling up the gas tank. Stuff gets more expensive to ship. So when does crude oil start hitting the headlines? Is it $90 a barrel? Is it $100 a barrel? Because eventually it will start trickling into the economy. We're not really making headlines with crude oil at $84 right now, but once you start hitting those big round numbers, then all of a sudden, people start perking up.
Yep, they do. What is so? How would you guys say that, Dolby time? When we get in the $90 handle, then we'll start really paying attention to it. The equities, at least, will start. I have one eye on it.
I would say like 90 to 100. If it starts like getting over 100, they'll start making headlines. Start making some news, and people will start getting worried. It'll become a part of the narrative that crude oil is really high, and then I think you get some press coverage on it, then you start getting a little bit of action.
Perpetuates itself.
But crude is not really in the news right now.
Yeah, I do like that. Keep an eye on that. $90
button.
What's up, Dakota?
I'm writing it on a sticky note. I'm fade me button. That's going priorities. Friday fade me button. We're doing it. I'm doing it. We're gonna do it together. Next Friday, I'm gonna have a fade me button, and we'll see how Fridays turn out.
There is a absurd amount of volume or liquidity in gold right now. Jay, you seeing this? There's 300 at 23.93, and then another 300 between 94s and 95s. It's very strange.
What market? Sorry,
hundreds. Gold, hundreds of contracts.
Gold.
Yeah, it's like 300 offer, 300 bid.
Oh yeah,
very strange. Oh, all filled. It all filled at 23. Or did it? Just
they were.
Disappear on us? Oh no, it just shot
Did
up.
I miss something? The chat is asking if somebody's coming for me.
I saw that too, but hold on, we're making new all-time highs here. Yeah,
all day.
Gotta cut the breaking news. New all-time highs. Yeah, sounds like someone accepted your challenge, Dakota.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun.
how are we going to set this up? What are the rules going to be? What's the time frame? We got like a boxing match. You got to agree on the weight
Do
of
we
the
have a lot of
gloves.
people accepting the challenge? Because I get a lot of DMs of people doing it. I never know what's real, what's not.
How are they DMing you if you're not on social media?
Discord. Or
Discord.
Is that what you
Gotcha.
guys call it? It's called DMs, right? When someone messages you directly in Discord?
What it stands for?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
No?
Sound great.
Okay. All right. So I was on mute
Dakota.
for a little bit.
You just answered his question. You just answered his question. Of course you
Can you repeat
That's the joke. That's the joke.
I got
I'm sending Jack $10 because I was on mute for a little while. I couldn't figure out
Were
the
you?
mute button. I have these Rode mics, and I told myself I was not going to mute if I needed to, clicking this, and I did. And the receiver's on the ground, so I can't see the levels. So Jack, I got $10 coming your way. Thank you, chat, for not letting me slide on that one. They called it out.
Chat misses nothing.
Chat's on
They're
it
ruthless
today.
with that.
Yes,
They're on
they
the
are.
fucking split.
Chat doesn't miss a beat, dude.
I thought we had a bunch of audio listeners, and they wouldn't be able to see if I was on
Yeah.
mute. They would just figure if I was quiet. But there you go.
Right. We have about 20 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Got some Series 3 stuff coming up, some hashtag Fast Markets content. Also have some plugs. Gabe says he is ready for Do the Plugs. Gabe, let's see. Are you really ready for plugs? What do we got?
I am indeed.
Yes.
So real quick, you guys, just wanted to point out, Coach Robert filmed a very short tutorial on feature voting. So if you have questions or are unsure about how to cast your vote, submit a feature request into TopstepX. I just want to point out where that is. But I also am going to put the link in the chat for that as well. So give me just 1 second. Let me put this in there. And here's the link for you. But if you have my screen up here, James, which you do indeed, thank you very much, sir. Under the support button, so the question mark on the far left-hand side of the platform, click on support. And then from there, it's going to be the second tab underneath. It says feature voting. And then you have the ability to create a new post. So if you don't see what you're looking for already in the list of suggestions, you can search as well if you're looking for a specific feature, see if somebody else has recommended it. You can do that, or you can just create a new post. And then in terms of upvoting or downvoting to, maybe you agree with something or want a feature that somebody else has already shared, just click the little up arrow or down arrow off to the right of the suggestion. But that is feature voting. Second thing that I wanted to point out with you guys is Coach Robert also sat down with Austin Silver to talk about his trading background on the Day Trading Show. The interview will be able to be watched tomorrow, the 6th of July at 7 a.m. Central. I'm going to post that link in chat for you as well, so you can go check that out tomorrow. But really great to hear more about Robert's journey, and super awesome interview. Got a little bit of a preview of, so check it out tomorrow.
Thanks, Gabe.
All right, I'm going to see if I can get long NASDAQ, also known as calling the top in NASDAQ. So,
New all-time high.
New all-time
all-time
Thank you,
highs.
Dakota. Thank you, Dakota. New all-time highs. NASDAQ, new all-time highs. S&Ps. Bulls on parade. Dolby time looking to get long.
20,566.5. Let's see if we can get that 10-point
really?
pullback. I'm not long yet. I'm going to see if I can get it on a pullback.
All right, speaking of most
I would love
pullbacks,
nothing
Jay.
more than to call the top in chat.
Yeah.
For 5,000.
Let me know when you
Jay,
get all short, Dobie. I'll go along and push it up for you.
Everyone's fading everybody right now. This is a dangerous.
I know. I know.
Jay, what
longs
is
in chat are getting real nervous?
Jay? What are the pullbacks looking like here in NASDAQ for those that are trying to get long? What's
The last one we got was 30 points. The one before that was about 40. So call it anywhere between 30 and 40, 35 if you want to be safe. The last one we got, we talked about that failed upside auction that failed, right? It was a failed upside auction because we traded back above it. It pulled us right back to that initial balance high, which was that level we were looking at, 25.44, and that's where we bounced, right? So if anyone took that long, like I said, I did take it in a practice account, and it worked out, right? It worked out pretty well. So anywhere from 30 to 40 points. And the big one we obviously got was that 78-point pullback, 80-point pullback, you want to call it. But yeah, 30 to 40 points.
Okay, cool. Oda. Take a look at
I'm ready
Tilt
for
here.
the weekend, man. I'm ready for a vacation.
Yeah, you got to do what Gabe does. Make it 100, lock it up, and just get off air. I mean, this is.
Where's Gabe at?
For Friday
Where's
trading?
He at?
Where is
I'm right
Gabe
here,
at,
Dakota. What's going on?
Oh, well, there you. When are you coming on the slow markets, Gabe?
Oh,
Hey, I'm down. I know you don't do it on Fridays, but next week let's make a
let's chop it up.
Let's chop it up. Let's do it. I'm down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Danielle, and we were talking about having you more consistently on slow markets, and yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Agreed.
Gabe funded. Get Gabe funded.
It gets lonely sometimes. I have the chat, but having a guest on is so much better.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Wow.
having Jay in there too. I know Jay's been on slow markets a couple times with you. I know the chat really loves and enjoys having him.
Oh,
New
Say
high.
it, Dakota. Say there it is.
I forgot to mention this. Let me see if I can pull it up.
New all-time highs.
Man, this market has no chill. How do you even?
Incredible. Just
I'm like
401.
New
1
all-time
minute chart
highs
of the
again.
NASDAQ.
Again.
Trying to find a range
Oh
to
my
trade
gosh.
here.
Happy birthday, America.
And again. And
I
again.
can't even find a pullback.
Yo, Jay, when you see 1,100 a lot sitting on an offer, a big fat round number like 5,600s, just buy into it, man.
Buy it.
Just buy into it.
Just buy it.
Like a hunk of meat, just rip into that and just, oh man, incredible.
Yeah, it would have been a what? When do we see that? A 5-point drawdown?
Sunday. Yeah, if that, yeah.
I'm still looking for my 10-point pullback in NASDAQ.
We're getting there. It's coming.
Andre, new all-time highs.
Oh my gosh. Boy, I took a look. I was looking at a different screen for a hot second, and
so this looks.
Can we get to 20,600?
This looks very similar to. I'm all messed up with the days because today's Friday, right? Today is Friday.
Yeah,
today is Friday.
Okay. So Wednesday, where we had that abbreviated day, where we made all-time highs, and the market just kind of was just grinding up. There's not a lot of volume in this move at all, really. But it's just kind of the slow grind. You don't necessarily need a reason to buy it. You need a reason to sell it, and markets are kind of just continuing up. I don't see a good reason to short this at all. Maybe when we get towards that extending or get close to that daily range, right, where we spend most of that daily range, we may see a pullback from there. But this could be a range expansion day, right? We still have 5 hours left in the session. This could very easily be a range expansion day.
And Jay, just want to circle back to that level of 20,617.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the average true range would be if for the upside, correct? 20,617 in the NASDAQ?
That's correct.
See why we can't get there by the end of the day. Hell, by lunchtime.
I feel like Slow Grind would be like a good D'Angelo song.
Got me. Sorry.
Carl Hungus, I think we have another meme. We got another meme for you, Hungus.
New all-time
high. D'Angelo.
Oh yeah, put my face over D'Angelo's body. That will make a lot of sense.
Hide your wives,
No,
hide your
please don't do
girlfriends.
that. That's so wrong.
New all-time highs.
fast.
20,600 in sight right now.
Man, looks like I was a hair early on that CL short. Touched 84.50s. Now we're back down 25 cents, getting back within that 1 hour range high and 4 hour range high. We were initially short. So that's unfortunate. So good call to all the traders who waited for 40s to 50s in the CL. Good patience.
Dakota, what are you doing over there?
Yeah, I know. Dakota's inside. Her order filled over there.
Can't
Hey,
hide.
if you guys want a signal to buy, I'm now short 588.
5.
We're doing this again.
Gabe heard it. 20,588.
It's just new highs. I was saying like chat should do a push up
Yeah,
for
we're
every time
gonna
NQ
keep
makes
pushing.
new
We're
highs.
pushing. My
Like
stop
chat's
is
gonna
going
be
to be
full right now.
Their beach body
above
will be ready to go.
601.
Oh yeah.
We're going to do 601 for right above 600 is my stop loss.
All right, I'm getting short 601. That's the case.
You should be
Go.
getting long. You should. Everyone should have bought
I
588.
tried, dude.
Yeah.
This
The
is
only
this
way
is
to
a
get
sim
long is
account,
just
guys.
press
This
the
is
buy
not my
button.
live. This is not my live.
YM's cruising. I cannot get a 5-minute range to trade. That is just how bullish this is. Like, where can I even get into NQ? There's not even a green candlestick on the 1 minute. I mean, what are we doing?
You mean a
What
red
about YM?
candlestick?
YM is bullish too.
Well, we're searching here.
There's, the only trade is just press the buy button. It's so frustrating. I think the problem is that no one really has that strategy in their toolbox because it's not like an
There's no thinking
in-depth
involved.
trading
Doesn't happen very
strategy.
often.
Yeah. It's
Here we
know
go.
what I
caveman
mean?
trading. It's caveman
It is.
trading.
Just
Yeah.
press buy.
Caveman
Right.
trading.
Yeah.
Yep. Buy it.
Buy. Let's hear buy it.
Yeah.
Let's hear buy it.
Buy it.
Yeah.
3-point pullback. Buy it. Okay.
Yep. All right. Well, while we watch these new all-time highs get put in, we still have some hashtag fast markets to do. And we also have a Series 3 pop quiz coming in. So, James, if we're ready for the Series 3, we have about 9 minutes left here on fast. Oh, sit up straight, everybody. Class is in session.
I was just about to hit that button before Dakota got short. But let's go
No,
ahead.
don't worry.
and-
This isn't. My trade's not important. It really isn't. Let's do some Series 3.
All right. Here we go. Today's Series 3 question. Stalling a bit to give Gabe some time on the polls. Shablagoo. Payment in full must be made against a notice of delivery. A, 1/2 hour after receipt. B, 1 hour after receiving the second notice. C, 1 hour after retendering. Or D, when delivery is made.
Almost against a notice of delivery. Dakota, let's do those test taking skills of yours. Seems like
Yeah.
Seems like A, B, and
seems
C. They
different.
want you to pick from one. Yeah, this is different. I think they want you to pick.
Yeah. I'm gonna eliminate C.
After. Yep.
Yeah.
Be
It's,
after.
it's definitely not C. Delivery made
All of them stay
in
after,
the
right?
logistics world. Delivery
Yeah.
is when the physical exchange of goods is when it exchanges hands. You sign a bill of lading, you sign the documents. That's when it's officially that person's responsibility, just depending on what the Incoterms is. So I'm split between
I got my answer in.
D
Yeah,
and
so
You with the
maybe
majority?
B.
Are you with the majority, Jay?
I didn't realize it, but yeah, I picked D.
Yeah, same.
No, it's a trick question though, guys. Remember, this is
Figure
Series
it
3.
is.
I'm gonna say B because it's the longest worded answer.
Right.
Okay.
All right, James. We got some D's and we
No
got
other
some
reason.
B's.
All right, let's see the answer. It is
Right.
due.
Yes.
There you go.
Delivery is made.
Sometimes we overthink it. Sometimes we overthink it.
Here's the theme for the day
600s
in trading
NQ.
and the Series 3 Caveman. Don't think.
Caveman.
Just pick the easy answer.
Yep, caveman.
26.
Yep,
2600.
is-
There we go in the Nasdaq.
Yep. 617 target here.
So, and that's the
I need
reasoning
Gabe's 30
behind
second
why
chart.
it was D, though, is probably what I explained.
Yes. That's the general agreement.
602s.
602s. Take a shot, everybody. Every time.
603s.
Who made money on that fade Dakota short? That's what it is. Just buy everything. New all-time highs.
So good.
I'm doing it for
You
the
can even
chat.
look at like any other time frame. The 30-minute is just green candlesticks since 8 o'clock.
Incredible.
That is wild. It is so bullish.
Yep.
Does anyone remember
Jay, you
what
say-
the price was when we were talking about that 617s? I think we were down around 530s. What were you
Yeah, I
saying,
didn't
Greg?
timestamp it. Yeah. No, I was saying, I was just saying about this volume. It's been on very light volume, right? We're just kind of drifting higher. Hey, that's what happens. And it's a Friday. Never saw a Friday rally. All-time highs. We've seen this before. This is nothing new. Obviously, the prices are new, but we've seen this price action.
I thought getting 596
Pattern
was too
recognition.
cheap. We're already up 5 points. Or too expensive. We're already up 5 points. CL's doing nothing. Yeah, I mean, indices are just out of control today.
It's incredible. Taking a look at
The
some
question is,
yields
are we going to
here.
see 21,000 next week?
Yes.
We'll probably see it by power hour at this rate.
Short answer,
Wait, what's-
yes.
What's another
gonna take
400
us
points
longer?
in NASDAQ?
What's going to take us lower? What can possibly take us lower? I'm going to ask Tuckman that. I'm going to ask Tuckman that here at Power Players. What could
Ooh,
possibly
there's
take
a
us lower?
question.
Accounting irregularities.
Okay.
That's it.
That's about it. Yeah.
Political tensions.
Middle East could pop off, possibly.
Yeah.
Hey, 604s.
All-time highs.
All-time highs.
Yay.
Gabe, if we're ready for
We,
hashtag fast market stuff, come on in. We got 6 minutes left here on fast markets. But I hear we've got some good Dolby time set. We got some really good stuff submitted early.
Yeah,
today.
there's some really first.
About an hour and a half ago, you were pumped.
There's quality.
We're really
stuff.
We
pumped.
do have some good fast market stuff.
Okay,
We can burn through them real quick.
Sure.
Let's do it.
All right. First up from Rob Trades, talking about who will be trading today. I've only traded Monday so far. With a double holiday, my expectations were low this week. There was more volatility than I expected, to be honest. It's Capital Preservation Friday. Have a good trading day, folks. So thanks for sharing, Rob
Cool.
Trades. Coming up next from Brad, Topstep Combine up and done for the day. Locking in 1.1K. Not a bad way to end the week.
That's amazing for a day.
Thank you for sharing, Brad. From Lemon Trees, we got another one.
Another one. Yeah.
Looks like he's made
Another
some
one.
good profits on the MNQ. I love DJ
Love it.
Khaled. Y'all ever see the
We're
see the
making
video of
fun.
him performing at the Overwatch event and the whole crowd was confused? Best video on the internet.
Khaled confuses a lot of people. Whoa.
Rob
what's this?
Trades, slinging stone and tuning in the TopstepTV. I love when people share that they put us on when they're
Cool.
working, when you're out there
Yeah.
doing your day job, putting us on in the background. Thanks for
I
listening.
love that.
All right,
Doing a
this
good
next
job,
one is
Mason.
one of my favorites of the day.
Okay.
Dakota, this is for you.
Oh, boy.
It's a Spider-Man meme. Tell me the truth. I'm ready to hear it. I shorted NQ.
Oh, that's so good.
That's
This is
too
from
good.
Lost
That's a good one.
Trader. I had to crop out who made it so you could see the whole meme. But Lost Trader, we were talking about this in Slack. Your Photoshop skills are incredible.
Is,
I mean-
what
Lost Trader.
what movie is that from?
That's Spider-Man
Spider-Man.
with Tobey Maguire.
Wow.
And finally,
she's crying.
it looks like Dakota. It blows my mind.
It
That
does.
they
Yeah,
put
it
this
does.
page right on
Talented.
Toby's
Yeah.
is insane. Finally, as always, I'm going to end Fast Market Submission with a Carl Hungus meme of the day. I want to trade more accounts. You want to trade more accounts? Apex lets me trade 20 accounts. I got to move away from the mic. You can't handle more accounts.
Like the Jack accent, James. That's pretty good, Jack Nicholson right there.
Oh, that was awesome.
love this
Seriously, the hell of a scene
What
right
movie's
there. Nice work.
That is
Coach
A
Under
Few
Fire?
Good Men.
Oh, a few.
No, A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson. Does that mean
Well
more
done, Carl.
in a while? Anyway, thank you for your
Nice.
Fast Market submissions. We still got Power Hour coming up, so get to creating.
You can't handle more accounts.
That's right.
Ain't that the truth?
Barely
All right,
handle one
guys.
today.
Only handle one. One's a plenty. We do have.
We have a 15-point
next.
pullback. Pretty exciting stuff
Yeah.
here, Trey.
What do we do with that?
Yeah, that was-
I'm confused.
Yeah, what are we
I
going to
don't
do with
know.
that pullback?
I'm
We're going to be
panicked. I have
saying
no
all-time
idea.
highs here in just a moment.
Tilt here. Hey, Jay, real quick before we jump off here, can we get
Yep.
a Delta update on ES and NQ? Something we just keep an eye on
Yes.
throughout the day for perhaps a power hour.
NASDAQ Delta positive 1700.
All right.
ES Delta positive 17,000.
Going with price action.
And the
so-
NASDAQ Delta went positive at what time was this? This was 10 a.m. Central. 10 a.m. Central, NASDAQ Delta has been positive. So in the
What's
last
breaking point.
hour or so, we have been
You
buying.
can see where.
ES has been positive pretty much all day.
I'm gonna see if I
Just
can get
lifting
long
offers.
20,591 an NQ.
All right, 1 minute left here on
You're gonna
Fast
try and
Markets.
buy
All right,
this
fellas.
now.
Yeah. Fellas, I just want to say thank you for your time this week. Thanks for everything. It was a weird week, holiday in the middle of the week. Then we got non-farm today. I want everyone to make sure you enjoy your guys' weekend. Dakota, what's on tap for the weekend?
Say that again?
What's on tap for the weekend? What do you got? Any plans?
Yes, I'm going on a kayaking backpack trip with a tent. So we're going to be
Nice.
loading stuff on dry bags, putting it on a kayaking into like some island, pitching a tent, and then going hiking. So
No,
it's gonna
no
be
cell
fun.
phones?
Go out
No
away from the
devices?
phones, away from everything, and hit it again Monday fresh.
Love it.
Start trading my live account and
Yep.
start trading better.
All right, well, you took some payouts, so that's, at least there's the bonus that week. I saw your account balance. You're not hurting that bad. We can't feel like that.
Yeah, I'm
sometimes.
still like 210,000.
I know.
or
I saw
whatever.
that comment. I was like,
So-
yeah, but it feels that way. It can feel like that way. Coach Jay, what do we got on tap for the weekend?
I'll be on the lake this weekend. Like I said, my friends, they have this 4th of July party every year. So I will be on the lake enjoying some fireworks, some food, friends, not thinking about the markets, and then come back for a full week next week.
Let's go. So every time we'll be seeing more of each other here on TopStep
Oh, yeah.
TV. Anyways, we got power players coming up next. Peter Tuckman in the house. We're going to ask him what can take this market lower, if anything. So stay tuned for that. Good stuff today, guys, on Fast Markets. New all-time highs on Fast Markets. Power players coming up next. Welcome, everybody. You know who it is. Everyone's favorite power player here on Top Step TV, Mr. Peter Tuchman in the house. Peter Tuchman,
what's up? What's up?
What's your take on today's jobs report? New all-time highs in the NQ or NASDAQ and S&Ps. What's your overall take? First on the jobs report, and then where these markets are going.
You know, to be perfectly honest, I'm on vacation. I didn't even see the jobs report. Give me a quick rundown. I'll tell you what I'm seeing in the market overall, irrespective of any economic data that comes out. That that people are looking for somewhere to put their money, right? There's a whole. Let's think about who's invested in the market, right? And all respect to people who are struggling out there in the world trying to find a job and all that kind of stuff going on. But the people who are invested in the market have some disposable income, and there's a lot more than we think. A lot of people are making money in crypto. A lot of people have been making money in the market. When I talk to so much of this retail community, right, who are traders, who are investing, who are 18 to 25, I have this whole new TikTok audience who I'm talking to. It's absolutely amazing. This whole new generation of young people who actually are starting to make money trading the market. Think about all the people we have at Wall Street Global who are using Topstep. You guys have given this whole new platform to people where the barriers to entry are completely gone, right? And that anybody who has any desire to get involved in the market and make some disposable income and follow in the footsteps of all their friends who are sitting around, at their July 4th barbecues going, I just made a whole bunch of money trading the NQ and the MES, right? That is opening up doors that are unbelievable. I'm seeing people who are the most unlikely people you would ever think who would be putting money, trading futures, getting involved in the market. So that is fueling this self-fulfilled prophecy that the market has nowhere to go but up at this point. Look, we've been thrown all kinds of data and wars and political situations and all this other stuff going on. And even when the economic data comes out and it's disappointing, and we've gone from this incredible the world, the Fed telling us that we're going to have all these cuts and we're not going to have interest rates high for longer. And now we are going to have them higher for longer. At the end of the day, the market tells me what it thinks of all of this data. And at the end of the day, these record highs day after day, week after week are real numbers, real money being put to work. So the market's telling me, I don't even need, I know I look like Einstein. I'm not that friggin' smart. The market is telling me, the charts are telling me that the market wants to go higher, and that is a function of this whole new generation of people getting involved in the market.
Mr. Tuchman, I got to ask you something. What could possibly take this market lower? And I ask that with all seriousness. We're joking about it here on Fast Markets, but what could possibly? We've seen wars, we've seen inflation, high interest rates. Nothing can do it. So poor earnings, would that do it? Or what could take this market lower?
You know what? Look, we've seen earnings come out and they don't react normally like they used to in the old days. But what we've also seen in stocks that the earnings have been disappointing. Think about the last report that Tesla came out with, right? Tesla was oversold. It was beaten up. The earnings came out. It was absolutely terrible. The only good news that came out of that earnings report was that they were going to fast track some cars in China and robo taxis and blah, blah, blah. And the stock has not gone down one day since then. So at the end of the day, let's look at each case scenario. If earnings are bad, the stock itself goes down. Perhaps the whole sector gets taken down for 1 day or 2 days, but it then within a tight range, down 1%, down 2%, there's bids in the market. We talked about it the last time. That's an old term on Wall Street. There's a bid in the market. That means that in the wings, down 1%, down 2%, there is an absolute whole tier of people who are interested in buying an individual stock, a sector, indices, whatever you're looking to trade. And I know a top stepper trading futures, but we've seen it over and over again. Look at David Green. We're talking technicals. When the market breaks down in a tight range, we've got a far from moving average trade. They've never been as tight as they are lately. You see a stock go down $1 or $2 far, it goes below its moving average, and there are buyers just swooping in, right? And we always ask ourselves, why does technical analysis work? Why does the stock go down $30, basically hit a moving average and then reverse? It's kind of almost like it's like futuristic. It's amazing how that works. But what that means is that there are people sitting checking the charts really rarely will lie. And you've got a whole bunch of people who have learned technical analysis, who are learning and keeping their eye on the futures. They're ready to buy it when the market tells it to, and the charts are right there doing it. So look, wars haven't taken this market down. We've seen two major ones happening. Even a war that affects a commodity as strong as oil still did not take the market down on a prolonged basis. I don't know if we've ever had such a long period of time without at least a 1 to 5% retracement in the market, right? And so that we had a banking crisis last year, a major one, in fact, that did not even take the market down more than short-term and very individually related to 1 or 2 stocks or 4 or 5 stocks, whatever it may be. You've got a presidential election. If anybody was staring at the rebate at the debate last week, if you're on either side of that spectrum, you would have either sold the market or bought the market, and the market has not reacted to either side of that, right? If you're one guy's fan and he did poorly, well, that didn't affect the market. If you're the other guy's fan and he supposedly did well, it didn't react in that way either. Look, and you've seen interest rates go from a promise of 7 cuts, 3 cuts, 2 cuts, a possible raise, down to basically flat with no cuts at all, and the market's not reacting. So it's a great question. I don't know the answer.
I don't think there is an answer. I don't think there is an answer. I don't think there is an answer. I'm bullish. I'm bullish all the time. Anytime there's a dip, buy it. Buy it. Why? Like you said, all those things
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I to be perfectly honest, look, think about the guys who are the inveterate bears, right? All those bears who are sitting around, they're like chomping at their popcorn inside of a cave, thinking that they're making these huge calls that we're going to be down 10%, we're 20%. It's this weird catastrophist mentality. Those guys have blown up one account after another. I know you've got people who are trading the NQs and the futures, and I'm sure there's a nice percentage of them who are just inveterate bears, right? And they've blown up accounts. You guys are opening up new accounts with those guys every single day, because if you think about it, the bears have always been in the market, and over the last couple of years, as we hit week after week, month after month, record highs, those guys are going, now it's going to happen. And now we're going to see a retracement. Now we're looking at the guy from Morgan Stanley, 20% sell off.
He gone.
Those guys, they're gone. Those guys have been blown up. We don't hear from them anymore. Right? They're not coming in on the shows and saying, you know what, I actually made a mistake, right? I was wrong. This market is just going higher. Look at that graph. Every little opportunity where the market could sell. So what was the job reports this morning?
Jobs report expected. Got it for you right now. Expected 272,000 actual, 206,000. Unemployment expected 4% actual, 4.1%. Also downside revisions as well, and we're higher.
Okay, so then let's explain that story. Why that goes back to a report that we had 3 weeks ago, where bad news is good news, right? At the end of the day, that is really bad. That's a bad report, right? In all respects. When you're looking at 270 and you got 220, when you're looking at 4%, which is already 0.1% higher than last time, which is 1% higher than last week, we're up from 3.8 to 4, and you actually come in at 4.1. That's a really bad report. Why is that good? Why is bad news good? Right? It's the old rap out on the street. Bad is good. Shit. At the end of the day, that means that the Fed is going to be forced to lower interest rates more than we expected or sooner than we expected. And that's why the market's rallying. The market does not want to have higher rates for longer. The market is desperately in need of a cut. Whether you're in real estate, whether you're in the market per se, whether you're in any kind of money lending, whatever it is, right? Higher rates for longer is hurting everybody in a certain respect. So the fact that these numbers came in really poorly is going to put pressure on the Fed as well as Europe cutting some rates as well. Okay, that information is going to force the Fed to cut in September, maybe probably more than now in December, right? They're not going to wait around for November because they're never going to cut rates on an election month, right? So that is why the market is rallying today, right? I think I'm agree with you. I think an overall enthusiasm, and I just don't see the Bears winning this fight. But at the end of the day, for today's news, that's why the market is rallying today, because it happened I know the news came out at 8:30, but you're seeing that 10:30 pop in the market. It's like everybody was waiting for there to be some kind. Are the sellers going to come in? They did not, and so then the buyers come in with a bite.
Real quick question. I want to ask you about Wall Street Global. But first, where's a Peter Tuchman vacation on a 4th of July weekend? Where's a Peter Tuchman summer?
Okay, so I never take vacation. I'm an insane workaholic, and it's nuts. My son, who's my partner on the floor, he's 30 years old. He's basically been running my business while I had COVID, while I've gone through all this stuff over the last couple of years. He finally said, "You know what? Take a friggin' day. Take a day off."
Seriously, Dad, come on.
He gave me Friday off. So actually, I go up in Massachusetts somewhere, hiding up in the woods somewhere. So you know what?
That's all we need.
Just to date myself as like an old hippie, I went to see James Taylor last night, which is like old hippieville, and that was kind of fun. I hung out with my daughter, and now I'm going to go play in the garden and go take a bike ride. So you know what? I don't take much time off, but I definitely need a break from the market. It's kind of burned my brain to a pulp.
Agree. All right, we'll wrap up with this. Please tell everyone here at TopstepTV, tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We do have David Green coming up later in group coaching with Dolby Time.
You know what?
This is a perfect plan.
You know what, guys?
Tell us about
Sure, I appreciate it. So WSGTA.com, Wall Street Global Trading Academy, is an academy that teaches technical analysis and risk management. You guys are on this incredible platform called TopStep, TopStep X, right? You're learning how to trade the market through David Green and through me. You've got an amazing platform that gives you all the tools you need, but you do need to know how to trade the market. You do need to know about moving averages and Fibonacci and all those incredible tools that the market gives you. So we teach all that. We coach and mentor all our students. David Green's going to come on and talk to you about how at the end of the day, right, fundamental analysis in a market as crazy as this is not as powerful as technicals. Technicals are working so amazingly. We trade the market every day. David has a group, a private chat room. We've got thousands of students all over the world who we teach, who we coach, who we mentor, and technicals are blowing it out of the water. You will never, ever blow up a trading account as long as you're listening to David Green and Wall Street Global Trading Academy. You got a great platform in TopStep. Come and let us teach you about risk management, stop orders. Let us teach you about all the misnomers and the fake news about how market makers are out there to screw you and how the whales and the big guys are giving you some disadvantage. There are no disadvantages out there in this market any longer. All the barriers to entry are down. TopStep has made that clear. And then we will coach and mentor you so that you can start making some money trading this market.
You're the man, Peter Tuchman. Peter Tuchman, enjoy your vacation. Thanks, see you on Monday. Thank you so much. That's our Peter Tuchman, everybody. Yep, go enjoy. Take care, everybody. We're going to bring in Dolby Time. We're going to bring in JD. Oh, boom. We brought him. That was seamless, smooth transition. So I'm guessing he's up in Martha's Vineyard or somewhere beautiful in Massachusetts, but he kept it pretty vague, guys. What's up, JD? Welcome back to the show. Dolby Time. Got his 15-minute break. He is back. How we're doing? Making new all-time highs? New all-time highs. Sure 20,611 half in the NQ. 56.12 half in the ES. I listened to you in opening call, JD. What are your thoughts on where this market's going right now?
Higher. Simple.
No, I know. That's about all you can say.
We got volume kind of drying up, just grinding higher all day long. Pullbacks do, but how deep is it going to go? I don't know. Just look for cheap buying opportunities, you know? Got a nice 5-minute range forming right now.
Ooh, music to Dolby's ears. Dolby, did you ever get a
trade
fill
on the lower end of that?
No, I'm going to see if I can get 56.08 evens in the ES here. So we're finally starting to get a 5-minute range. So there might be an opportunity to get long. Pull back about 2.5 more points in the ES. I'll try to get long. See how that goes. Andre, I'm glad that you did the Tuchman interview. I would have been locked in on that wallpaper he had behind him.
Well, I learned. I knew he was at Summer House. I knew he was at some summer house or something, because that's some day. That's like old New England. Yeah. I saw
that room.
Yes.
Lake house room, that wallpaper, wooden bedpost.
Yellow.
We all know what that smells like. Yeah.
The wallpaper's been there for at least 40 years. At least 40 years. Saw that. I was hoping to give us the goods and tell us Hamptons,
Oh yeah, he's gonna
Montauk,
dox himself on
something
TV.
just extravagant. I know he's killed it in these markets, so I'm sure he's keeping it very humble. So take a look around these markets.
Good for
Yeah,
him.
this is your pullback, 5608 bid, 5608 bid.
Are you working
get
eights
it.
right now?
I'm working like 08 evens and ES. See if we can get a fill here. Starting to tighten up a little bit in the indices. So I'm a little bit nervous that maybe calling the tops here, but I mean, I would feel very
So
awkward if I'm trying to short right now.
We saw what happened this morning. It just got gobbled up, just got chewed up and spit out. Like it's tough. It's tough, but I think it's easier to convince yourself to sell all-time highs because these prices we've never seen before than to buy all-time highs. Obviously, if you get caught, if you lose money buying all-time highs, you're gonna feel like a dummy. Like, oh, these are all-time. Who pays the all-time highs? But keep in mind, you've been saying that all the way up as we crossed in 20,000s, and we're going to cross into 21,000s. I've been there. You can't go higher than the highs.
Too.
Yeah,
you'll always get filled. You'll always get filled shorting the tops, and if you're in an uptrend and you're trying to catch a pullback, you might not always get filled, but you will always get filled trying to counter trend trade.
Yes, you will.
I do feel like the short's the easier trade right now too. So I am kind of tempted to play a little,
get in there,
lures,
possibly play the failed top.
in.
Get in there, JD. Play with fire.
One of us will win, JD. One of us will win.
One of us will
Two
win.
men enter.
Yeah.
And
somehow both leave losing. I don't know how the market does that.
Bloody.
I mean, your risk is so tight. Taking a short at new all-time highs. I mean, why not do it?
This is the conversation we all have. This is why we get short. This is it. This is it.
Yeah, well, if you
love
shorting at 5,600, you'll love shorting at 5,602, and you'll love shorting at 5,604 and 5,606 and 5,608 and 5,610.
That's right. We do have Baker Hughes coming here in about 40 minutes. Always my favorite number. That means the week means it's a nothing. Late. It's a nothing. It just means the weekend's here. Typically,
exactly right.
It means if you're still here by Baker Hughes, it's not a good thing. But we're gonna be here, Topstep TV, bell to bell. Shout out to all the bell to bellers. Click like, click subscribe. Let's see if we can get to 106,000 subscribers. We've been stuck on 105 for a few days now. Running out. It's been holiday, summertime. People are checking out. Totally understandable.
I just tightened up my risk parameters. I'm going to play a failed top. I'm going to try a failed top here.
JD's getting in there.
We're going to 13.5.
Bless your heart, JD.
Bless your heart. Godspeed. Godspeed this thing.
This used to be one of my favorite trades back in the day. Failed tops and bottoms. Just keep that risk super tight. And you should get an immediate rejection if it's a good trade. You could seriously just count to 30 and get out if it's not going your way immediately.
All right, so are you in, JD? Are you short?
No, I'm working an offer just above the market, just above at new all-time highs.
S&Ps, right? S&Ps not
in the S&P. In the S&P.
Okay, thank you. Gotcha.
What are you at, 13s? Trying to short 13 evens?
13 halves.
13 halves, okay. Hey, there's a 420 at 615.
Yes, there is.
And a 430 at 620. Some big liquidity in the ES here.
Coach Jay's upside target in NASDAQ was 20,617. Pretty much to the tick. Yep, I love you, NQ. So it might be the top there, Jay, based on the range, average range over the last 14 days. Yeah. But again, very tricky to actually get in there. Dolby time is flat right now. JD working an offer just above the all-time highs in S&Ps. Looking hard.
I am looking hard. I'm trying to find a good trade to put on. We're just not really getting the consolidations that I want to see. I mean, we're starting to get one in the ES, which is cool. So maybe there is something to JD's short idea there. But I just don't want to go shorts. I want to pull back. That seems to never happen.
No, the pullbacks are
not today, at least. Yeah.
they're not happening very easily.
My day trading journal in the chat says NQ's biggest updates are close to 400 points. This could keep going. Yes, it could keep going. What Coach Jay was saying, over the last 14 days, the average range of the trade of the NQ will take us to 20,617. Sure enough, we went there. That's all that was saying. But yes, of course, it's we can be above the average, we can be below the average. Jay was just saying what the average is would take us to the measured move. These are prices we've never seen before, so you kind of want to forecast where we might go. This just gives you a tool, your North Star, if you will. And he nailed it.
I just pulled up Edgeful. I could give you the.
Yeah, JD.
I just pulled up my Edgeful account. I'm going to give you the 1 year average daily range for the Nasdaq.
You have an Edgeful account?
Sure do.
Take a look at that. What else you got in that Edgeful account? Yes, hit us.
1 year ADR is 290 right now. 290 points in the Nasdaq.
Okay. And we are at range. We are
right
around there.
5-day average daily range for the Nasdaq is 253 points.
Pretty close. All right, we're actually at 250 right now. So okay, now what about now you're seeing where Jay and JD are getting these numbers from. Yep. Pretty much there right now.
I'm gonna see if I can get long NQ at 604.5.
604.5.
So you're looking to exceed the average daily range today. Is that what you're saying, Dolby? You're looking for
I'm just not shorting NASDAQ. And if I'm the one who calls the top, so be it. I don't care. I've done it many times before, and it'll probably happen in the future again. But I would feel way worse trying to go short than trying to lose than losing on a long.
I hear you. 5-day ADR in the S&P is 45 right now. What is our range so far today?
Whirlwind chat has anything long 648. That's way up there.
We've exceeded
Andy in the chat. Andy in the chat. Drink too much coffee, might throw up. Should I short this? Andy. Oh, Andy.
Oh, I got a question for chat. A little off topic here, but if anyone has a preferred iced coffee brand that they like, so talking grocery store iced coffee. If anyone has a brand they really like, please let us know. We tried the Khalifa iced coffee, and it is garbage. Absolute garbage.
Uh-oh. Would not recommend.
Not happy with that purchase. If anyone likes one, let us know.
Try Chameleon. You ever had that?
If not, can I get it in Jewel?
Pete's.
You should be able to. Yeah, they sell it as like concentrate. So you got to do like part concentrate, part water, but it's good iced coffee.
Black Rifle, Cafe Bustelo.
It has to be at Jewel.
Has to be at the Jewels.
Yep. Might get filled on this long here.
Amazon shares hit record high. Apple hit record high as well. So that's who's doing the heavy lifting. We were talking about this morning. So we know NVIDIA hasn't been
all right. We're long
for this last. There'll be times in. What price? How many times?
20,604.5. Just
you.
I swear, if I call the top, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna pull a Gabe and just lock my account and just go take vacation and then just get written up by Danielle or something. I don't know, man.
Ooh, Gabe.
Written up, huh?
Gabe's.
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't happen here, but it used to happen like in restaurants. That's totally a restaurant thing. Is you get a write up in a restaurant. This is your warning. Like, okay.
Yellow card. Speaking of yellow card, big soccer match going on right now.
Oh yeah, Germany.
We're doing okay.
Germany, Spain, right? Do not ruin it in the chat. I shouldn't even have said anything because I'm recording it and I don't want to know what happens. I'll watch it this afternoon. Huge matches on.
Good one.
We're
going to break even here. We're already pushing. Trying to push highs here. So I'm already break even in this one. I'm on a 1 minute consolidation, so I'm trying to find. I'm just looking for upside here.
No sweat.
Where's your entry price again, Dolby?
20,605 evens. So solid entry.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, Eduardo. Don't ruin it. Big game of Stuttgart. Dolby time got filled.
Spoilers. I'm filled.
The only time got filled and
For new highs.
very little
Shocker.
heat. Very little heat. on
Almost,
Phil.
almost no heat. I mean, just instant bounce.
Oh, Friday afternoon trade should be.
How do you even try to find a profit target for this thing? Am I just like walking up my stop and just play it from the bottom? Is there like a big round level that we like? What, like 650 evens? Is that something that we like? Am I just gonna get stopped out for break even? Probably.
It's choppy right now. I would target
It's
somewhere
choppy.
in the low 20s, 21, 22.
Yeah,
That's a good question. Where do you put a profit target in prices we've never seen before?
I don't know.
How do you do that? I don't know.
It's a great question.
Trail stop.
Oh,
I
chat
bet
likes
sure.
my trade. That's rare. Appreciate it, chat. Thank you so much.
You're on chat's good side today. That's
Hey.
a nice rarity.
Yeah,
That's a
this is
good
great.
move. JD, what's
I
on
didn't
tap
like
for the
my CL
weekend?
trade though.
Yeah, JD, you're an all-American guy. What are you doing this weekend to celebrate?
All American guy.
Like
My
that.
wife has some
All
family in from out of town. They're at the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago right now as we speak
That one's awesome.
with all the kids. So I might meet them up for a bite to eat right after work today. And then I'm not sure where the weekend's going to bring us, but definitely going to be family oriented.
Very nice.
You're gonna get a hashtag power hour from the Museum of Science and Industry.
He's on power. Hour.
I'll see if they could send something.
Yeah, he should. Yes, again, Dolby time. JD right here. Myself and Coach Ray. Power hour.
This will be the crew.
Oh, it's gonna be great. Coach Ray is a
know,
wild man
Micah.
on Fridays.
Coach Ray is. Yeah, he lets his hair down, just lets it rip.
Yeah.
Actually has some good levels. All right, we're
Mhm.
drifting higher
Great trader,
here.
great coach. Looking for all-time highs with this NQ long 1E mini. We were long 1E mini, 20,605 evens. Take almost no heat on this one. Finally got that pullback that we wanted. I don't even have an upside target yet. I have no idea how to even set it. There's nothing to look left. It's just the void. The void is to the left.
Mhm.
We'll see. Closing bell. That's where you go with this one.
Hold it. I mean, I'm
Okay.
technically on all day. I mean, I probably could hold this. They're kind of like quadruple topping up here, though, which is kind of annoying. This like 616s has proven to be a little bit tricky. Start with whole numbers. I think I want to start with 650 then.
Okay,
Seems reasonable.
that works.
So I don't get ticked out here.
Coach Jay in the chat. 625 to 650. Like that.
You got playing drums over there, JD? What are you listening to?
Yeah, twiddling my thumbs.
Jamming
It's
out?
Trying to get
Phil,
filled.
13.
ES isn't moving at all. It's flat.
NASDAQ
NQ
is
was the
putting up
play.
a fight here. It's pretty annoying. I think trailing my stop, and I'm already at break even just because this thing should have just ripped higher, and I'm not interested in having this pull back super far. Typically, when I do this, though, it just hits my break even and then just rallies for 1,000,000 points. So if anyone wants to fade that trade,
Yeah.
feel free.
Your stop is at break even right now, right?
I'm at 605, yeah.
Yeah.
I was up maybe like 200 or $250 in this one. But we
Mhm.
really wanted to see that breakout of 20,616 evens. And it still might happen, to be honest. I mean, we're still making, we were making higher lows. It's struggling here. I get a little bit of
What is it?
some wiggle,
What is this? Yeah.
a wiggle in this ladder. Starting to get some life. I'm going to get break even on this one. Just bounce. No, you want to.
Yeah, do the right
I'm
thing.
Flat.
Ah,
Flat. Yeah. Reassess. Got $10, I guess.
Cover commissions.
yes.
Yep. Now I'm down to 156 minus 156.
Let's trade 5609. Jay, go to lunch. Go to lunch, Jay. He'll come back and you will see 20,617 is the high of the day. I'm just kidding. Go to lunch, come back, and you'll see us 40 points lower. We absolutely nailed it. So much though. S&P's starting to see some. So it might be a range though.
Yeah.
Look at the 5 minute like Dolby was looking at.
Yeah, 5 minutes tight. I do want to see now if we can get back to like 20,584s. And maybe do a little bit of like a stop run down there so we can sweep back up again for new highs. But maybe this is pulled back just enough to get some people stopped out. Let's see. But I might need to go find some new ammo here. Yeah, really pushing down here. 15-point pullback.
Oof. Yep. So all you can ask for if you still think we're going to keep going here.
I'm just keeping an eye on the S&P right now. Slowly ticking lower. Not much action at all.
I would like longs and ES at like 07 evens. It's kind of the bottom of the 5 minute range.
Yeah, right there. Yep.
That'd be pretty solid. Put in a bid there for 56.07 and a half. See if we get filled there. We'll just trade that one. Let's focus on the ES here. So like a lunchtime sell-off? I mean, is that...
Yeah.
Lunchtime sell-off?
Could be something like that. I mean, we saw this rally was on low volume, right? And then maybe some profit taking up here.
Volume's really drying up now. There's no volatility. This thing's flat.
Where did my volume go? Yeah, you're right. Volume is really getting kind of downtrending a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'll start to see some selling, continue to see some selling, I should say. Crude topped out at $84.52, currently trading $84.02, $84.04. VWAP at $84. So about $84 even.
I'm pulling my order. I think there's something's up.
Where were you working?
I was working 5607s. So it's the hair above.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, with this like declining volume, I'm trying to get this volume to be in a different pane. I think there is a way to do it. Just don't know how to make that happen.
It's been low participation all day. We didn't really see. We got a little volume spike on the 7:30 number. Another one after the 9 o'clock number, or not the 9 o'clock number.
What was your take on the jobs report? I remember I saw in the chat, or you in Slack, you remind me that there was a downside revision of the downside.
It was the revision. It's the revision that moves the markets now, I think, not the actual number.
Okay.
So the jobs number came out at what was it, 206,000? 189 expected.
Yes.
Yeah. And there was a revision from 272 revised to 218, which is huge, It's almost 60,000 job revision, Like, what are they looking at when they put out the number in the first place? Is it all just smoke and mirrors?
Great question, man.
Trying to fluff the numbers until they're ready to share the real number with you. But yeah, I think it's the revision. I think it's the revision that really moves the market, not the actual number for that day. Does that make sense to you?
It does. Yes, I'm glad you. I did not know the revision that there was that big of a miss revision from previous months. So yeah,
it's
dropping that
big miss every month too. It's not like this isn't an anomaly. It happens every month.
Sure did. And missing crude EIA crude numbers on Wednesday was wild. $12 million miss. Ugh.
Totally normal.
Totally normal. Nothing to see here. D, we finally rallied off that number. I saw you in the chat. We didn't rally on Wednesday. We actually broke hard off that number, but sure enough, we did buy it up into the 83s, into the 84s, like we predicted.
Coming up to the bottom of that 3-5 minute range, whatever you're looking at in the NAS or S&P right now.
Yeah, we're getting there. Definitely a bit of a sell-off here. All of 5 points in the ES.
I wouldn't call it a sell-off. We're 4 points from all-time high still.
These days,
I mean,
these days is
we're
it.
not-
as Dre
not
would
tanking,
say,
guys.
this is like
We're
an
breaking hard.
apocalyptic pullback here
Yeah.
in the ES.
Selling
Breaking
off.
hard. One
Limit
tick
down.
every 4 minutes.
Right.
We're selling off hard. Bears are in control. Here's a little crude just bounced off of VWAP. VWAP $84.2. $84.02. Currently trading $84.12. Marcus Stalker D says we still may rally today. Yeah, we may. Just interesting.
Never
It
short a
took
quiet
full-
market, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
Why is that? What is that? What's that about, JD? Just because there's no news, quiet market, no news to sell it off? Is that kind of what the gist of it is? I mean, I've
Yeah, we
always
talk
heard
about
that.
we talk about it all the time how the market just has a natural tendency to bid higher. It's just the normal flow of the index markets. When it's quiet,
What's your favorite?
small buyers step in.
What's your favorite cliche in trading, JD? I'll give you a second to think about it. Dolby, I want to hear your favorite cliche
All right.
in trading too. I think mine
Oh,
is
wow.
elevator
Favorite
down, stairs
cliche.
up. Yeah, I think elevator down, stairs up might be one of my favorite cliches we use in the markets. Maybe it's never sell a quiet rally, something along that.
Mhm.
There's so many cliches in here that have a counter to it, but I love it. What do you guys think? Guys, anything come to mind?
Oh, man, you put me on
Give
the
me a minute.
spot, Dre.
I'll take
I
a
don't
good
know.
one.
Yeah, I know. Well, Jenny's been, Dad's been in the business. You've been in the business. There's just so many cliches. What'd you say this morning, JD? Opinions loosely held. What was that one? Strong
Opinions loosely held.
Strong opinions loosely held. What does that mean? That's one of MP's favorite. What does that even mean?
It means be flexible. Have a flexible bias. Don't
There
get
you go.
married to anything.
Yes.
And that's our tip of the week. That's our tip of the week. Adaptability.
Adaptability.
The moment you get
Yes.
stuck on stupid and you
There you go, Robert. Robert,
keep
don't
trying
catch
to
a falling
fight the
knife.
market.
Yeah, don't catch a falling knife. Yep, there you go. But yes, there's a
Similar
lot.
look a bit at 56.08 and a quarter in
Trend is your
ES.
friend. Thank you. Everyone in chat. Put your favorite.
Trend is your friend
trading
is probably my favorite, actually. That's
There it
probably
is.
my favorite.
Put your
friend.
Put your favorite
Like,
trading cliches here in the
That's
chat.
so
Trend
good.
is your friend. There you go. Until it's
Yeah,
not.
throw them out there.
The trend is your friend until it's not. Like we're seeing right here. Dolby just tried to get with the trend and it was not his friend.
No, I managed to find the only 20-point pullback in NASDAQ. It was wild.
There you go.
Every time. Every time. And I'm going to try to work
ES couldn't
56.08 and a
quite-
quarter, though, in ES. Let's see.
ES couldn't quite get to the bottom of that 3-minute range. I'm still working on an offer 3 ticks above the market. 13.5. If we don't get a fill in the next 3 minutes, I'm going to pull that. Right when the
Should have
segment
left a
ends.
runner. I don't know if that's a
Should've left a
cliche.
runner. Yeah,
but
that's a good one.
definitely,
That's a good one.
Always
definitely
leave a
good one
runner.
for TopstepTV.
Yeah, that's a good
Great
one. I like
for
that.
TV. Gabe could have left a runner. Could have left
He
a
could
runner.
have. Yes, he could have. If only we had a runner. All right, we got about 1 minute left here on Power Players. A little quiet. Dolby got in there, scratched it. All good. JD,
I'm gonna
you're gonna see
pull
us
this
three
one,
again
too.
on Power Hour. If you guys loved
Mhm.
this Power Players, we got more of these us three coming at you for Power Hour, joining us with Coach Ray. He's a good time out there on the West Coast, joining us.
Yeah,
This
pretty dull right now.
afternoon.
Pretty dull right now. Nothing to talk about. There's no news coming into the market. Market's not moving right now. Everything's pretty flat. Doesn't make for much of a exciting lunch trade. You know what I mean?
It does.
We'll find a
Even
way.
Peter Tuckman's on vacation right now, so that tells you everything you need to know. Hey, did you see how good his internet connection was in that summer house he was at? I was thinking to myself, how
Amazing.
is that internet connection? How is that better than the floor of the New York Stock Exchange? Anyways,
As good as the
maybe he's
wallpaper.
just standing in one place. He is much more calm on that house than he is on the floor. We do have Top Quiz coming up next. Who is on Top Quiz today? Sure, little James and Vanessa coming up next. Then we got myself and Mick for Shoulder Tap. Dolby Time with David Green, Peter Tuckman's partner for group coaching. Let's get those questions in. I haven't taken a look if we're good there. Then
Oh,
we've
they're
got
good. Yeah,
Strategy
they're good
Lab.
questions.
Sweet. Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Then you got to wrap up this week, Power Hour, myself, Dolby Time, JD, Coach Ray. On the other side of this break, we got Top Quiz coming up next. Let's go. Love your background, Dolby.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. I am James. Jack is out today, so you got me. But I'm joined by Vanessa, our Friday Top Quiz queen. How you doing, Vanessa?
Amazing. So amazing. How are you?
Good. Good. Vanessa, we were just talking in the green room. You are in your brand new house that you just closed on with absolutely nothing to your name, right?
Nothing at all. I'm sitting on a luggage right now, like a tiny luggage. So
I
it
mean, well,
works.
power to you for still showing up to work today. You know, I would have taken it off, but I mean, I also moved this weekend and I'm working, so you know, it is what it is. But this is Top Quiz. How you play is you click on the link in chat or scan the QR code on your screen. You're going to be asked to enter your email address and then a username or a screen name. You see them populating here. You're going to see 4 questions on your device. Try and answer them correctly and as fast as you can. Top 5 players will get a free reset, and everyone else who gets 3 or more questions right will be entered into a random raffle for another free reset. I don't know how many Jack has been giving out these days, but let's say 60. Maybe more. We'll connect in the back. Stay tuned during Power Hour to see how many we give away. Vanessa, did you watch the show this morning at all?
So I'm on a different time schedule now. I'm back in Central Time. So
Yeah.
I kind of did because I thought I was going to be on Top Quiz at 9:45, but that's 9:45 Pacific. So
Yeah.
kind of when I realized what time it actually was. I was like, oh, and then I started working more.
All right, well, I only asked because a lot of the questions are pulled from this morning's fast market opening call. So if you've been watching, it should be a pretty easy quiz. And if not, best of luck to you. So why don't you say you want to get started?
Yeah, I hope all of them are about Dolby's background because that's all I got.
Dolby's background, Dakota's fade me button. It's all there.
Oh man.
But there's about 1,400 of you in here, so let's go ahead and get started. And 3, 2, 1. Kahoot! At work. Top quiz Friday, July 5th, 2024. In 3, 2, 1.
A lot of countdowns.
With Eddie and Hogue out today, which TopstepTV personalities hosted opening call this morning? Was it JD and Jack, Andre and Gabe, JD and Gabe, or myself and Tim, James and Tim?
Oh man, I'm gonna go JD and Gabe because Jack's not here.
Because Jack's not here. Yeah, so you're paying attention a little bit.
Hopefully.
And that is correct. It was JD and Gabe filled in for Hogue and Eddie this morning. They did a great job. Opening call takes a lot of prep, a lot of readiness, and they were on it. So majority of you knew that. No, Andre was not on opening call for the 511 people, but I think he could do it too. All right, next question. Well, not next question. Let's see who wins. I can never remember the order of this. Bryce V is in top. 1776. Yeah, baby. I'm not Jack. I'm not Jack either. I miss Jack. I miss Jack too. And Tao. Good names today. A lot of Jack fans in here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next question. Which U.S. city has started attaching googly eyes to the front of their public transit trains? We talked about this in Fast Markets on the news break. Is it Boston, Chicago, Atlanta, or Washington, D.C.?
Oh man. Adorable, first of all. I'm gonna go Boston. I don't know. Tim's from Boston. I'm gonna say Boston.
Tim is from Boston, and it is correct. Boston has been putting googly eyes on their trains to alleviate the frustrations of them being late. You can't be mad if it's got googly eyes, and if it's got eyes, you can see into its soul. So there you go.
Awesome.
Who knew that? Congrats, Vanessa!
Hey!
Hey! Jesus is the way.
That. Right.
Bryce V, Queen of Ticks, and top 10! You're in the top 5!
Yes.
Now. Oh, I like this. Chopopotamus is the highest climber. You keep climbing, Chopopotamus. All right. Next question. Yesterday was Independence Day in the United States, but it was also the 100th birthday of what menu item? Was it the Big Mac, the Caesar salad, a taco salad, or a Cubano? My personal favorite.
I actually know this one. I know this one. Caesar salad.
Caesar salad.
Yeah.
All right. I don't think McDonald's even been around 100 years, but it is the salad.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Caesar salad. You're really tasty.
It was an Italian that invented it in Mexico.
Yeah. As I did my fact checking this morning for that one, I was surprised to see it was invented in Mexico. But yeah. Who knew that one? Congrats, Vanessa. Still in the lead.
Yes.
Dr. Turpy in second. Diaz in third. Hoopaloop in third. And Fibidier in fifth. All right. Next one. Last question. Here we go. The Carl Hungus meme below is inspired by which Rob Reiner film? Is it This Is Spinal Tap, Misery, A Few Good Men, or Stand By Me? All 4 of these films directed by Rob, but which one is featured in that meme you see on the screen?
I think it's A Few Good Men. I think.
Well, if you see Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, then you're seeing A Few Good Men.
I got all 4. Yes.
You did. That's a perfect score. That's a 4 for 4. Nice.
Yes.
Let's see who else got 4 for 4. or at least top scores. Coming in third today, Jesus is the way. Coming in second,
Jesus.
Diaz. And in first, my best friend.
Uh,
I hope it's it's Hoopaloop.
oh,
Oh,
we're so
4
close.
Scott Bro and 5 never win a raffle. Well, you may not win a raffle, but you got in top 5 today, so you're winning a reset. Whatever happened to
Awesome.
congrats, Vanessa? That was such a good name. You were there the whole time.
Perfect.
It was perfect. But that was Top Quiz. We'll get the quiz winners announced during Power Hour today. I believe we still have the quiz winners from Wednesday to announce. We'll get those done in Power Hour as well. Until then, stay tuned. We have Shoulder Tap coming up next, everyone's favorite segment, followed by group coaching with David Green and Dolby Time. Vanessa, I hope you have a lovely weekend in your beautiful new empty house.
You too.
And I can't wait to do this again. And have a great weekend.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Man, I missed this guy. Haven't seen him since he got back from Europe, but luckily he's back here in the States celebrating America's birthday. Welcome to Shoulder Tap here with Mick. Mick, what's happening, my man? It's been a minute.
Hey, what up, Dre? Good to see you, man. How you doing?
I'm okay. We got about half the day left here on kind of a holiday trade. We're talking in the green room. Our buddies are out on the lake. Are you in Lake Geneva? Or are you in Chicago? Where are you?
I'm in Lake Geneva right now. I'm actually looking out at the beautiful lake, envious of all my friends that are out on the water right now. I had to turn down I got 3 texts yesterday about going playing golf this morning, and I'm like, I can't. I got to work. So my no offense, everybody, my heart's not here right now. It's a holiday. Yesterday, America's Independence Day, and with it falling on a Thursday, the feeling carries over to today, and we'll be into the weekend. So I think I'll get a little payback this weekend. Bring out my inner pyrotechnic and get into some explosions of some sort.
Are fireworks legal up in Wisconsin? Can you purchase the good ones up in Wisconsin, like you can in Indiana?
Shit here, Illinois, Wisconsin. You got to go to Indiana. I mean, we used to have some good stuff, but yeah, I don't even think you can get bottle rockets anymore. It's like smoke bombs and sparklers, which is just total BS. I don't know if I should say it on TV, but we do have a little bit of a stash of some things that go boom pretty big. I'll just say quarters and halves as far as sticks go. So we got some good stuff.
I got the TNT.
I like going shooting. Yeah, close to it. I like going shooting a little bit too. And there's this wonderful exploding target that blows up upon impact of a high velocity round that's called tannerite. And when you combine many of those together, you can get something that's quite on par with C4. So we've we've done this all in a safe, controlled environment, but usually around this time of year, got a friend who's got a farm up here, and they always buy an old shitter car, and we drive the car out onto their personal shooting range at the farm, and we blow up a car every year.
Incredible. That's America for you, folks. That is America in a nutshell. Hell yes. Hell yes. All right, Mick, let's get back to these markets. We made new all-time highs today. We made new all-time highs on Wednesday. That kept going into today on this Friday after July 5th, or this July 5th Friday, I should say. New all-time highs. So I'd like to ask you, what are we seeing here on the board at Tops? Are we seeing more green from our chairs or more red from our chairs? Just give us a general idea of what the risk team's looking at overall.
Yeah, it's a green week. And you got to remember, too, that, the CME protocol around these is with the shortened trading hours. So, Wednesday was a short day. Markets closed early. They made Wednesday its own trade date. But then yesterday, actually, a lot of the trading activity yesterday, because of CME protocol, that carries over until today's trading activity. So depending on the data provider you're with, the platform you're trading on, a lot of the activity from yesterday, actually, there was no Thursday trade date, and it counts as a Friday trade date. So all in all, we're pretty good here. I've seen some of the big account balances, get shaken out a little bit over the last few days on both the live and the XFA side of things. And we had a live trader, was it Lynn? Lynn's his last name. He was up $14,000 earlier, trading big size today, and I've watched him go from up 14,000 to down 3,000 daily loss limit. So $17,000 swing there. Not too happy about that. That's what happened. I mean, you mentioned that we're doing new all-time highs. We've got the holiday creeper mode going up, which is nice, but this is not the time and place to be trading 10s and 15s. And if you are, you got to be quick to cut those things early. $17,000 swing to end your week is not what you want to do when you're having a really, really good Friday.
Shut it
so
down.
I would encourage them to stay away from the explosives or the pyrotechnics this week. You already blew up today. That's enough blowing up. But we do have some other, notable people. We've got Itor. He's up 12,400. Jayton up 3,600. Shao 2,300. Rips is in his live account today. Haven't seen much out of him in his live account lately. He's up 2K. Nick for a tick. Nick Camarello, he's up 2,500. And all in all, let me see if we got any more updates on the live boards here today.
Like that.
I think I mentioned Shao up 2200.
Yep.
Excuse me. Yeah, I would say that, there's actually a lot more activity than we saw yesterday, today, but all in all, it's been a good week. We called up a lot of people this week. I don't have the exact number. I was, doing
What is
some
it? What
thinking
is the
before
general? A
this,
lot of
but
people. So what is a lot of people? More than 30, less than 30. What's in general? What would be a
we're
lot of
over
people?
we're over 30. I mean, darn, Andre, I think we called up like 20 something people just on Wednesday alone. So yeah, we're
Incredible.
at a high number on the week. I guess I could take a moment to pause here and
Yeah,
look
while
at
you
one
do
of my
that,
spreadsheets.
I know
On an
while you do that,
exact
I'll fill for you real quick. While we do that, yeah, we just a general delta. We're looking for how many people are calling up and how many people are getting, onboarding, offboarding, if you will, from the live funded rates. I know there's always a delta. Typically, it's always positive. I imagine bringing people up to the big leagues and people going back down to the minors, so to speak. Well, Mick looks at that. Let's do a
Yeah,
quick
I think
recap here on the market. Go ahead, Mick.
I was just going to say, I think there's only been 1 week, which was a total anomaly, where we actually had closed more live accounts than people we brought up. Usually,
Yeah.
we're at a net add to the prop firm, which is where we want to be, calling up good live traders.
Good to know. Good to know. All right, cool. All right, well, markets are in a range right now. Looking at the 5-minute. We're not missing much in the markets. Gold kind of creeping up to that 2,400 even level, currently trading 23.96. So, Mick, you want to get into some cards, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, let's do the cards, Andre. I'd love to start with Soren. Soren's a guy. Let's get his card queued up. Someone we called
Soren
up from
K.
XFA to live. Soren K, yeah, trading out of Valencia, California. Knocking it out of the park. 100% winning days. I think his, on the trading cards, we do best day kind of thing. And if you don't have a losing day, we can't really say that you've had a worst day, but his worst day was a positive $25 day. So that's kind of fun to mention there. But
Look at
he's been
this.
killing it. 13 short days in the XFA before getting called up. His best day, $16,300. And not only was that just, one big winning day, but there's also some other notable days. He had a $2,700 winning day, $10,500 winning day, and then $1,600 winning day. So all really good stuff here. A couple things I really like about this one. You look at the risk reward there. I've never had a card, Andre. We've never had a card that's 10 to 1 risk reward. On a per contract basis, he's well, let's talk about it. You can look at the trade report and find out for yourself, but I will spill the beans. Really, really good risk reward, 10 to 1, $243 per contract he's making while only risking 24. I don't know how that happens, but he's
beautiful.
Obviously finding, beautiful trade location is what I see when I take a look at that card. And then he's averaging 19 trades a day. He's scaling in using one lots. So this is something we talk about, Andre. I've talked about with Jack when I do this with him.
This is
is
your
like
dream,
this is someone who, they add to it as it's working. He will have a position with 10 to 15 contracts on, mostly 10, but he's scaling in as it's working. So he presses, as I say down here at the bottom, presses when it's working. Very quick to cut any losing trade, which is awesome. But, it's kind of an art form to add to winning positions when it's working. I always say, for a lot of traders that we see, Andre, there's a lot of people that put up big numbers, but then they also have the daily loss limits that are hit regularly. Usually you see that when it's someone who's all in, all out. I always, for those people that struggle with, low winning day percentages, they're hitting their daily loss limit a lot. My biggest, bit of advice for those people is don't go all in, all out. Scale in. The nice thing about scaling in, if you're trying to amass a large position, is if it starts going against you initially, you've got a small position on. If it starts going in your favor, you can start, pecking at the market, adding to that winning trade, and that's exactly what Soren's doing. And it's allowed him to be extremely profitable. He's taken over 25,000 in payouts in those short 13 days that he was trading in the XFA before getting called up to live. And all in all, this is just really, really good stuff. The time to go along with the nice risk reward too. The time in trades is really nice too. Let me see. He's spending 19 minutes on average in those winning trades and only 6 minutes on the losing trades. So this is a guy who's cutting his losses quickly, impatient with the losers, and then patient with the winners. And he is trading on a short time frame. He knows what he's doing on that short time frame.
Mick, this is one of the best cards I can remember seeing. This is a formula that's going to last. I don't know. I mean, you've looked at thousands of these, but this is sustainable. I would think this isn't just a one hit wonder here. This is sustainable. Risk reward.
It's really sustainable.
This can last. Has anyone talked to Soren at all, or is we just kind of let him do his thing, get out of his way?
I haven't spoken with Soren myself personally. Doesn't mean the rest of the risk team hasn't. We've been pretty tied up over the last.
Oh yeah, you have
been busy for a while. We're pretty tied up.
I know.
We haven't spoken to Soren. We tend to. I'll be upfront. I mean, Andre, we tend to speak with really only our live traders. I mean, our live traders are the one that have access to the risk line. We have so many people in SIM accounts in our program, so many people in XFAs in our program. The risk lines really, we're trying to reserve it for people in the live accounts.
Makes
you
sense.
know what? A big thing about these people in the XFAs, we want to be calling up the best traders to the live account. We look at that from a performance standpoint. We want to see what they can do with a hands-off approach. If you're going to be doing well with hands-off and you don't have risk managers calling you to check in about locking in winning trades, profits, and then slowing the bleeding. I mean this is kind of, I wouldn't say it's a tryout, but in a way it is.
It is, yeah.
It's a tryout for the live account. We do give most of our time and attention to people in the live accounts with the real money. Granted, XFAs, we all know you can take payouts from that, but that's kind of, it's a period of time and it's a funded level of trading where, show us what you got. And then, if you got it and you're not needing assistance, we'll be there to give you the assistance when you need it in a live account. And I'm not, embarrassed to say that. It is what it is. It's our program.
That's how it should be, I think. I would say this card is very, very impressive. Soren, this is one to remember. If you guys want to model your game after someone, this is it. This is just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, get out of the way, let them cook. Let them get. I'm looking for any rooms for improvement, and I mean all one lots, average scaling in with one lots. They're not just barreling in with 5 and 10s and 15s. This is very, very good to see. All right, Mick.
You're not going to find areas for improvement. So, Andre, I'm kind of curious, like when we're looking at a card this good, I kind of spoke my piece here on the trade report and what I thought was probably one of the best things, and that's pressing when the market's going in Soren's favor and adding to the winning positions. Is there anything that you can unpack here on this trade report that you would say is like a really good strong point or, habit in his trading activity that's, getting him called up to live?
The risk reward is going to keep them alive for a long time. I mean, say that risk reward gets cut in half. Say it decreases by half. You're still going to be alive and well. I mean, that risk reward is what sticks out. I mean, that's just 10 to 1. Yeah, I mean, say if it gets down to 2 to 1. If it gets down to 2 to 1, you're still in the game. So, I mean,
still in the game in a big way. And even if you cut it in half and it was 5 to 1, it's freaking stellar.
Huge.
Stellar risk.
Huge. Now, here's my question.
Stellar risk.
When you see their system, adding with one last, would anyone on risk suggest to them in any way, shape, or form, maybe want to think about increasing your size at all? Obviously that thought would come into our heads from, the top step from the firm side, but when you see something like this working so well, I know we think about it to that side, but would you suggest that to them in any way? Maybe increase your size, or I don't know. What do you think? What do you think about that?
It's a good question. I would have to have a conversation with the trader and talk to them about their goals, long-term, short-term, medium-term, that kind of thing. I can't give, there might be something there. They also might be trading in their comfort zone.
There you go.
But I mean, you got to go back to the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And there ain't anything broke here. I mean, 13 days, they brought the account up to 34,500. They've got 100% winning days. They got a great risk reward. Their worst day, which is not even a bad day, was $25. It was a $25 winning day. I mean, really quickly speaking of that, no, I don't have anything in regards to that. That one day that they made $25, one trade. It looks like they they held that trade. It was a one lot in the NASDAQ. They held it for an hour and 40 minutes. So they must have done that thing, like the infomercials, set it and forget it. They probably put something on. They had an idea, a directional bias where they thought the market could go to. They probably put a stop at, 5 ticks, 1.25 points break even, and walked away from the computer and then got stopped out. But no doubt that trade was in their favor for a while. I don't have anything from Soren.
Nothing. I'm just gonna admire this one. We can keep it moving here. We got a couple more to get to, but this is about as good as it gets, as I see. All right, let's keep it moving. What do we got next here, Mick?
Well, let's move it. Can we get the trading card for Evan, if we could, please?
Evan F. out of Sarasota, Florida. Mick, talk to us about Evan F.
Sarasota. Yeah, I've got one of my aunts. She lives down there, part-time now, and she's always asking.
Aunt too. Give a shout out to your aunt. Which aunt is it?
Yeah, shout out to Aunt Beth. Former Chicago PD, too. Former Chicago PD. She's a hard ass.
Don't cross Aunt Beth.
Yeah, Aunt Beth. Average daily P&L. Now, he's in an XFA. He's still in an XFA. We haven't called him up, but we got our eye on him, which is why I wanted to talk about his performance a little bit. I'll get into why we still have him in an XFA right now, despite everything on this trading card looking very, very pretty. 94% winning days. This is over the course of 16 days in this XFA. 53% winning trades. And there's nothing wrong with the 53% winning trades. Andre mentioned a 2-to-1 risk reward on the last card when we were talking about Soren. If you have a 2-to-1 risk reward, you can be wildly profitable, only being right half the time. And they are right more than half the time. They've got better than a 2-to-1 risk reward, slightly better. It's, on a per contract basis, average winning trades $450. They're only risking 190 on those losing trades, taking 8 trades a day, 1 to 3 lots. Best day here, which is, I like this a lot, on 150K. Best day is $3,200. The worst day, $1,610. So just because they've got that $3,000 daily loss limit does not mean they're going up against it. They cut it short quickly. They did only have one losing day so far out of these 16 days in XFA. So anything could happen there, but I always like a trader who ends it, halfway, risking half of what they are allowed to risk. If I could give like one bit of information for anybody who's struggling with their trading, if you're struggling, you're seeing a lot of downside as opposed to upside, as far as winning days and stuff go. And if you're struggling, managing that downside is the single greatest thing you could do for yourself. Don't risk too much. Don't risk too much. Don't risk too much. Limit your losses. If you're struggling, limit your losses. The one losing day we've seen from Evan, he's doing that. There's a lot of good stuff here. Andre, you look at the trading card or the trade report or the trading card, 10,000 in payouts over 16 trading days. I think that was a total of 3 payouts. So they're paying themselves regularly every 5 days, which they've had 15 winning days and only 1 losing day. Every time they're eligible for a payout, they're taking a payout. And I like that. With that, we always got to consider our account balance maintenance and how much we're, keeping, how much cushion we're keeping in the account. Because just because you can take 50% out doesn't mean that you should be doing that every single time.
Correct.
But all in all, really good stuff here. I gotta say that one of the reasons why this trader is still in XFA and hasn't gotten called up to live, the XFA that we're looking at in particular here is really good. They've been with us for a while, since September of 2021. I look at all the other trade reports, and I see a lot of resets here. Granted, everything's going really well here, but people ask about this. What does the risk team look at when it comes to calling people up live from XFA? There is no stone that's left unturned. And when I see someone who's doing really well right now, very happy for them. Obviously, they're paying themselves and taking money out of the markets with the 10,000 in payouts. But I look at all the trading combines they've been through, and there have been a lot of resets. There were also XFAs, Andre, that lasted 2 trading days. So I look at the previous history too, and try and make it a best informed decision. And we're not always right, but we're pretty good.
Question,
Try
Mick.
and make the best informed decision. Yeah.
Buckle down. What do you mean by buckle down? Less resets? What does buckle down mean? Buckle down, start focusing more, get yourself to live. What do you say when you say buckle down?
Number of things. So buckle down is really the resets. I want them to buckle
Gotcha.
down on this account. Everything's going well. I don't want to see them do what they've done in trading combines, what they've done in previous XFAs, which is daily loss limit. I just mentioned a couple XFAs that they've been in before, have lasted 2 short trading days. That means that they're hitting a daily loss limit and then they're hitting the max loss limit the following day. That is something that we don't want to see in a live account. So we want to see them continue to do this, what they're doing right now in this XFA, in the XFA. And I want them to buckle down, and I don't want old stuff. I wouldn't call it old habits, but stuff that we've seen in the past get brought into this trading account right now.
All right, Evan. Evan, you heard it. Buckle down. Chill on the resets. Don't use them as a crutch.
Yeah,
But
chill
they
on
are
the
there for your
resets.
hub. All right, real quick, we got new all-time highs here in the S&Ps, 56, 14 quarter last trade. Also, crude making new lows, bottoming out at $83.59. NASDAQ hasn't quite got to new all-time highs, about 7 points off of that. But again, S&P's making new all-time highs here during shoulder tap. All right, Mick, we got about 5 minutes left. We want to kick it over to our final card. We can do that and get you out of here and get you onto that lake. Get on that lake, Mick. Come on.
Still some more time to be spent at work, but I will be there. I guarantee it.
Is
All
Hodgman
right, let's pull up
out
Jerry's
there?
card.
Is Hodgman out there too?
No, I think Hodgman was up here. He ended up going back to Chicago though, because him and his
Girlfriend.
special girlfriend.
Yes.
I've had him out on the boat in Chicago. She's really nice, ton of fun. We were out there. They
Ooh.
came out, joined my family when my dad and his wife were down from Wisconsin. I think they're out on the lake, Lake Michigan today, as a matter of fact. Great day for it. Maybe I'll have lunch with his parents again though, because I ran into them at the golf club a couple weeks ago, and sat down and had lunch with them before I went out and played around.
Beautiful.
Not planned, just impromptu, which was kind of nice.
Those are always some of the
let's
best
get
times.
Jerry.
Jerry P.
Yeah, they are. They are. Let's get Jerry's card up. All right, so we got Jerry out of Tallahassee. We got a couple Floridians here today. And then Jerry, he's someone that we called up from XFA to live. He had 24 days in his live account, his XFA before getting called up to live. And this is another one I think you'll like a lot, Andre, because Jerry is someone who's, kind of hitting singles. They're trading NASDAQ, and normally I don't mention the MNQ here, but they're actually trading a little bit more MNQ than they are the NQ. It's working out well for him. Predominantly MNQ, which is the micro NASDAQ. And normally I just keep the micros out of these trading cards. The leverage is so small there. But it's kind of interesting. Jerry's trading the MNQ, but he's trading size in the MNQ. He's doing a lot of 10 lots in the MNQ. And I got to say, Jerry, if you're trading 10s in the MNQ, just go trade 1 in the NASDAQ, because while the price of trading 1 micro is lower than trading 1 E-mini, if you're doing the 10-to-1, making those fungible and, scaling them, because 10 micros is equal to 1 mini, the cost of the transaction on the 1 mini is far lower than that of doing 10 MNQ, the micros. But hey, really good stuff here. 67% winning days, 60% winning trades. Average winning day, $900. Average losing day, $530. So we've got the average winner, which is almost double than the average losing day. I always like to see that. Nobody's got any business risking more on their losing days than they make on average on their winning days. So everything good here. 2 trades a day, Andre. Very, very selective with what they're doing.
Love it.
I find it's, for myself, there were times when I'd look at my trading performance and say I'd be struggling a little bit. And you look at what you're doing, and for me, a majority of the time I was over trading. And when you're struggling and you're over trading, that's when it's like you got to say, okay, I'm going to give myself 1 or 3 trades per day. And usually that's the medicine at least I needed, and I know a lot of traders need, to just kind of get back to being profitable. It's if you're taking a lot of trades and you're struggling, and then you go and you limit how many trades you can take, you're going to be very selective with the trades, and you're going to be ensuring that you take only the best trades. I hear a lot of traders say, oh, it was a B setup, it was a C setup. That's bullshit. Nobody should be taking B and C setups. We need to take grade A, 3 stars, triple stars,
Yes,
let the
sir.
stars align, and those are the setups we need to be taking. I remember getting, my dad was in the business, and when I started trading, I remember I was working out of his office, and he was asking me why I did something, and I was like, I was just taking a shot, and I got cracked in the back of the head. He's like, you don't take shots. He's like, you have reasons for doing what you do. He's like, you're assuming somebody else's risk. You don't take shots. So
100%.
I don't know if it was from that day forward or, I was a young cocky kid, and well, he obviously knew a lot more than I did, but like no shots. And after that, he's like, you should have a really good explanation for why you're doing everything that you're doing.
It's true.
Like, yeah, whatever, Dad. Yeah, whatever. And
Who was right?
and
Who was right, though,
finally,
Nick?
I was
He
humble.
was
Yeah, he is right. Yeah, I was humble enough to be like, yeah, he might know a thing or two more than me. And so I always try and do that for myself, and not only have like one bias or reason for taking a trade, but I also like to use the phrase like, let the stars align. Yeah, I see this and I see this, and it backs up my directional bias. So if I get a couple stars aligning, then it's full tilt boogie. We put the risk on and profit.
Full tilt boogie. On that note, Mick, thank you so much for that shoulder tap. Full tilt boogie, as you heard it here on Shoulder Tap on TopstepTV. Mick, happy 4th of July. Enjoy your weekend. A couple more hours. Market's going to be closed. Mick, thank you for everything on Shoulder Tap. We got group coaching coming up next with Dolby Time and David Green from, the Academy. Where's Wall Street Academy? Check in now for group coaching coming up next. Thanks, Mick.
Thanks, Trey. Have a good one. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah,
have
man.
a great weekend. Be safe. Come back with all your digits.
everybody. Welcome to group coaching with myself and the one and only David Green, rocking that sweet, sweet TopstepTV hat. If you want to get your own, www.shop.topstep.com. David Green, welcome. We got some great questions. Got a little bit of a late start, so we'll hop right into it. George has a great question. I just got into futures trading. What should be my first steps?
That is a great question. How much time do we have, Nick?
17 minutes to answer a very deep question.
All right. So I think the first step would be, there's a lot, but first step would be, someone once told me, don't trade anything where you don't play a game you don't know the rules to. Okay. So just get yourself going. You got to learn all the rules to Topstep. Okay. We know they are the best platform out there. So what are the rules? What does it take me to qualify an account? How many days do I have to trade to qualify an account? What are the goals that I have to hit? So learn the game that you're playing first. That's number one. Number two is try to find some kind of trading system that works for you. Okay. Technical analysis, price action, whatever it is going to use. At the beginning, I urge you to be journaling all the trades that you do. Find out what your hit rate is, how many more trades you're winning than losing, and follow a bunch of pretty simple rules, but things that you should be doing all the time. Have stop orders on every single trade that you do, so we're not constantly blowing up trading accounts. I don't average into trades. If I'm going to get into a trade, I'll get into it once based on my levels, and I won't keep buying. It's a recipe to blow up trading accounts. Know when to stop trading when you're losing money. Have a certain amount of trades. And with Topstep now, guys, we can put our automatic stop in if we only want to lose $100 a day or $200 a day, which I don't think any other platform has out there. Take advantage of everything that Topstep has to offer, including what we're doing right now. Topstep is by far the best as far as education is concerned. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of prop firms. Topstep is, in my opinion, the only one that really wants their traders to succeed in this. Okay? There's a lot of crap out there. So stick with Topstep if you're going to be doing this 150 billion%. When you're having a good day, know when to stop trading. Don't keep trading just to trade. So just follow some of those really simple rules. Learn the game that you're playing. Find some kind of system that works for you. Stick to those rules. Be patient. Be disciplined. You don't have to be trading 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And, it takes time. It takes time. This is not something that you should expect to be an expert at when you first open up an account. It takes time, to really learn your craft. I tell people it's a 3 to 6 month learning curve, being honest with them. That's just how long it takes. Okay. But I think the most important thing is know the game that you're playing. That's the most important thing.
Well, that was a great answer, and I did not pay David Green to promote Topstep that hard, but he is not wrong. We are the best in the biz. No doubts there.
Nick, I'm doing this for 38 years, right? Although, quite honestly, I'm fairly new to futures, maybe a year or so. I just started trading futures. So, of course, I looked around at, many different platforms. And I came to the conclusion by myself that you guys just stand out far and above the rest.
We appreciate it. I know you wanted to talk about some crude oil. I know you had some levels. Let's touch on those. Crude oil actually just broke down below the 4-hour range low, trading at 83.41 right now. So really, bears have kind of stepped in quite a bit here in CL. Yeah. But I was talking about a failed CL trade that I had, but you had something in your charts that was helping you out. If you want to go ahead and share that with us, that'd be awesome.
Sure. Can everybody see my charts up there, Nick?
Yep, you are currently up right now, yeah.
Wow, look at the CL. Perfect. Okay. So actually a couple of good trades we almost just got a beautiful trade. All right. So Nick was looking earlier this morning and he said he had something in the 84.30, 84.25, 84.30 range in the 20. And some of the technical analysis that I use moving averages and I use pivot points and I use relative strength. I try to keep it as simple as I possibly can. Bottom line is I have some lines on my charts that tell me where to make my trades. That's the bottom line. It's a little more complicated than that. But if you guys see right here and this was about 11:20. This is a pivot point on my chart.
We have your NQ chart up. Do you have like multiple instances of Topstep X open? Because this is your NQ 50K account.
No, it shouldn't be. Hold on.
That's on screen right now.
Yeah. Hold on. I think I'm not sharing the right screen.
Well, just switch to your other one.
Let me see.
If you just want to do your charts from this.
Yep. Let me see if this is. Let's see.
Chat, no fire drills today. This is his chart, but I think he has 2 instances set up here. Oh, now he's replaced his face with a chart.
Hold on one second. Give me a minute. Yeah, why is that stuck up there? That's weird.
Don't know. We'll get it taken care of.
Hold on a sec.
Got the best producer crew in all the land.
Where are you? All right, hold on one second. This is very strange. Screen share.
Okay, your face is back. That's a good start.
All right, good. Screen sharing.
Nope, that's your face.
I don't want to
got replaced again.
I know. I don't want to share that screen.
We got ES trading up 56.20s, new highs. So now we got my face and his charts.
Yeah, but it's not the right charts, and it's not letting me switch.
Now we got. There we go. Got that
you have a chart
link. No, just our faces. Our beautiful, wonderful faces are currently on air right now. But if we can keep on doing, yeah, I mean, want to keep on rolling through some questions here. Got like 10 minutes left. We might as well just do some questions.
All right, hold on. I think I got it.
Okay.
Give me a sec. Main, think, or swim. Share. All right, there's oil, right?
That's we got your face got replaced, but yeah, it is. Actually, what if we go to 1UP maybe on his chart, and we'll just do
let me just see if it switches.
Charts.
All right, yeah, here we go. You see the NQs popping up there?
Yeah, I think we just have to
yes.
maybe some of the whoever's on the box right now. Let's just do 1UP of his chart.
It's switching on my end. Now I have the NQs up, and now I have the oil up, and it's switching.
Yeah, it is switching, but the your face is no longer here, David, unfortunately.
We don't need my face. Can you see the charts?
No, I think we just go to 1UP on the chart here, and we'll just do a audio. We don't really need our faces. No one needs to see our faces. They just want to see the charts. So we'll see if the production team can do that for us. But ES making new highs. Shocker.
Let's just get the questions.
There we go. Cool. Let's do it. Now we're good. Let's just no faces. This is a no face stream. We're just doing charts. Let's hit it, David Green.
So you got my NQ up there now.
We got your NQ up. Hell yeah. Let's roll.
Right, let's go back to oil. See if we switch. There we go.
Perfect.
There we go. All right. So getting back to this. When I'm looking for a resistance in a stock and it's trading up or futures, and we have a pivot point, okay, that is telling me that it's a short in the trade. And you can see oil went up from 84 to 84.50. It exactly hit our pivot point, okay? And that was the spot to get shorted, right up here where my cursor is.
Yeah.
And if we look here, Nick, check this out. We just pulled all the way back and almost hit this pivot point on the way down, right? So that was 84.32. So this was a 50-cent trade. We missed this by 1 penny. It got to 84.33, and that was a 20-cent trade. So pivot points can show us where support and resistance is depending on which way the stock is going. Here was your resistance, and here was your support, both in oil, which was absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Let's Nick. Let's get to some.
Oh, no, we're good.
Let's get to questions, Nick.
Let's get the questions. All right, let's do it. Hi, David. Is there a better market to trade? Hold on. Is it better to trade in multiple markets like gold, oil, treasury bonds, wheat, and stocks, or is it preferable to specialize in one instrument such as the NASDAQ? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think the more you spread yourself out, the more difficult it's going to be. I think it's always better to focus on one or two instruments. I trade 90% of the time. I'm trading the NQs or the ESs. That's it. That's what I know best. That's what my technical analysis works best for. I think it's much, much better if you narrow your focus at the beginning and not worry about trading 10 or 15 different products. Get used to trading one, get your technical set up so that it's working when you're just trading one, and don't spread yourself out that thin. Also, 99% of the time when I get into a trade, if it's NQs or ESs, whatever it is, and I have other orders out and other things, I'm going to cancel all those other orders and just worry about the trade that I'm in. One thing at a time. It's difficult enough without having to worry. First of all, it's hard to manage if you're in more than one trade at a time. You know, let's say you have gold out and you have oil out and you have NQs out and you have ES. What happens if you get hit in 3 or 4 of them at once? It's going to be very difficult to manage all those trades at the same time. I mean, you should be using bracket orders and having your stops and profit targets. But especially as a beginning trader, pick one, concentrate on one, learn how to do that one, you know, sufficiently, and don't worry about anything else. Keep your focus narrow. It's the best thing to do.
Yeah. Specialize in one. Each market has its own personality, and the more time you spend with that market, the more you'll learn kind of the ins and outs of that market. Got a question here from George, aka G-Dub. I believe he's in chat, actually. Question is, why do I suck so bad? I continue to blow up accounts by guessing, pressing more contracts, you know, more on trades in parentheses. I need to stop. Is there a way to lock or max out my contracts? Can I set the system to limit to 2 contracts? It looks like he's looking for a technical solution to this problem, but I wonder if there's another solution here, David.
No, I mean, he said it right at the beginning. Guessing. You're guessing, right? So, you know, it's like going to a casino one time and you end up winning a lot of money, and you go back and you think you're going to keep winning every time you go. And it's just not going to happen. You have to find some kind of technical analysis that works for you, okay? That's the bottom line. I will never make a trade unless one of my charts tells me to make a trade. In other words, it's hitting one of my technical levels. That's the only time I'm ever making a trade. You will never, I'm not going to say never, okay? But it's going to be very, very difficult to try and figure out how to do this if all you're doing is throwing darts on the board. And you might get lucky a couple of times and have a couple of good trades. But in the long run, it's going to average out that you're going to blow up these accounts just constantly. And you're going to keep constantly blowing up accounts. Think about it this way. This was George, GW?
Yeah, G-Dub.
Yeah. Think about it this way. The way you're doing it sounds to me like you're just going to have to get lucky to ever qualify one of these accounts. And it's almost like, George, you have to give it up to the higher power, right? If what I'm doing is not working, doesn't it make sense to try and do something else, right? And find, look, your technical analysis gives us an edge. It doesn't mean every trade we do is going to work. It's not going to. We're all going to have losing trades at times. But it puts the odds in your favor of the trades working if you use it properly. So you have to find some kind of technical analysis that works for you. Otherwise, it's just going to be a vicious cycle. So give it up to the higher power. Say what I'm doing isn't working, and figure out another way to do it. I mean, Topstep, and again, I'm not blowing smoke up Nick's, you know what, but they have, we have this education. We have people, they have people who are coming on all day and explaining what they're doing and why they're doing it. It's work, George. All right. So you got to put the time in. And a lot of people who open up these accounts, you know, they're trying to just make a lot of money in these things immediately. And it just doesn't work that way. You'll end up spending thousands of dollars, $50 at a time, right? Before you figure out the right way to be doing this. So find yourself a system, find yourself a mentor. You have a ton of them here with Topstep, and just start using your technical analysis.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Probably got one more question in here, but it's a timely one and a good one. This is from Pete Pearson. Is this normal price action in the NASDAQ? If it is not, how do you adapt to trade this market?
Yeah, I mean, the overall market is getting a little frothy, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, it's normal. You know, sometimes you see things moving 50, 60 points, especially in the NQs, and you don't know why, and you're left there scratching your head, right? And you say, I don't understand these moves. Why is it doing this? Be aware of anything economically that's coming out. I think that's mega, mega important. You know, we had the unemployment report this morning. If you look at early this morning when the unemployment number came out, check this out. We almost went from pivot point to pivot point in the NQs, and this was a $200 move, Nick. But I had an order out to short it this morning on my pivot point, and it hit it. It went like 3 points above it. It went down 100 points. So again, I'm still using my technicals even during those news events. It's just a time in the markets where you got to be a little more careful. You got to be a little more conservative. I don't think it's anything out of the usual. I do think overall, and again, this is for another day. I mean, we are extremely stretched out by any measure in almost any index that we look at. Almost any. I mean, this is a daily chart of the futures, the NQs. And we're approaching like almost a 75 relative strength on a daily chart in the NQs, which does not happen very often, Nick. This is a rare occasion. I mean, if we go back to June, you can see that we got to about 80 here. We went down 250 points after that. I don't give anybody advice, long-term advice, but we are approaching those levels again. Nothing goes up in a straight line for forever. I can tell you that, guys and girls. I'm doing this a long time. But as far as the intraday moves, it's par for the course. It's par for the course. What you do when you see things happening and your technicals aren't even working, which happens occasionally, you cut your size. It's a time to be less aggressive, not more aggressive. That's all. And you wait for things to settle out.
Oh, man, that's great advice. You always size down, always have micros at your disposal. David Green's EMAs 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200. And then, David, there's also a question about your pivot points. Are those just standard pivot points in Thinkorswim? That's it? Okay.
Standard in Thinkorswim, yes. Make sure you're having support 1, support 2, and support 3, resistance 1, resistance 2, resistance 3. Yeah. Yep. And if we look at our daily charts now, guys, our daily charts now, and this doesn't happen very often, we're 400 points above our trend line. 400 points on the daily chart. It just doesn't happen very often. We will get above a pullback at some point.
Wow.
Yeah, look at this. And if you go back, Nick, I'm going back a couple of months, right? We've done nothing but hold the trend lines. You know, we hit on 9, we hit on 15, we hit on 9, 15, hit on 9, 15. This is getting a little out of hand. So what I'll be looking for in this is if we get near an 80 RSI, that'll be the day or night, you know, when we can hopefully do something overnight and start a little swing trade when these things get really, really out of hand. We're getting close.
Nice. Well, David, thank you so much. That was a pretty quick half hour, but some of it was spent with some tech issues. It's okay. We got some bonus David Green. Got you on a Friday, and I think we're going to try to get you for some extended sessions as well, not just half hour, but maybe up to an hour. We can really kind of settle in, bust out a nice scotch, and just hang out and
starting next week, Nick. Starting next week, Nick, we're going to be every Wednesday. I don't know how
every Wednesday,
time-wise, but we're going to be every Wednesday starting next week. Yeah,
that's awesome. Well, that sounds good, chat. We apologize for the chart issues, but at least you don't have to look at our faces, and you got his charts full screen. David Green, thank you so much for coming by. We'll work on this tech stuff for next week, but very glad to have you. Oh, yeah, yes.
One thing, if I can, because I have nothing to promote or anything. However, what I always do is, Nick, if you bought my email up there, okay, guys, and I feel kind of bad we weren't able to share our charts and everything. If you guys send me an email, anybody, I'll offer anybody who wants to come into my private trading room for a week and hang out with us at no cost. And this way you'll see us trade live. You'll see us trade live every single day. We'll explain more about the technicals and stuff. So it'll be really cool. It'll be very informative. Anyone can do that. Shoot me an email and I'll get you in there next week if you want.
Perfect. I'll put that in chat right now. David Green, thank you so much. Enjoy your weekends. I think we're all going to have a good time. I think it's beautiful outside. Enjoy the weather. Touch some grass, as they say. We're going to move on to our next segment here. I'm not going anywhere for the rest of the day, to be honest. So let's bring in Anne-Marie, and we got Coach Robert, and we're going to go to Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Coming up.
Thanks for having me, Nick.
All right, thank you, David.
And we're back. TopstepTV, the second to the last segment, penultimate segment of the day and of the week. Thank you very much for sticking around with us. I was going to say in the middle we have Dobie, but we don't. In the middle, we have the wonderful Anne-Marie. We have Dobie on the other side. You just heard him in the last segment. You have to listen to my voice here for the next hour or so, but we're going to get into some trades. And before we get started into this section right now about the strategy lab, we're talking about drifting from one thing to another, switching up strategies all the time, maybe too soon, too much. We're going to get into that, but first I want to share something with the chat to carry over from what David Green was talking about, pivot points. He was using a Thinkorswim, the TOS platform there, and then there's a lot of questions on the pivot points inside of Topstep X. They're not there yet, but what I did do is I made a spreadsheet. They have traditional pivot points, and I just see my screen up. Thank you very much, Gabe. I will move it over, and then I will share it. So this is what it looks like right here. It's just a spreadsheet. They are traditional pivot points, and we enter in the previous day high, low, and close. And then inside of all these cells, we can just see the traditional pivot point formula. I'm going to share this with you, so all you have to do is enter those in, and then you can plot all the pivot points manually right now until they get set up in Topstep X. So I will do that in the chat. And while I'm doing that, Dobie, if you have a trade on or anything, I think Anne-Marie has one on. Anne-Marie, why don't you let us know the short that you're in right now while I'm sharing this stuff out?
So, Gabe, I think you have access to my screen. Yep, there we go. I am short the YM, and this is one of my favorite setups to get into a trade. I will look at relative trend, which I can see it drifting down, and I pick that up by my VWAP. And then what I will look for is the place where nobody can buy and hold anymore. And it was right up here at 651, 39,651. And you can see that that's where I entered, right there at that edge. Now, I don't know if it's going to hold, but my estimation is at the very least, it should come back into the heavy congestion or the low volume node, which is sitting at around, I don't know, 620 maybe? 620? Yep. And so that's really what I am, that's what I'm waiting for currently in this motion. I'd like for it to ultimately get to the VWAP, but that's the trade I'm in. I really want to emphasize where I got in and why I got in. My favorite trades are to take when something's consistently shown that it can't hold a level or consistently shows that it can hold a level. And that's from a basing formation. I'm looking at a 30-minute chart But for me, those are the sweet spots that have a little bit of risk and an opportunity for a pretty good bit of reward.
Cheap trade.
That's great, Maria. I did catch some of that. Joby, you have a comment on that? Because I was answering a couple of things in here, and I did miss a little bit of that. Put it on.
No,
me,
I love it.
yeah,
I mean, that's what we're trying to do as traders, right? Is find entries in the market where we can risk a little to make more than what we're risking. Whether that's 1-to-1 or 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1, whatever your risk reward is, but that's the name of the game. And we all have different setups, right? That kind of help us identify those levels for us, and that's kind of the topic that we're talking about as well. Is the setup, like what is our go-to setup, and also kind of like, do we have too many setups, or are we using the wrong setup at the wrong time? It's like, I know when I was in the trading combine, I did the kind of like rotisserie of trading strategies, and most of the time, I don't think new traders are giving a certain system enough time to really breathe. Probably need at least 25 to 30 days of trading data. And I think I was flipping through systems every 2 to 3 days. So like I wasn't getting a sample size that was adequate. So who even knows if it was a good system? And honestly, I think another big thing too, before I stop talking here, is, if you are trying a system and you aren't using very strict risk management, you are never going to get an accurate idea of how good your system is. If you are, trying to risk only $300 on the day, but you end up risking $1,000, is your system wrong, or do you just have bad risk management?
Yeah, that's really
or a combination of the two. And I'll add one thing to what you guys said there with strategies and moving things around. It's also going to depend on the instrument. Some instruments, when you make an adjustment, right, the variable there for our tip, if you make that adjustment, it may be a little tweak on one instrument, but you may need to make a larger change on a different instrument, even though it is the same change. I guess for an example is letting a trade, hey, I'm going to make an adjustment to my strategy. I'm going to hold things a little bit longer. It's a little tough to do on NQ because it just flies around. But you can really do that on like the bond markets. Yes, a little bit longer in NQ might be 5, 10, 15 minutes. A little bit longer in the bond markets, or like the silver, like the hogs, cattles, the ones that move a little slower. Holding a little longer could mean 4 hours added to your position. So just keep that in mind too. It's not just the strategy, not just the time, but also the instrument that you're trading as well. That's great information there.
Yeah, one of the big things going along with what we're talking about for the week being adaptable, Dobie said it really well. He said, I didn't spend enough time examining whether a strategy worked or not. I just would rotate through them all the time. So often I notice when traders are trying to get a setup, they won't hold themselves to any kind of structure. And then the problem of leverage opens up all over again. So the big thing would be, let's say I see early in the morning that I know that 39,650 is a pretty good shorting area, but I start staring at it at about 10:30 and it's, 60 ticks away. I have a tendency to say, oh, well, it's already broken down past that level. I know that it might go down a little further, so I'm just going to go ahead and take the trade. And not waiting for the setup. Listen, it could be that it comes in, gives me an even higher low, which I suspect it will, and then turns around and moves straight back up. That could easily be the case. But if I'm not taking the trade at the space that I meant to take the trade at, I expand my risk and potentially break down my risk to reward parameters and leave myself behind the 8 ball. Now, you might be thinking, well, I'm just trying to be adaptable. I know that adaptability is something important, and I see it making a lower low, and now it's bouncing here into my resistance, potentially a new resistance area. I'm going to take a brand new short. Listen, that's perfectly fine, only you have to write down that if you're taking it, you're invalidating the idea that any moves higher are going to occur, because it's going to stop you out, simply because, I mean, I know you might be taking more than a 60-point spread of risk on your YM, but that's probably not what you want to do, especially if you've got one contract and you're in a 50K combine. You have to be really careful about where you go in. And so this notion of adaptability doesn't mean, hey, on the fly, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind and reassess risk because my opening trade I got into late to realize, and now I'm further down. I'm just going to jump in and see if it can go further to the south. That's, I will tell you very openly, that's something I have done. The problem is, if I do it in my personal accounts, I can lever up into my risk events in much wider fashion than if I'm working in a combine. And so a lot of us that are working through our combines on our XFAs, this is our major stumbling block. We get into a space where our adaptability sort of stretches around risk rather than formation and setup. And so to be perfectly focused on, listen, how can I take a trade, make a good trade, and then leave the trade and then come back and take another good trade? You're exercising the same consistent movement over and over and over and over and over and over again, so that you have a stretch of observations that you can go, oh, does this strategy actually work for me? Which is what you just said, Toby.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the important thing too is like adaptability does not mean I get to do whatever I want because the market changed market type.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of being malleable, right? About what you can do and not being locked into that bias. Because we know that, okay, we're at all-time highs. It did come up to the all-time highs. It did break it, popped over. I'm talking about NQ now, just to be clear. Around 9 o'clock, I'm looking at my chart here, 9 o'clock Central Time. We rose up. We broke the all-time high, went up to 20,540-ish in that area, and then it immediately dropped right back down. Bam, bam, drop. So we could easily say, wow, this thing is just going to pop the all-time high, take a bunch of stops out, getting people that want to ride this up, stop, short, done, and then drop back down, and then send this thing, the elevator down, right? But it didn't. It just started grinding up all day long. We're up another almost 200 points from there, right? So if I was to be adaptable now, I'm not changing my strategy now, but I need to adapt to the way the market is. Like, I am looking at this all-time high, buy these breaks if that's your strategy, and it just go under it. Am I going to say all of a sudden switch strategies and go, nope, I'm going to short this market and I'm going to ride this down? No, the market didn't tell me that. All we know at that point in time is that it went through the all-time high, dropped down, and then we got to keep in our minds, be like, well, you know what? This is NQ. Stranger things have happened with this. So let's wait and see exactly what happens. And then from that point on, it was just a slow grind up. Thesis is still there. The hypothesis is still there of looking for the grind up higher and higher and higher and higher. And full disclosure, and I had no idea this was going to happen. And I'm the first one to say I'm terrible at picking these types of moves. There's no way. And this here is when I'll get to this story in like afterwards, but a day like this was my worst losing day ever. And it was a few years ago in COVID in July of 2020. Ironically, July 6th of 2020 was my worst ever losing day of the almost 7 years I've been pro trading. And
Wow.
it was just like this, and I learned my lesson. I kid you not. We'll talk about that afterwards. But let's go back on. Yeah, I'll share that afterwards, and I've shared it. I just did an interview with Austin Silver. It'll be released tomorrow morning,
I
Saturday
saw
morning.
that.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll just put it up. Excellent. Yeah, I go through the whole story, so we don't have to bore everybody with this. But Anne-Marie, I want to ask you a question. You mentioned the word drift in the message. I would like to ask you, how is drift different than, let's say, strategy hopping? As Deanna says, be a market stalker, not a grasshopper, right? So what is the difference that you see between those two? I'm going to switch strategies, or I'm going to drift a little. The floor is yours.
Okay, so drift would be a little bit more of what I suggested here, right? You come into the day and you realize that the VWAP is trending down. And so you say to yourself, could be a day that I need to sell the tops of these in the YM, right? And so you're looking at it, pre-market easily tells you, listen, there's a ledge of support sitting right around here in this space, and there's the volume point of control right here sitting at looks like about 670, 39,670. And so that's going to be the area where you go, wow, if I get a little further up above that, it's going to invalidate my space if it doesn't immediately collapse. So you're coming into the day, you're making your assessments, you're going short. The ideal place to short is old support that becomes resistance. That's what we know. Old support becomes resistance. That's a great area to short. Your stop becomes the congestion or resistance above. Okay, so let's say nobody participates and you come into the morning and it drops off of a ledge. And you think to yourself, oh my gosh, this was going to be a great short. Now, I guess I'm just going to have to short the bounce because it left me in the dust. The drift here comes from the original premise of, listen, the short is at old support that became resistance prior to the open of the day. That was the space that you said, that's going to be the trade that I take. When you take it here, it's still the same short, but you've got drift that is now expanding your risk. And that's what I mean by drift. Drift is you race along thinking that the market is in trend or whatever it is that you think it might be, when really what you have to let a chart do is prove out the fact that it is creating trend and not sitting in a ledge. And I have to tell you, here's the thing that we can't do as traders. We're so impatient that the hardest thing is to wait. How many times are we sitting in fast markets or power hour saying to ourselves, I know the ideal space is here, but I'm going to get in and I'll just leg in additionally if the chart starts moving against me because I know what my overall risk is. Well, listen, that's great if you've got 3,000, 5,000, whatever it is as your DLL. If you've got 500 as your DLL and you still want to make money, you can't do that. You must, unless you're using a micro, and then still you could end up levering in too much. So my flow to the person, to the folks listening, is really specifically to somebody trying to pass a combine and having trouble passing a combine, or getting in an XFA and having trouble making money in that XFA. Now, how do I know this? Because these are experiences that I've had directly. I'm used to levering up big because I have way more opportunity for risk exposure in my personal accounts. And so I can't use that strategy, especially if I'm coming into TopStep, as many of us come into, to learn to work around newer parameters that force us into managing risk in a small pocket. That's very, very important. And the number one thing that's going to help you with that is patience. Don't be afraid that you're going to miss out on a trade because there's another one right around the bend. Don't rush into the trade because you think it's going to leave you behind. Same thing as the first one. And then don't lever in when you have no idea whether the direction of the chart has been established. It's so key. And I'm going to tell you, it's really, really hard. So for someone that's going, holy cow, I cannot seem to pass my combine, that's what's happening. That is what is happening to you. You know, I love using the YM because it's a little bit slower. It runs marches to the beat of its own drum, and the leverage is not so crazy that when you get in with one YM that you sit around going, oh my gosh, I have one trade and I'm going to go into my DLL because I've deliberately set it for half the size that, you know, TopStep suggests I need to have it for because I'm trying to work through these risk parameters. So I know I went on a diatribe, but it's so key when we're trying to pass combines and trying to get XFAs.
Yeah. I mean, especially if you're trying to become a new trader, like there's two things that you really kind of hit on there. I think one is patience, because if we're talking about like new traders trying to kind of discover themselves, I think patience is probably like the number one most important thing, because you have to have patience trying out a new strategy, right? You have to have patience in missing your setups if you don't get them, patience with your daily loss limit. And I think that's what really chewed me up the most as a new trader, is that I wasn't patient enough to actually even let a system play out, whether it was like, like MACD strategy, could it be like a moving average system, whatever it was, I never gave it enough time to actually learn how the system worked, because by the time it was maybe even profitable, I was already moving on to something else. Yep. And like I could go back to my old journals and it's just like a carousel of strategies. Now, thankfully, I was journaling because I ended up settling into the system, you know, the framework that I like seeing the market now, which is range-bound trading. And I always found myself coming back to that, reviewing my journals. It's like, oh, here I am again, talking about ranges. You know, here's, level time trade. Here's my level. We're spending time. I want to take the trade. And I kept on circling back to that. And that's how eventually I got to my system. But it took me years to do, because I was doing it by myself, didn't have a mentor, didn't have a trading buddy. So my learning curve was literally as long as possible. I might get filled here. I have a little wishing long in crude oil at 83.15.
What do you think about the market closing right here? All right, so you got filled. How are you going to?
I'm looking for a bounce.
How are you going to manage it?
Long.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bounce here in C into the close.
Yeah,
because we're at like a really big level down here. We're starting to get like 4-hour lows and stuff. So I'm going to see if we catch a bounce. Maybe we don't, maybe we do, but we'll see what happens here. And the other thing too is like drift. For me, strategy drift was more about risk management than it was about anything else.
Yes.
So my drift was, I'm supposed to be trading one lots, and now I'm trading 2s and 3s, and I don't have a system for 2s and 3s. And I have to say, anytime the market knows if you're being naughty or nice, every single time. It knows if you write down in a journal, I should be trading 1 lots, and all of a sudden you start trading 2s and 3s, somehow the market knows, and all of a sudden you're going to start placing losing trades. It's going to come back and stop you out for break even, because you're probably not managing your risk properly. And so for me, that's where my drift came from, was position sizing, risk management, daily loss limit expansion, and things like that. Same setup and system, but not the right risk management parameters.
Yep, I would agree. I definitely would agree.
We all know that it's about risk management, and the other third one is risk management, right? I mean, that's really what it's all about. You don't have the capital to trade, you can't make the trade, right? So that's where you hear that all the time. Dobie, I just saw your screen. How's that CL doing? We always want to make sure we're on the markets. I know you just got entered.
We're good. Yeah, I'm getting really tight. My stop is at 83.08. Obviously don't tell Goldman. Only risking about $70 here. I'm looking for us to kind of shoot back up to maybe get up to like 83.40, so we can get maybe like 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 on this one. But we did get a little bit of a bounce here. So crude oil did finally close up. Let's see if we can kind of catch a bounce here. So far, so good. But I will try to see if we can get to the top of the 5-minute range that we kind of failed before. So very light on the risk here. And I think the hard thing, too, for new traders is that they have the markets, I think, kind of maybe defined in the wrong way. Because, if I were taking on students, I would say the first thing that you should be doing is redefine what it means to win or lose. Anytime you set a personal daily loss limit and you stick to that personal daily loss limit, that is, to me, a winning day. Even though it's a negative P&L, it's a winning day. Because, hey, we didn't lose more money than we were supposed to. We live another day. Our stats are going to be accurate if we're trading a new system, and we're maintaining the integrity of the account. Now, if you hit a bunch of losing days in a row and you still hit your personal daily loss limit and didn't risk any more than that, to me, that's still a win. That's still a win to me. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but for any new traders,
I do.
As long as
it's all about.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. I'm just reiterating. Please.
So let's think about what it means to be a professional or an elite performer. So let's say you're a golf hack like me. Once in a while, man, I can get something right down the middle. Oh, it looks so pretty. Middle of the fairway, gorgeous. Once in a while, I can chip up onto the green. Fantastic. Rest of the time, forget about it. So the real difference between the elite performer and the regular Joe is consistency. And the only way you can build consistency is by doing the same things over and over and over again. And by definition, that means avoiding drift. It means avoiding outsized risk by levering up. And that really is, I'm so glad you said that, Dobie. That's another drift event that's really big. Just size, I got in early, but you know what? I'll just add one more up here. I'll just add one more up here, right? Even if you're working with the minis, you can say add one more up here, and all of a sudden, you're still down $500 because you can, in the right direction, you can make a fair bit of money using the minis. The problem is because we're using the minis, we go, I'm just getting in here now. And it stops you from really trying to focus in and go, this is where I want to get in. We continue to go, listen, I'm just going to take whatever price the market gives me. And here's the thing. If you're in a broad market space and you're looking for something fantastic, like a rare book or a baseball card or whatever you're looking for, you're going to shop price. You're not going to go, I'm just giving this guy whatever he wants, because you know that there's likely to be at least one or two more people with that card/book that you can pick up, unless you've been looking for it everywhere and it's impossible to find, right? And still you're going to try to barter, I would hope. Trading is the same way, except what we have a tendency to do is not quibble. All right, I'll pay you whatever you want. No. There's a winner and there's a loser. That's why they call it a zero-sum game. Winner and a loser. Just try to make sure that you're positioning yourself with some kind of edge where you're not sitting on the losing side of something.
Somebody better mute that. We do not want to fool anybody with a siren going on in the background.
Yeah.
It would be havoc.
Oh, that's my bad. You should not be able to hear that. I got chat. Calm down, Robert. Why did you even suggest that? You should have just ignored it.
No, I didn't say. I said somebody's got it. We don't need to have this is something going on. It's
Nope.
Like, yeah, I heard
that's
it going.
game over.
I thought, Dobie, I thought I missed something.
You might get written
I
up.
heard that start, and then I looked over to the side. I'm like, did I miss something? But no, that is that is not true.
That is not real, chat. All right, I got flat my CL trade.
Yeah, your oil
So
trade is
basically-
nice.
Yeah, so I got 17 ticks out of it, so I'm back to break even on the day. So I kind of got what I wanted. You know, crude oil is pretty much closed at this point, so I'm not really expecting a huge follow through. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but I'll move on to a different market. I got the trade that I wanted. Nice little base hit to undo my previous crude oil faux pas and going short just 30 cents early. But we're good.
Did you end up getting
Back to
the
break even.
YM added to your live account? I know you were working on that earlier today. Is it you jumping into YM now? Or yes?
Not yet. Not yet. Maybe later. Maybe next week. But I really do want to trade the YM again. And I agree with Anne Marie. You know, I was big into the YM before, and it's a really nice market to trade if you want a slower market and want to trade maybe 2 E-minis, right? Because NASDAQ is not going to give you that, but you absolutely can do that in the YM. So it's a fun market. It is totally in its own world. It does not move like the NQ or the ES, but it is what it is.
They are different animals. I'm going to address a couple of questions in the chat to repeat. I told a couple of our kind of traders here that I would address them. The first one is when I pinned the little share tools, my drive there at the top of the chat. You're welcome to use any of those. You need to download them. So if there's a spreadsheet in there, like the pivot point ones, you can't just change right there. It needs to be read only because I don't need a whole bunch of stuff going into my drive. So just download it. It's a spreadsheet. As soon as you download it to your machine, you can open it up and you'll have edit access. Or if you open it and save as, you can save it on your own. So those are all there. So CV, great. I'm glad you got it. And two, I wanted to make sure I addressed. I didn't copy any. I believe it was Leah who says, this is going back to our drifting and strategy hopping. Let me get this accurate. Isn't strategy hopping important at the beginning to see what suits the trader? You know, in the end, the strat we end up with is due to trial and error. So I'm going to put my words on this here, and then we'll kick it over to you.
Where's this question at? Just so I can see it. Just so I can see it.
It was. Yeah, I will. You know what I will do? I will copy it. I want to say it was Leah, but I'm going to put it right in chat right now so everybody can see it. It's not my question, but
if you have it, it's a great question.
That's the question there. Yep, great. And we thank you for that. I'm going to give my thoughts on this. I believe, Leah, I'm going to agree with this, that at the beginning, it is not qualified as strategy hopping. It's qualified as learning and training and experimenting and figuring out, seeing what's going to work. Now, fast forward, whatever time this is, a month, 2 months, 6 months, whatever time it is, you're like, great, this is a strategy I'm set on. And then that week, you're like, it didn't work. And I traded 3 days. It's horrible. I'm going to use this strategy instead. Next thing you know, the previous one worked. And so this didn't work either. I'm going to go back to that. So it's really, I think, is the biggest difference where you're going to change from one strat to the next just because it didn't have a day or two that didn't work for you. Not at the beginning. I fully agree that, yes, you should spend time. Do your own due diligence. Spend the work needed to study, to learn, try different things. You have practice accounts, many instruments, coaches, TopstepTV. Play it out. There's tons of indicators, tons of time frames. You say, hey, I love this indicator. And then somebody says, yeah, try it on CL. It's horrible. Or they say, this is working great on CL. Good. Put it on a 15-minute time frame instead of a 30-minute time frame. And it's horrible. So you really have to experiment in that phase. I don't call that strategy hopping. Once you get locked in, Dobie has his thing. I have my thing. Anne Marie has her thing. But just looking at it, like, wow, I don't like this VWAP play. I'm just gonna go with heavy contracts and stack them up. Like, that's not what she does. So that would be a strategy hop of trying to guess at it. So that's my clarification on those. Emery, since you brought this up, why don't you take the floor and comment on your thoughts between those as far as strategy hopping at the beginning or a learning phase, please.
I love what you said, Robert. Absolutely. I find, because I've spent a lot of time with traders, I find that folks don't even stick with a strategy after the first time it doesn't work. So let's say you listen to me all day long, and I go, hey, if I get into my volatility bands up at the top, first time I get in there, I'm going to short it. But you might not be hearing that my VWAP band is flat. That might not be coming through in your mind. What might be coming through in your mind is, ooh, I get to short the first volatility band. And so what that ends up doing is giving someone the idea that they have a complete strategy when really all they're looking at is a single point in time and saying, I'm going short there or I'm going long here. And then they lose confidence because they think they're exploring a strategy when really all they're doing is trying to make a trade based on one point in time. And listen, I don't know about you, but for me, I have never found one indicator, one whatever, in any point in time that gives me a checkbox every time that goes, yep, go long and I'm right, or go short and I'm right.
Right.
And so
Exactly.
a lot of times we think we're implementing a strategy when really we're just looking at one indicator and going, all right, she said to short right up there at the first volatility band because, it moves in between those bands. That could be true, but it's usually only true if the VWAP is flat. And a few other things are going on, to include what time of day it is, blah, 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 blah. But I would absolutely 100% agree with you, Robert, that movement about deciding on one thing and trying it in another area or with another stock, that's also drift. And so if someone says, hey, listen, I use the 30-minute here, and this is what I use, you've got to beat that down with a stick until you go, this doesn't work for me because my brain likes to look for X. Or this doesn't work for me, so I'm going to make one change in the strategy, and I'm going to see if that's better. And see, you don't do that in the live markets if you're learning. You're going to do that in your practice account, or you're going to do it in a combine where you've got a very small exposure. And that would be the way to go about that. But, I think a lot of us stay in this grind of, oh, I got to get another reset. I got to get another reset. And I know what it looks like when people want resets. The place blows up every time somebody wants a reset. We pick up resets over and over and over again because, one, we're not managing risk, and two, in the not managing risk, it means that we are not holding to a strategy and paying attention to when that strategy comes into play.
Yep. A lot of... I have to take notes, Anne-Marie, because you just have so many good little things that I want to respond to here. I mean, for one, exploring a strategy, I think that is huge because then you kind of get familiar with the ins and the outs and subtleties of a strategy, which is really important. So if you do eventually settle on something and kind of like dig deeper, there's a lot of nuance in those strategies. For example, I feel like I trade a fairly simple system. I look for ranges, buy bottom, sell tops, but there are some nuances there. I don't like getting into a position if I'm getting a really strong candlestick into either a high or a low. That means it might shoot right through, do a stop run, or maybe the range is totally failed. Right. Other thing too is if the market is in a strong trend, it doesn't mean I'm always taking a short at the high just because it's in a range, or a buy at the bottom because it's downtrending, because now I'm just catching knives the entire time. So there's a lot of nuance in certain strategies, but you have to stick with one to kind of figure it out. So another thing that you were saying earlier, and this is more of a response to something you said, is that I think what new traders are trying to do with their strategy is that they're trying to chase perfection. That they're trying to find a winning system that wins every single day, and if they don't get that win on their moving average crossover today, they're switching to stochastic system tomorrow. Then they're not going to get a win on that, and they're going to switch to moving average crossovers. This is all stuff I've done, by the way. And then you keep on rotating through because you're trying to find a system that wins, and it's never going to happen. Like, I mean, look at Dakota. We always come back to Dakota. He's one of the best traders we have, and he is not winning every single day. Not even close. Not even close to winning every single day. But his system over time, he knows it works, and he sticks with it, and that's confidence in the system, and he's not strategy hopping. And the other thing, too, is that moving on from that is just traders have to manage risk. Absolutely have to manage risk. No matter what is going on, that's the number one thing. And I don't know. Sometimes it seems like traders are trying to find a way to get out of managing risk, and that's like the one thing that is impossible to get away from. That's like trying to be a human and being like, I don't want to breathe the air today. Like it's impossible. It doesn't matter if you have a micros account or a $1 billion hedge fund. Risk management is going to be chasing you forever. So stop running from it and just learn to embrace it, because it's what's going to keep you sustained in the long term. It's the first level of your pyramid of success is risk management. So just embrace it, even if you are strategy hopping. Even if you're doing that, at the very least, your rock and foundation should be personal daily risk management.
Yeah,
and that way, at the very least, you can say you win.
Right. Correct. So. Having your risk, and Emery and Dobie can agree or disagree if you like, but knowing what you are risking on the trade is before saying I'm going to put this trade on. And to take that one step further, I get a brand new combine and I have a daily loss sum, a 50K combine. I have a daily loss sum of $1,000. Well, my risk might be, let's say, 500. And I had it's a week and a half later, I had a couple of down days, and I'm in drawdown. I'm down about $800. Well, I can't have a $500 risk that day. Yeah, I'm getting too close. So the very first thing you need to do is, I am at the market. I am going to trade. What is my account? Where am I at? And like, wow, I got a little more room. I can put a little more risk on this trade. The market's flying all over the place. I better shrink my risk because I can't afford that big whippiness. So I think, and you guys can comment on this too, if is that agree or disagree, is that you should know the risk for the trade prior to even entering the trade. So you don't have to guess, well, I'm going to put it on here, and where do I want to have my stop? No. You know where your stop is going to be. You may not know the level because you don't know your entry yet, but you know what you're going to risk in either ticks, points, or dollar amount. Do you agree?
Yes, and with one caveat. The market doesn't really care the risk allotment that you have. So some days we get into a trade and the volatility is like, hey, you want to play today? You're going to need 30 points on that NQ. And so in spaces like that, it might be better to go, yeah, I want to take the trade here, but I normally just put myself at a $250 loss per trade. I'm seeing my 30-minute candlestick formations in the NQ looking pretty scary. I'm not going to trade that product today. I'm going to go to X. I'm going to go to Y. Now, all the adventures in the NQ. So maybe then you go, well, I definitely can't trade the NQs today. Maybe I'll trade the MNQ. And that's really how, if you say, listen, I'm not losing any more than $200 on one trade, you find the market or you find the instrument that will allow that to be something that occurs. And if not, you got to sit back and put your hands underneath your thighs and just go, yeah, you're not doing that today. That'd be the only caveat I would have.
That's a great caveat. I'm glad you put that in there. Wow, it is 1:50 Central Time. We're getting up close, and we got Andre coming up for a power hour. That's we're not done yet. but we are getting close. I just wanted to make sure we knew our time. And somebody in the chat asked if there's going to be a guest on. Andre's driving. Gobi is going to be another one, finishing this thing up strong. JD and Coach Ray is going to be joining that on Power Hour. I just wanted to make sure I get that in there. And I have one little thing, and then I'll let you guys take the reins here for a little bit. I love my background. You guys know I love doing all these crazy types of backgrounds over here. And this one was a little bit of a combination because I needed to channel the Anne Marie and I needed to channel some Gobi. So I'm going to take my face off there for a second. I just like sharing these things, and I got a folder. I'm going to share this stuff out, and there it is. We got it right there. I have the strategy lab in the back, and we have a whole bunch of traders in the strategy lab. But guess what he did? We gave everybody sunglasses. So I'm kind of channeling Adobe here. Hey, thanks to the AI. We're just having some fun with that stuff. Excuse me, Adobe, you still in you're out of your trade, but Anne Marie, you still in that YM?
Yeah.
Actually, it stopped me out. I had $250 as the risk threshold, and it bounced, right up into the wick of the jobs number. In hindsight, I probably should have had that stop a little bit wider, but it did stop me out. I'm considering a re-entry.
Mm-hmm. What, 17s? 717s?
Yeah, something like that. I want to see structure building, so I'm going to go to a 1 minute, and I'm going to see if the chart stops heading higher or tops, right? One of my favorite ways, like I always say, one of my favorite ways to set up a trade is to look for levels that say, listen, it's not moving here. And so if I take a trade and it breaks out and pulls back, and I'm thinking it's going to be a short, but it holds the ledge, I know it's going to be a long. And so what I'm waiting for this to do is the same thing. I'm waiting for it to either go sideways for a bit and hold the floor, because it's bullish. If it goes sideways for a bit and holds the floor, if it breaks out above the high wick, then I know it's headed higher and I can turn long in the position.
So we're talking about adaptability, right? That's the whole theme of this week, adaptability. And this is a strong week for that because a couple of things. It was a short week, right? We had the 4th, it was a holiday, so we were closed early, not just us, the market was closed early on Wednesday, completely off on Thursday. And now we open on a Friday at all-time highs. So this week is not the same as last, and it wasn't the same a month ago, and certainly not the same as January or last July. They're entirely different, and that was with the adaptability. I love when I saw this come up for the tip of the week this week for adaptability. I was ecstatic. It's exactly what it's all about. The markets are constantly changing, and I use this analogy the other day, and I want to get over to Gobi, that there's a saying you can't step in the same river twice because it's moving.
Love that.
Well, here's my take on it. You can't step in the same river once because as you're stepping in, it's changing. And that's the market.
Yeah, for sure. Sad but true.
Right. Toby, you going to be focusing on anything for Power Hour as well?
Range trades, as always. Trying to find a nice range wherever I can find one and see if I can catch some trades. Been pretty active today. I mean, I've had, I think, almost 2 to 3 trades, which is pretty solid. Plus $11, which is great. I think, the more experience that we get, the more trades we make, the better we get as traders. And it's also why risk management is so important, because the better you manage your risk, the longer you can stay in the game. The longer you stay in the game, the more valuable minutes you get in front of the screen. The more valuable minutes you get in front of the screen, the better odds that you're going to start making money. And then the more money you make, then it allows you to start, maybe adding more contracts. I feel like I skipped a step in there, but y'all get what I'm saying here. And I think for this discussion, I think for me, finding a trading strategy was probably the most laborious aspect of trading. And all I would say, if you are in that process where you don't know what system you like, you don't know what framework you like, just be kind to yourself as much as possible. because that is a really tough journey, because not only is the market totally random, but you don't even know yourself as a trader yet, and you're in a random environment. So all I would say is that, trading is only as hard as you are in yourself. So be kind while you're in this process, trying to find a system, make sure your risk is managed, and journal everything that you can if you're in the strategy finding step of your journey.
Absolutely.
That's
I want to leave
amazing.
with.
Please, I was just going to kick it to you. Send it over. Take it
my
over.
closing
Close us out here.
commentary. I heard two things this weekend or this middle of the week that I really loved, and I wanted to share it. One is things don't happen to you, things happen for you. And so how you embrace that perspective is very, very important. And it really colors how you adapt over time. And the next thing that really comes in line with that is you can say one day, or you can say day one. And that is really the focal point of gratitude for whatever happens, good, bad, ugly, whatever, and just say, hey, listen, if it doesn't kill me, it's going to make me stronger. And just live in that space. And trading really is one of those things that you must absolutely have that mindset through. So love Strategy Lab. Love the both of you guys. You're so awesome. I love spending time with you guys.
Yeah, it's a great segment. I love this segment as well.
I hope everybody makes a ton of money on the next segment.
We're going to try.
I'm feeling good about that. Emery, it's a pleasure always. Love being here as well. Dobie, of course, we're we see each other 9 hours a day, every day of the week, and you're the man also. I'm looking forward to the next segment for you, Power Hour, the final Power Hour of the week in this first week of July. Andre will be handing over. I will be handing the driver's keys over to Andre. Dobie's going to hang around with us a little bit more. JD, what a guy. Talk about, he's not on air that much, but talk about a brilliant person and the amount of work that guy does behind the scenes. I cannot say enough about it. And then Coach Ray, how can you forget about Coach Ray? We have Coach Ray, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota. I don't want to forget anybody. Well, Coach Paul, Coach Vince, and then me. So pleasure being with everybody. Thanks for the chat. Use those tools I posted there. Catch the interview tomorrow from Austin Silver. And I was on actually with Dr. Deanna Cole. That video was released yesterday, so check that one out too. Always a pleasure. Guys, see you with the next segment. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
go. Let's go. Power Hour here, TopstepTV. Last Power Hour of the week, last Power Hour of the day. I'd like to welcome Coach Ray in the lower right. Dolby Time upper right. JD lower left. Let's go. Coach Ray, welcome. How are you feeling? Talk to us about these markets. What are you seeing?
Oh, I think if you're bullish on any of the equities, you're good to go. I think we're seeing a lot of structure headed to the upside. It just continues to grind up, with no end in sight.
Definitely no end in sight. Bulls are in control. New all-time highs made today in the S&Ps, 5621. Also NASDAQ, 20,638. Half. Hey, look at gold. Crossed into the 2400s. High of the day, 2401.50. Let's do it. JD, Dolby Time, we looking for some trades today. JD, what markets will you be trading today?
I'm looking at the ES right now. Got a nice little bull flag in the. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart. It's been volatility's been so low most of the day. Not a lot of volume, not a lot of big moves. We did just break through a little bull flag though. I'm still keen on selling a new all-time high. We're about 5 ticks away from it in the S&P right now. I might queue up a potential short, super tight stop. We'll see what happens in the next 10 minutes though. This could be my trade though. My first Power Hour trade for the day.
Ooh, okay. Dolby Time, what are we looking at on your end?
I'm looking at ES too. I'll look at ES and NASDAQ. I had a nice little crude oil trade that got me to break even on the day. So kind of scratched that market, which I'm more than happy taking. And I think it's just indices all the way down. All the way down. That's all we're looking at. So we'll see if we can find something. Obviously, I'm going to say that getting long right here, right now is definitely a premium, for my system. So I'm not looking to hop in right now. So I was talking about 5607 during our 11 a.m. segment, and that wrapped up, and I had to pull that long. So that was unfortunate. That would have been 13 points, I think. I've been pretty solid for ES. So back to the drawing board. We'll find another setup, another entry, and just keep on trading.
Yes. Poll in the chat. NQ, long for breakout or short for sell-off? And in there, circle back to that. Oil continues to sell off. Your last trade, $83.16, low of the day, $83.09. Want to give a shout out to Michael Horn in the chat, as well as Matt James. Thanks for joining, watching this. Let's make some money here. Tilt is 69% long.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I just had some levels here drawn out on both the ES and the NASDAQ on my charts here. And basically, I'm just kind of continuing using structure to the upside to support my trades, right? So, I don't see anything structure-wise to indicate that we're headed down anytime soon. So I'm just looking to see, okay, what prior structure would allow me to support a trade to the upside? So I said, hey, I'm going to demand my price. I'm not going to chase the market. If it comes to me, like, for example, in the ES, it's going to come down to 56.1275. That's going to be an area that I'm going to be kind of keen on. And then on the NASDAQ, it's going to be 20,594, right? These are kind of the levels that I'm seeing structure-wise to support longs. And if I get it, great. If I don't get it, then I pass on the trade. You got to demand your price. Otherwise, you end up taking far more risk than necessary.
That's true.
Sometimes you give up a good entry for that good price. It happens. Best price or best momentum? Pick one.
Hey, so Dolby Time, got a question for you. Obviously, it was a trending day today. How do you adapt your strategy? I know you like to look for the ranges, identify the ranges, and establish, and then trade off of those ranges. So you see a trending market like today. How do you adapt your trading style for something like this?
Yeah, you just find smaller ranges to trade. That's for me, everything is a range one way or another. I can find one on any time frame. And so for, trending days like this, whether up or down, you just try to look for smaller ranges. So maybe a 5-minute range is really good. Maybe a 1-minute range. If it's super bullish, got to be kind of careful with that one. But, everything is a range. Just got to make sure that you're buying bottoms and selling tops. So if we're in an uptrend, you want to try to find a pullback to get long. Personally, I think NQ has a harder time forming 5-minute ranges compared to other indices. But there were a couple today that I can kind of point out for what I'm kind of talking about here. the 5-minute range that would have been really nice would have been like this 9:30 range, like between 9:30 and 10 had a nice 5-minute range. And I'm talking NQ here. And then another super clean 5-minute range would have been the one at about lunchtime. So 12 o'clock Central. We bounced off of 20,580. So we had a lot of really tight 5-minute candlesticks. It's really presenting an obvious opportunity to manage risk, because if we can get long 20,580, then our stop can be somewhere on the other side of the range and it puts us in a good spot. So that to me would have been a cheap trade. So let's go to right now, right this present moment. There is no 5-minute range in the NASDAQ. We have 2 green candlesticks that are kind of moving higher. There is no range yet. So I would try to hold off on just hopping in there. Now, if we go to ES, though, ES to me has a little bit more interesting structure. A 5-minute range is tightening up. 30-minute range high is 56.21 evens, in my opinion. So evens. I want to try to find, evens. So longer term ranges I use as levels, and then shorter term time frame ranges I use as the setup. So everything I have is based on a range. If it's a big level or the setup, it's all range based.
Makes sense. All right, JD, you said you're looking for take a cheap short in the ES. What would be a cheap short in the ES for you? ES in the ES, 21s, 20s.
Well, I know I talked about the failed top trade earlier today during Power Players. So
you want to sell 13s?
A couple ticks. Yeah, throwing an offer in, a couple ticks above new all-time highs, and super tight risk. Right now, we've got an average daily range, 5-day average daily range of 45 points in the ES. We're at like 36 right now, I think. The 1-year average daily range is right around 50 points. I don't think we're gonna exceed those today. I think we're gonna respect the average daily range today. So my gut instinct is telling me throw on a short at new all-time highs, and it's a good, super tight risk opportunity right there.
Yeah,
and we're just a couple ticks away from it, and nothing's happening. We're not really moving
yet.
We're having a hard time finding.
Yeah, sorry, since nothing's
volume is
happening
totally
right now.
dried up.
Complete. Yeah, sorry, JD. Sorry, Jay. In the upper left-hand corner is #Power Hour. My man, Dolby Time. What is #Power Hour?
Never thought you'd ask, Dre. Started this months ago. Started here at #Power Hour. Got this ball rolling. Now it's #Fast Market. It's gonna be #anything at this point. #TopstepTV. But what we want from you are trader wins. That includes tick picks. If you're on the job, listen to Topstep TV. Send us that. You got a killer setup. You got a nice battle station. Send us that. You got some funny memes. Send us those. We got a lot of meme lords. We got Carl Hungus. We got Lost Trader. I think we got like a 3rd or 4th guy coming in as well. Like really high quality stuff. So #Power Hour. Tag us on Twitter @Topstep. And we will pull it off the internet and post it live in real time on Topstep TV. There's a way for all of us to kind of connect. And we're not just a username here. We are real people all trying to do this together. So it's good stuff. Love seeing those pictures, to be honest.
Man, pause in the chat asking, it's Friday though, JD. What would Hogue say? Hogue would definitely warn against the late Friday rip. It's not super late yet, though, so we could see a test of highs, pull back, and then test highs again going into the close. Also, we've been ripping for 3 days straight now. We could just see some profit taking going into the weekend.
I think Hogue would be done at about 12 with the Kentucky snow cone at 12:05. If I had to guess.
Hopefully he's got his Kentucky snow cone right now. Also, a lot of people just took long weekends. There's not a lot of market participation today. You could see that in the volume. There's not a lot happening. These the moves higher are just slow grinds.
Yes.
Could we call it predator algos? I don't know, because it's just not moving.
No, yeah,
it's not. It really isn't. But we're drift. I guess kind of drifting here in the NQ. Not really any conviction.
Looking for my
really
Bigfoot sighting. I'm looking for a Bigfoot sighting of some sort. Big money, big institutions, hedge funds, somebody with big body candles with no wicks. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yep.
ES is getting pretty tempting here for a short.
Mm.
Starting to get those vibes out of the ES here.
I'm with you, Dolby.
Bears in the house. Ray, what do you think about that?
I could see a move back down to 56.1275. I think if we get the right kind of structure here, price action. If I would say 56.1275. I think is reasonable, and we could actually end up hanging out in this range for the rest of the afternoon.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
The chat
I
asking
think
for
there'd be
deltas. Quick delta update.
Yeah, do we
Sorry.
have
Plus 17,000 in the ES, plus 2,000 and Q as of about 6 minutes ago. Definitely congruent with market direction. See if they got to
I
close
think
it.
that there
What's
are
up, Dolby?
some day traders who are looking to cover some of their profits today. I mean, it's a hell of a run if you were bullish. And are you holding a long position over the weekend into Monday on the summer? Probably not. So we might get a sell-off of some sort of just profit taking. A massive, massive pullback, Andre, maybe 30 points.
That's about all we get. That's about it. I'm still thinking about that 1,100 lot at 5,600 even, 100 even. Yes, 1,100 on the offer got filled, and it's just been up and away since. Paper was maybe they're taking profits. I'm not sure. Currently trading 56.18 right now. We will have quiz winners later on. We'll have quiz winners from Wednesday and today, correct?
Yep, got both.
We didn't do the quiz winners yet?
Yeah, nope, we
didn't do
got
the quiz winners
Wednesdays
yet?
and today's.
Okay. Stop that. Dolby said the F word.
Just stirring the pot.
Just played right
I
into
did
that,
not.
JD.
No. That was Robert. Don't
Robert
throw
said
that
it.
shit on
Robert
me,
said
Dre. That was Robert. I know better.
Said it. There's James.
Also, Robert, speaking of Robert, he sent me a little AI image here for you. I don't know if you guys can see it, but here is Bigfoot trading.
Oh, there he is.
Is that what you're looking for, Coach Ray?
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Bigfoot sighting, but represented as a candle, not as a person.
Oh, it's a
I need to
candle.
clarify that, Robert. As a candle. Candle. Bigfoot is somebody with big footprint, nice strong bodies with little wicks. But that's I have to admit, Robert, that's actually a very good image of a Bigfoot. But that's not what I'm looking. These kind of images don't appear on charts like that.
A 4 laptop setup with 6 monitors. He definitely got that from some traders out in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
A nice setup there, Bigfoot.
See Robert in the chat. Bigfoot trading. Let's lock that domain down too.
Subsidiary.
We've got them all now.
Hindsight Capital. Yes.
We've got Hindsight Capital. We've got Upper Crust Capital. Bigfoot trading. Actually, we have all 4 members of Upper Crust Capital here right now. Gabe's behind the scenes. Myself, Dolby, Andre.
Reporting for duty.
Great firm.
Upper Crust Capital.
Yeah, we had a little bit of. I think to Dolby's point earlier, we had a little bit of on my chart there. We had a little bit of a reaction away from this kind of 2-minute structure here. You see that the area that I have highlighted in yellow. You look to the left here. I'll kind of close this up here. You see left here, we had a little bit of selling going on in this area, right? Oops.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We had a little bit of selling going off in this area. We came back to this area, sold off a bit, but has been kind of scooped up by buyers again. So no real follow through on the shorts at the moment.
Nope, not even a little bit.
No,
not even a little bit.
Much to report at all.
We're kind of just waiting for price extension, right, JD? We just want to see this
something.
We've got
a little above 20 evens.
We've got a 10 tick range in the last 20 minutes. 10 tick range. That's it.
Pretty thrilling. Yeah. We're going to get action, though. It's power hour. We always get something here. All it takes is one little MOC.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting for me, and this is kind of a little bit of an anomaly, but as I was saying before, we had a little reaction away from the supply area, right? NASDAQ wasn't even able to get to that area before it started to kind of move away from it. So that's a little bit of an anomaly. I don't know if that's an indication that sellers have stepped in a little bit sooner on the NASDAQ side. Okay. What would be interesting for me, and again, this is kind of going to be kind of an area, sell below 20,630.75, with maybe a stop above. That might be a call there. Similar for the ES here. selling the 56.1925s, 56.20s with a stop above, above this kind of area there, right? So that might be kind of a cheap short if we wanted to go that route.
I'm looking for. I got to order in. I'm going to see if I can get short 22.25 in the ES.
Oh, you're reading my mind, Dolby.
Like it.
Maybe I like this.
I'm front running you. I'm going in 22. I'm getting in first.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right, that's
Okay.
that's
Cool.
pretty
I'm going
strong
19
push higher here.
3/4.
There's a little liquidity to the upside here. 56.22s have, 22 quarter have about 230 on the offer above that, 270 on the offer above that, 300 on the offer. So call it about 750 contracts on the offer between 56.22 quarter to 56.22 3/4.
My offer's in.
Excellent.
See it. What price are you working, JD?
22.
I'm working 23s. I want to see if they can pull all this liquidity and push to the upside and then get back down into range. So let's see what happens. It should be a fun trade.
Earl Hungus says
Lights up.
boys are playing
Only
chicken with America.
Chicken with America.
Chicken with America.
Okay.
Yes.
Need some chicken tonight. But yeah, I'm keeping this risk real tight. 3 points a heat. I'll take $150 worth of heat on this trade. That's it.
That's 2 points for ES. Wow, that's not very much at all.
3 points.
Oh, 3 points. Okay, cool. I don't do math
around the markets right now. Gold trading 2400s right now. I had the day 2401 half. Crude chilling around the lows of the day, about 20 cents off the lows, trading $83.22. Dow just doing what the Dow does. Moving on to ES. 619 last trade and NQ 20,624.
You don't even bother.
That was
you
the
don't even
Dow
bother.
does.
Just like I am
Does
doing
Dow
whatever the
does.
hell it's doing. What's okay? Next market, please.
What is moving
Now,
right now?
isn't Amazon part of the Dow now?
It is.
Yeah.
It replaced Walgreens, I believe.
Oh,
Amazon
okay.
trading all-time
You
highs.
gotta
I
be
want to say.
kidding me.
Amazon up
39.17. I literally said 39.17 to Anne Marie during the last segment. Kissed it and rolled over.
Amazon's up 1.2% right now. 1.22%. Tesla up 2%. Nvidia down 1%.
What?
Microsoft up
Nvidia
1.5%.
down? How's that possible?
Nvidia down 1%.
What? Possible.
Meta's up 5.5%, 5.25%.
That picture of Zuckerberg.
Google up
Surfing.
2.5%.
So we peaked above, and that was kind of sold away, rejected. See, it's going to make another attempt here.
You watching ES,
Ray?
Ray?
Yeah,
Ray
both.
in the
I
chat
got
wants
side
to
by
know.
side. I got dual action going here. I got NASDAQ on the right, ES on the left. So we'll see what goes on.
Well, that was my setup for a bit, but now I got this order in, so I'm just trying to focus on one.
Yeah.
I was trying to see which one's going
Since
to
you
be
guys
better.
kind of flip flop between the two markets, I thought I'd be able to look at them at the same time.
Ray
I don't
ends
like
in the
the
chat
range
asking
much
if I
in
could.
them, too.
Ray ends in the chat asking if I can go over the reasoning behind my trade right now. Thank you. So this is a classic failed top trade that I'm going for. Ray in the chat. You put an offer in a couple ticks above the high in times of low volume, low volatility. You look for a little boost, pull out some liquidity, and then a sharp move back in the opposite direction. So that's the play I'm going for right now, going into the end of the day. It used to be one of my favorite trades back in the day, failed tops and bottoms. You got to keep risk super tight. This is not a long-term trade. If you don't see movement almost immediately in the direction that you're looking for, you could basically just count to 30 and then get out for a small loss or a small profit or whatever if it doesn't start moving immediately.
I like when you said that in power players, JD. Count to 30. If it doesn't move, out.
Yeah. We're not married to these trades, guys.
Hell no.
Just like Vegas, you can be married and divorced in 5 minutes.
What a beautiful thing. Let's see here. We got so we rejected off the 23 quarters. Not really. I'm going down point off of that.
Yeah. So a little
slow right
supply
now.
area
That's okay.
little supply area that we have on the ES is still holding true here. So got drawn again, really isn't broken until I see a close above it. So right now we still haven't closed above it. So as JD is looking here for a short, I think it's an excellent risk reward play to the downside.
I'm just thinking that longs are going to cover eventually, at least like the short-term traders, and maybe that gives us enough of a move to the downside. Oh, pushing new highs here in the ES, trading 56.21 evens.
No new high yet.
Not yet.
Yep, still no close.
See,
you guys working anything?
I'm working 22s. Offering one at 22.
22s.
I keep on. I want my on the other side of liquidity. Oh, apparently I'm in the market now. No, I'm not. Flat immediately.
Yeah.
Well, I got the auto center on, so it was messing with my stuff. Okay, 24.25. I want to work. Lost $13 or something. I don't know, whatever.
You got in and out, Dolby?
I fat fingered it because the ladder. I was on auto center, and I had my order was floating, and so I just went straight to market and filled. But no, I'm moving mine up to 24.5. I'm trying to get this fill on the other side of this, like, 1,000 contracts we have between 63.50 and 24 evens. Definitely a waiting game here.
Yes, it is.
This is going to kill my stats. I have a negative 450 right now.
Took out the high by one tick.
Yeah.
The quarter, the 21 quarters even go bid?
It traded 267 times. We're just waiting for this big push. I think we're just waiting for like the kind of like that wiggle in the ladder where stuff really starts moving.
You got NASDAQ up at that 2-minute zone that I was telling you about that hadn't reached. Okay, so ES has exceeded it. NASDAQ is now reacting away from it. So a little bit of, I guess disparity here between these two markets. So seeing a little bit of stronger push now off this 22 level.
I just want to see that wiggle. Would anyone go long at what is this?
Ooh, it would be tempting for me at this 1775s. I think for me, maybe even stretch that down to 56.16s. I think would be a nice area for potential long on the ES. Down where I see evidence of buyers. Right, my focus right now is mainly on the long side. I'd like to see if I can find a cheap long.
I wouldn't mind 56.17 for a long. It's the bottom of the 5-minute range. It's just a little bit expensive because you're like a little bit above the midway point of the 30-minute range. But I mean, you're trying to find ways to get long at a relatively cheap.
That's kind of got my little little dashed line there to kind of indicate that. So.
Oh, nice. We got similar levels, son.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about it going down to like 56.14, which would be a much better patient long.
Correct.
Of a impatient long.
Yeah, definitely. I would even say 56. Yeah, 50. You said 56.17 or 15. Sorry.
14s, like 14 evens in ES.
Even better, right? So this is kind of what I would draw in there, and then probably down this area down here. Or NASDAQ. Or NASCRAC, whatever you want to call it.
The NASCRAC. Even 17.5 is kind of interesting.
Do we have someone looking up?
Did you get in that trade, JD?
I'll keep
missed me by 2 ticks.
Oh, bummer.
It's a good trade though. Should probably pull my offer and reevaluate now. Next time up, I don't know if I'm going to like it as much.
All right. Well, while you guys reevaluate, throw it to Gabe here with those long-awaited quiz results from Wednesday and today. That's right, Gabe. Right? I mean, Wednesday and today.
Yep. Okay. So we're going to start with Wednesday's quiz results, and remember, we are doing 80. Wow. There's a better shot for some people here. So here's the list for Wednesday, July 3rd.
Nibbler, I know.
any names here that I recognize.
Yeah,
Nothing really.
Harry Pitts over there.
Harry Pitts.
Oh,
Nice.
is this
Nicely
all of
done.
them? Or are we
Pretty
doing 2 sheets? 2 pages?
No, that's 80. All
This is all
80
that's
in
80,
one
wow.
round.
That's everybody.
For Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
Yep, that's
There
everybody.
you go. Look for your name.
Congrats, Al.
Congratulations. Should be receiving anybody that's a winner from Wednesday or today's quiz. You should just triple check your email on Sunday or Monday morning. Knowing that was a holiday, there might be a slight delay. So just a heads up. If you don't get it today for Wednesday, just check again Monday morning and it should be there for you. And if you don't see it at that point, check your spam. And of course, if you don't see it at that point, then triple check with our support team and they should be able to help you out. But here's going to be today's quiz winners. So there was Wednesday, and here's going to be today, July 5th quiz winners. Another 80.
Nice.
Another 80. So we're bumping up the quantity recently and give more people the opportunity for a free
We got
reset.
here.
Ooh, never win raffle. It's going to have to change your name, homie. So it is,
Yep.
You are a winner.
Yes, you are a winner.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Dobby
Got
time
any
there.
levels. Ooh, nice.
Dobby time. Nice. Heard that
Dobby
before.
time,
I
yeah.
love you. I love you. I love you
miss
too.
Jack. We miss Jack.
Same.
Too.
Aw,
Yep.
He's gone today.
I'm sure he misses you too.
He probably doesn't, but it's okay.
I don't know if it likes the non-alphabetized.
I mean, chat. I meant the chat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about us. Yeah.
There you guys go.
Thank you, Gabe.
As always,
E-teens would've
Top
been a
Quiz
good
will be
one.
back Monday, 11:45 Central, to go ahead and try again if you did not win this time. We got your back.
Always.
All right,
right,
well,
fellas.
reaction again off these levels. I'm seeing 617 on the Nasdaq got reacted away from as again. This 5618s again got reacted away from. So it would have been a few points there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 18s would have been a good buy in the ES. 5-minute range held, so it would have been a cheap long there for at least 2 points. What's that? $100, JD, on a one lot? 2 points.
$100.
How that
$100
works?
is $100.
$100.
100.
2
Yeah.
points is
But
$100.
it'll buy a couple of lattes at Starbucks for sure.
Yeah, right.
I can't remember the last time I went to a Starbucks. I'm not a Starbucks kind of guy, you know.
Oh, really?
What kind of guy are you,
Guy,
JD?
right?
I like Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I like McDonald's
go.
Oh,
coffee.
excellent. Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts.
I prefer Pete's, to be honest. Pete's does me right. So, do you guys have a Pete's out there in Chicago?
No, I don't.
We
I'm not
do
familiar with
somewhere.
Pete's.
Yeah,
A
I've
handful
seen
of
it.
them.
Yeah.
You have seen them? I haven't seen them.
I think so, right?
They're around. I think there's one by like the North Avenue, kind of like mall area.
Yeah.
Like right by that bridge, like just east of that bridge. A little
There's
area
one.
in there. Maybe it's closed. I don't know. It was like forever ago. There's some people along the ES. That's probably wise.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking to short 24 evens. JD's looking to short 22 still, maybe? Question mark?
I pulled my offer.
Hold it.
Usually, if you miss it on the first time, it's not as good the second time. So we'll see what happens.
I'm still going to play this. I want to see if they can get all this liquidity and then roll to the downside. You would think they would have to cover.
Yeah.
Maybe they
It's
don't.
definitely the logic. I agree.
I know. Don't
Into the weekend.
don't
I
short
know,
America.
Friday.
I did it.
Short America.
But this is
You're profit taking.
power
You're
hour.
profit taking.
Anything can happen.
Profit taking. out
Yes.
there. Yes.
Yes.
Never short America.
No.
Yeah, pretty tight range here. 18s and 22s. 18s and 22s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, real tight. Still looking for the
Similar on
wiggle.
the Nasdaq. 17s and 32s.
Still looking for the wiggle. Not a lot. Oh, yeah, that's good. Good amount of size traded.
Oh, I see somebody gave me an address for Chicago for Pete. So next time I'm out there,
Where's
What is
at?
it?
is somewhere in North Avenue, wherever that is.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was just talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
You got a number address?
1,000 West? What's
Yeah,
1,000 West?
1,000 North, 1,000 North
Olmsted?
Avenue, West North Avenue.
That's a mile west of State Street, I think. So it's not that far.
Yeah.
Still going to keep these 24s here, about 4 ticks off of new highs in the ES. Still a very tight 5-minute range.
All right,
Play the
see
extremes.
if I
Love
can
it.
Breakout.
see what they do here. 2 ticks off the highs now, 1 tick off the highs.
Yep, do your push-ups, chat, every time we hit new highs.
Have that beach body ready in no time.
Y'all going to be
go.
swole.
Mm-hmm. All right. Can we do it?
I like that. Swole.
Cue the air horn.
2150s. 2150s.
The air
horn. Nope.
We got an iceberg at 1.5, 21.5, or 21.25. There they go.
Oh, wow, that was
Yep.
fast.
Oh, wow, we went all the way up to 22.
Oh, there are 22s.
I might have gotten
20
filled
fill?
on that if I kept it in. No fill. No fill.
Only filled 40, so not a whole lot. JD, that might have been the move.
Yeah, somebody's King Caesar looking for 650s, I guess, in the NASDAQ. Possible.
650.
Get above 636.
Mm-hmm.
I think my bet was 21,000 in NASDAQ by power hour. I don't know if I'm going to win that one.
One can dream.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Just how much damage can we do to shorts on a Friday? All the damage? Sure. Why not? Come and get me.
Did trade. They did not go bid, though.
The 22s?
Yeah. Dolby said just partials. Trade 40 times?
40s. Yeah, I traded 40 at 22 evens.
40 times, yeah. I'm looking at it.
Let's look at a little bit of size. Whole block of size between 23 and a half and let's say 25. Like 1,000 contracts between there. Pretty interesting. Gotta be careful with this auto center playing with the dome. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure what those orders are. Are they trying to like take profits? So they.
It's the ultimate question.
Game plan here.
Yeah.
Hey Joe, people are still shorting. Yes. It's only because it's power hour. We're going into the weekend, and I think that longs are going to cover. Like short time frame traders are going to cover, and then they're going to pull price down. We might get a nice pullback. It's a pretty cheap short.
Super cheap short.
I would never take this trade. If it was like an hour ago or 2 hours ago, no way I would take the short. But just because we are kind of wrapping up the trading session, I'm not anticipating these people holding these trades over the weekend.
Yeah.
So when are they going to cover? What's Delta? Do you have Delta?
Last I checked was plus 17,000. That was about 30 minutes ago. If we can get an update in the chat, or Coach Jay. Coach Jay usually got my back on that. Let me know, Jay. 20 minutes left in the session. See the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. 19 minutes left in the session. We'll have some hashtag power hour content for you here in a little bit. We'll have MOCs in about 9 minutes. I'll get those to you.
MOC could help. All right. I'm working 25 and a quarter in ES.
25 and a quarter.
Yep. I'm just trying to set this on the other side of the liquidity here.
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense.
And then see if it just rolls over.
If you're going to sell strength.
Above that. Yep, might as well. It'd be a tight stop. I mean, ES moves pretty slow, so it's not like you can get crushed like you can in NASDAQ.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Seeing some Delta in the chat. They got ES between plus 17,000 to plus 19,000 in ES and Q plus 2,000. So longs are growing.
Wonder what tilts up.
Will they take profits? Will they take profits?
Wow, ES tilt is almost at 60%. Average short price 11 and a quarter. Wow, your average short price is garbage. Shorts have a garbage price for sure. They're underwater so bad right now. They're almost under like 10 points for average shorts. Wow. All right.
You have ES 60% long or short, Dolby?
Short. 58%
short. Okay, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, okay.
With an average, with an average short price of 56.12 and a half.
I see.
Yep. JD's second opinions on 22 evens and ES?
I pulled that offer after I missed it the first time.
Yeah.
It's not giving you what you want right now?
That type of trade you want to see happen immediately. So,
nice.
So now it's created a new demand zone for me at 56.20. So now that we broke that 21 level, 20 is now the new demand level in ES. And then I still have that 26.17 in the NASDAQ as the demand.
What do they say? 40 is the new 20? Something like that.
Is it true?
Depends on who you talk to.
I'll take it.
It is a cheap short. Yep.
Cheap short, yeah.
We've seen
one more time, guys.
Wild stuff happen.
One more time. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're very close to 106,000 subscribers. Peek at the number. One more push. I think we get to 106.
I got Allison Long at 55.98.
Okay.
Nice, Allison. Nice trade.
Nice hold.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There is.
Kind of regret throwing on a little position at 18 evens. 5-minute ranges, offering up a cheap trade.
That would have been, that was a nice trade.
Whoever has these orders here is just moving them around between 24s and 25s. Like we're all the sizes right now.
$12 for Steve.
24 3/4.
Ding ding, new high. There we go.
Let's do it.
There it is.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, here goes the push.
Yep.
Are you in, Dolby?
Nope. 24 3/4.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Storm Dragon in the chat.
Long 18s.
Storm Dragon in the chat. I don't want to like Andre, but the rest of the team. Love you, Storm.
I don't know what that means.
I know
What does that mean?
either, but
I don't know.
Context. Explain yourself.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Really close poll results here. Robert, NQ is closing above 2650, below 2650, between 600s and 650s. Pretty much even split. 39% above, 31% below, 30% between 20,600 and 20,650. Split. I'm not fishing for compliments. I'm just goofing on the guy that was goofing on me. I promise. That wasn't the point. All right, see if we keep making new all-time highs here. Close the weekend out on all-time highs, perhaps. There will be someone asked in the chat, is the person behind you Vladimir Putin? I saw it in the chat earlier.
Ouch.
No, that's not. That's
what? I'd be here if I was Vladimir Putin. I'd be busy. I would be busy.
Yes, you would
the
be
Dolby
busy.
Garg. The Dolby Garg.
Oh,
Nice.
I like it.
Trend is your friend.
It is. Our favorite cliche. Got
Yeah,
300 being offered at 625 evens in the ES. AKA Zeno win stock market crash. I'm not betting on it. At least not on day to day.
Yes. Some extra love for Dolby from Storm Dragon.
Yes.
Thank you.
But extra love from Dragon.
Yeah, Andre and I are actually powered by compliments. So
Very good.
it's true.
Running low
why
on fuel
Andre-
then, Dolby.
That's why Andre takes time off to go get compliments off air, and then he comes back and he feels charged.
Not true at all. You should see my feedback on the report card, man. Whew. That was a doozy. All
What did they
We
bust
got-
you on? What did they bust you on?
Over talking, interrupting, faking energy,
Faking
talking
energy.
too much, all that
Faking
shit.
energy.
At least
Oh,
two of those
yeah,
are your job, so I'm not sure. what's
over
going on.
exaggerating moves, which I do. I am guilty
Yeah,
of
you're
that.
guilty of that. All right, you're guilty.
100%. 100%.
Mr. Moon, you're 100% correct. I was proud of myself on that one. The Dolby Guard
I was too. All right, we got 12 minutes left here in the session. Gabe is ready with some hashtag Power Hour content. Gabe, what better time than right here, right now? Let's do
get
it.
a
Gabe.
laugh in.
Yes.
All right, let's do it. So first, I got a nice little trader win. So Spiral Hams Burner took the hard road to pass the 50K combine, but did it. Congratulations.
Excellent.
Great
Spiral,
work.
congrats.
Absolutely happy to see it. Welcome to the XFA stage. A battle station pick here from G-Man Liberty. That is quite the setup there.
Yeah, sweet. Windows against Windows. I love it.
Yep.
That is cool.
That's 2 clocks.
Real
I've never
Windows,
seen a setup
too.
with 2 clocks.
Hold on. Where's TopstepTV? Come on.
You know, that's a great
know.
question. I see TopStep X, but I do not
Where's
see
TopStep?
TV.
Yeah.
Maybe they're audio only. Maybe they're listening.
Okay, fair
I'll
enough.
take it.
Didn't
Give
understand
them the benefit of the
assignment.
doubt, you know? Yeah. It's all good. We give them A for effort. We got Rob Trades
man
here.
cave.
Absolutely.
Oh, he finished it up. That's awesome.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to say, we
Good
already showed
work.
that
Hey,
picture.
that's a
but
dupe. You gotta know, like
Before and afters.
Perfect.
Yeah. Well done.
Solid. Looking good. Got another one here from Hefe. Fire drill neuron activation. Chat.
Hey, Chief. Love it.
Anytime
Love it,
they
Chief.
hear the fire truck.
Love it, Chief. Hefe
that's a
is
solid
Chief
one.
for those non-Spanish speakers.
Oh, is it?
That's a good one.
Yeah,
Love
Hefe
it.
is Chief. Yeah.
That is a good one.
Then I got Carl Hungus here.
Oh,
This is
shorted, yeah.
probably
Exactly.
how
That
I
has
was
kind of a
feeling.
sneaky resemblance of Andre, no?
Yeah, I think
kinda.
that's my face. Stop that. Hungus, stop that. Come on. You know how to short that NQ.
Or
That is my
man
face.
does
How'd
the
you do that?
unthinkable. Shorts and Q. Yes.
This was Dakota all morning.
Send me that picture. I'm gonna save that.
He's a nice one.
It's
That'd be a good
That's
Tinder
all I got
profile
for
pic
you.
right there, Jay.
Oh, really good.
Carl says it's your face. It is your
It
face.
is my face. Yes, it is.
Folks are calling for the MOC.
Oh shoot! MOC, my bad.
We don't have
Ready?
any. We don't have
MOC,
vacay.
here we go. MOC, got you. Oh, sorry, MOO, my bad. False alarm.
Moo.
Why are they showing me MOOs right now? Not yet.
See if I can find it real quick.
I'm on the juice. Don't see it yet. MOC, here we go. Gotcha. S&P's changing though. Minus 410 million. NASDAQ, buy side, 763 million. Dow, sell side, 266 million, but it's still changing. But currently, S&P's minus 400 million, NASDAQ plus 750 million. Dow, minus 264 million, sell side. 2 sell sides, 1 buy side. So a mix.
New highs.
Good luck. New highs.
Dobie's in.
Shocker.
Dobie's filled.
Nope, not yet. Not yet. I'm getting close. We are getting
Looking
close.
short or long here, Adobe?
Short. I feel
Short.
stupid. I'm pulling this. I'm pulling this. It feels like a trade. That's not even like my setup at this point. I've been moving my sell like just up, but we're not even in the range. So I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Oh, look at
Top
this.
Not
Step
my
TV
setup.
on an iPad.
Dumb.
G-Man.
I'm finding some buyers.
I just tricked
Movie,
chat
yeah.
into fading me because I pulled my order. That'd be funny if I did. If you got in, I just pulled. I just pulled it. So I'm not even trying to get short anymore. It's not my system. I should have just gotten long 56.18. That was actually my setup, or gotten short
56.18 was calling you.
Yeah. No, I just kept on raising it. Well, because all the liquidity kept on moving up the ladder, so it's like fine, I'll keep on moving it up. And they kept on moving up their liquidity too. So now we have 400 sitting at 626 evens. What's Nasdaq doing? That's kind of rolling over.
Yeah, Nasdaq looks a little bit more bear. Oh, there you
Oh,
go.
look at that. Look at that big move right there. Look at that big move.
That was
huge.
Wiped out a bunch.
Huge. 7 tick.
3/4 of a
7
point.
tick.
Sound like me.
7 ticks. The 7 tick man.
Oh.
Look at it go. Look at it go.
7 minutes left in the session. 7 minutes left in the week. Making new all-time highs here in TopstepTV Power Hour. You know the drill. Like, click, subscribe. I think we're 10 subscribers away from 106,000.
Holy wick, Batman.
Yep.
Colby spoofing.
Hindsight capital. Yeah, we have my one lot. Yeah, super spoofed.
Where's
I like
my
that idea,
Bigfoot?
Gabe. I like that idea, Gabe.
No Bigfoot sightings, either direction.
Bigfoot's hiding out. Bigfoot's in the Hamptons
Volume
right
did
now.
pick up a little bit. Got some good volume on that last 5-minute candlestick.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Just starting to see some liquidity showing up here in the ES. Seeing 400 and 500 lots up and down the ladder, mostly above.
Yep. All right, I'll put in a short at new highs. 26 evens.
You got on it? Shooting from the hip?
No.
There you go.
If we get up there, no. If we get up there, I'll take it. Maybe just one last little stop run. It seems I saw a lot of size kind of just like really sort of come in between like the 26 and 27s. It seems like that's where it's all stacked up now.
Gold beneath 2,400.
Looks like something is building here, guys. I don't know which direction that it's building.
Here we go. 5 minutes, 40 seconds. MOCs will be executed. Final numbers.
It's building, coiling.
What'd you do, Dolby? Did you do anything? No.
Dolby, what was that noise?
Okay. Thinking.
Someone's Sasquatch, Mr. Moon.
No big
Here you
deal.
roar.
We'll do a tight stop here.
All right, 5 seconds. Let's see what happens here.
Really want to do it too.
Here's your wiggle.
It's wiggling.
Give
me that wiggle.
What's the wiggle?
I don't know. It's doing something. It's up to no good right now.
It's boogieing right now. Yeah, it's moving and grooving. Come on.
Boogieing. Oh, yeah, moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Let's do it.
Almost filled. Let's see if we can.
21,000.
Are
Yes.
they going to sell off into the end of day?
Thank you, Robert.
21,000.
Yes. Apple, Microsoft ripping.
There you go.
What's the
What's
wiggle?
The wiggle. The wiggle is when the ladder just kind of shakes around and I don't know. What's the wiggle, Dolby? Yeah. Just kind of.
That's it. It's harder to spot in the NASDAQ, but you look at the ladder, normally it kind of just like ticks up, down a little bit, kind of like a consistent pattern of like velocity of up and down. And then all of a sudden it will just kind of like go up and down super fast and kind of flutter. That to me is what the wiggle is. And it's like, typically when I see that, that is when we're going to start pushing price either up or down. Like volatility will come in. It's easier to spot in slower markets. We got 500 sitting at 27, another 500 sitting at 28.
Thank you, Trader Tate. See you Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Monday will definitely be better. Definitely be better.
I mean, what was today bad? I mean, it's trending day, light volume.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah.
It was definitely trending.
Maybe better for
Super
me.
light volume.
Yeah. It's all about perspective.
Someone's saying
yesterday was an abbreviated session. Futures were open until noon yesterday, and we barely did more volume than was traded yesterday today. So there's not a whole lot of market.
Yeah,
Not a whole lot of
this
market
ES
participation today.
ES ladder got a lot of liquidity showed up.
Yeah, 500 came down below high a day. Sitting
Yeah,
at 25
nice catch.
evens now. Wonder if they're trying to get out.
It's gotta be profit taking, right?
I would imagine. Who the hell's entering
Any
into
last trades? Capital preservation, good thing, King.
Nice.
I bought 18s on a one lot. What's that worth? 50 a point. We're at 24. 300?
6 points.
$300? Is that right?
$300, yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad.
2 minutes
Public
here.
math.
Let's see if those 25s get filled. Well, 600 on the offer there, or if they might come down.
Mhm.
A lot of offers to the upside.
It's such like a niche trade. It's some of this
Yeah.
stuff like just only exists for power hour specifically.
Mm-hmm.
90 seconds. What?
Well,
I know what you read.
No, I just kind of, they say
I know
that
what you-
Dolby and Robert are brothers.
I saw that one.
no, he's my dad.
Father son, yeah. That was the joke.
Yeah, he's my dad.
Mm.
Okay. See if we get those 25s. 600 on the offer.
Taking hands off keyboard. Probably a good call, Steve.
Yeah, I do not need to be in a position.
Use that lockout button.
A minute to go. I don't need a lockout button. I'm just going to pull the order. We're good. Flatten all. Cancel
Flatten
all.
all.
Spam that.
Yep.
Bam, 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 bam.
Quiz results? Do we have any quiz results?
Oh, Ray, what are you doing, man? What are you doing?
Stirring the
about
old
50
shit
seconds.
pot. Here we go.
I like it. I like it.
Is this that pullback that JD and I were waiting for 50 minutes?
Here
There it is.
Is this the one?
Here's your pullback.
Last 30 seconds.
Oh, finally, 4-point pullback.
Look at it tank. Look at it
We got it.
tank.
Profit
Look at the tank,
takers.
yes.
Here we go.
Just an apocalyptic
Wow.
move to the downside. We're down
Yeah, pretty
3.5
much.
Can't get
points
any
in the
more
ES.
anticlimactic than this.
Yeah, that's a hell of a
Right.
power hour, fellas. Hell of a power hour.
Why are we in?
Give a shout out to
That is-
everyone that stuck with us from bell to bell today. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you, Luna.
Not a lot of action to the last 30 seconds, huh?
Here we
That's the
go.
way she goes. Way she goes.
Throw it to JD here on the closing bell. Look at all that. Oh, look at that. And
Whoa.
the bell. Where is the bell?
Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, ding.
There it
All
is.
right.
Thank you, everybody. Coach Ray, Dolby Time, JD. It was kind of a slower power hour there, but still good to watch. We're going into the weekend. Cannot wait. JD, take it away. Close us out, man.
Had to wait till the very last 30 seconds of the day for the action we were looking for in the last hour of the day. But thanks for joining us for TopstepTV. It's been a hell of a week. Happy Independence Day to everybody who celebrates here in the U.S. And if you're not in the U.S., thanks for joining us anyway. I know it was a slower day today, not a whole lot of volume. People are taking long weekends here. So we do appreciate you sticking around. Come on back next week. We got a all-star lineup coming back at you again. I'm going to run through the schedule for Monday real quick. Pardon me. Hogue is out all week. I'm going to be filling in on the opening call. It looks like Monday through Friday I'll be with everybody for the opening call. But Monday, Eddie and I, opening call, Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Deanna, and Nick Tick. Power Hour, Andre. Peter Tuckman is back. We're going to hear what he has to say. I love that guy. He's so high energy. Dolby and Dan S. Top Quiz, Jack and Bonnie. Shoulder Tap, Jack and Mick. Group Coaching, yours truly, and Coach Robert. Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, Robert, and Dolby. And Power Hour, Andre, Dolby, and Carl. Hungus is back. Hungus will be among us. Dolby's getting some solid airtime on Monday also, so stick around or come and join us for that too. As Eddie would say, now it's family time. Shut it off. Turn your brain off. Go have a Miller Lite. Enjoy your great weekends. Enjoy your weekends. I hope they're great weekends, I should say. And we will see you all bright and early Monday morning. This has been Top Step TV. I'm JD signing off. Thanks for joining us.